Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, testing, 1, 2.
There we are. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, I should say.
You
Welcome
thought we
back
froze.
to...
It looked like we froze, didn't it? We thought the pictures weren't working or anything. Oh dear. Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Leeds. Welcome to GUKPT Day 1B. Down there, there's been a queue ever since it started live. You know we're on a 30-minute delay for all you guys. Oh, look at this. I'm not being funny. The service in Leeds has been amazing. I'm not looking like you only have to treat us with food.
Thank you.
Talking of food, by the way, this is amazing. But talking of food, Ian Bosley walked up this morning and he drove all the way from Cardiff. I said, I hope you've got enough petrol because there's going to be a shortage of petrol in the next couple of weeks. So make sure you fill up, but don't take the Michael. But we do. Not that we like gifts or anything like that, but he has fetched. I've got to stand up for this. He's fetched us some Welsh cakes. I'm not being funny. Even Dina's eyes lit up when these big bad boys came on the scene. The Welsh cakes, thanks to Boz, is now playing Day 1B. Welcome one and all, and wherever you're watching, whether you're on Facebook, on Twitter, on Twitch, on GUKPT.com. If you're on, where else can we watch us? YouTube, of course on YouTube. You guys chat to us, we'll answer the questions, but we're just about to start today. How comes the food? Hey, you couldn't write it, but thanks to everybody. The left-hand side there, the big one is right at the top. Sean Johnston, 234,000, because that was the big hand with that was the big hand with Span yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Flopped a set.
Yeah.
Sean River the bigger set.
Yeah. Open from Span, free bet from Sean. Span peeled out of position. 10-7 brick. Span had sevens.
Yeah.
Continue from Sean. Span raised. Free bet rip from Sean for chunk. Span made the call, and he's up against Kings. Brick Turner. Can you guess what the river was? Toe up.
King of Diamonds.
4% job on the river. It will happen some of the time. But very unlucky there for Span. He's back in the field today. He's already ready to go. Up there as well, Jessica. Great stack
yes,
for her.
165. She didn't say that last night when she was walking past. She just went, it went a bit better. I'm thinking, I've gone a bit better. Second in chips. I'm not being funny. Not bad at all. Afternoon, Gail. Mum's in the chat box.
Afternoon, Mum.
And Trek, get the Charlton on. Well, Dan made it through. As you can see there, 97,000 chips. So Dan will be making it through to day 2, which is tomorrow from 12:30. Dan Charlton has a chance of being on the feature table. But as you can see there, 30 made it through from the 127 that played. 127 is a 33% increase from 2019, when the last time we played here in Leeds because of the pandemic. 33% increase on day 1A. If that carries on into day 1B, and then that carries on into the turbo, and that then carries on into the day 2 buy-ins, we could end up with 500 runners.
We could. We said this in
We could easily end up with 500 runners.
We had a £500,000 prize pool in Coventry. I'm not going to put it out of the realms of possibility here. It definitely could happen.
As you can see right there, the players are just about to sit down for the start of the day. One thing I can tell you from the outer tables, and it's not a spoiler, because he's not on the feature table at this moment in time. Albert Sapiano has doubled up second hand.
And the biggest news about the double up, he made a flush.
Is it one?
He's made one. It's about time. It's been years.
In 2021, Albert Sapiano hit a flush. It took him 35 years to hit a flush, but he's finally hit one. Well done to Albert. So as you can see there, the table is just about to start. When they start dealing, we'll go straight to the feature table. But right there, all the list from all the players. Who's your favourite on there? They're going to be playing day 2, which is Saturday, which is tomorrow. We've got day 1B just about to start right now. Day 1C is the turbo, which is at 9 p.m. No other side event, because it's 2 events for the main event. And then we've got side events which we'll run through you. And we've got plenty of news coming up regarding online, regarding everything regarding Edinburgh, which is coming up next week. Luton, Blackpool, the grand final which is coming up in London at the end of November, at the beginning of December. We're just about ready.
Yeah, I think we're all ready
We're
to go.
just about. Who's having the first 5 minutes?
I don't know.
Go on, you take 5 minutes.
I'll take 5
You-
minutes.
We'll click us on. He's got the sandwich. We've got the bacon butter. We're just about to start. You take leave for 5 minutes. And as soon as the dealer's now shuffling, so we'll crack on now. Here she is. The dealer is now shuffling. Good luck to everybody who's playing day one. We're just about to start. If you want to keep updated yourself, the Poker Live app is live and ready for checking the details yourself. Afternoon on Facebook, if you're watching any questions regarding anything, if we're allowed to answer it, and if we can answer it, we will. So we are just about to start the day. Hope you're well, Gail, by the way. Hope you're well and got through this old pandemic as everybody else has. On the feature, what's he done with the list? He's not taken the list as well. And where is it? It's on my plate. It's not my plate. It's on the floor. It's on the floor. Don't worry about it. I'll get it. You stay there. You stuff your face. We have all in Vin, undercover in seat 1, Alan Vinicum, Colin Myatt in seat number 3, Simon Davison in 4, 5 is empty at the moment, Pat Palmer is in 6, Colin Malcolm is in 7, Ian Roberts in 8, and Freddie Winterburn sat in seat number 9. We don't mind people using electronic devices at the table. They can text all the mates that they're on TV, and if you're watching it for the first time, we're on a 30-minute delay, so you can't text your friends. I've just seen you've got Ace 7, and you're playing against a guy who's got King 9. That can't happen because we're on that 30-minute delay. Afternoon, Dave. Dave McHugh got somebody watching on the feature table because he shouts boom. And Ricky Kebab's watching on Twitch. It's Sats. Afternoon, Ricky. Hope things are well. Start of the day on the outer tables. Players will come in on a regular basis. But late reg, no, there isn't one. All day long you can register for the event. I'm buying for day 2 up until 11:45 tomorrow morning. And if you want to know where we are in Leeds. We're on Westgate, Wellington Street. 1B is running, and we've started today with 90 bids. And let me tell you, the valet right there in the shot, no word of a lie, is one of the best valets in any club we've ever been to. Leeds, you're lucky to have him. So early stages, blinds 100-100. Then he goes to a 1-1 with 1. Simon with Ace King in the early stages. Oh, Patrick's got Ace Queen suit. Might get a bit of action to start day 1B. It's 3-bet to 900 after an initial raise from Simon. Yeah, we're just going to call with Ace King, see where we are. An 8-time board, 8-6-3. So this will be a call once from Simon. Check calling. Is he folding Ace King? Don't open fold Ace King. Wow. You got the back doors. You got Ace side. Pat's just got away with one there. I know it's early stages and the blinds are only 1-1, but don't be showing you've open folding Ace King suited. You've got the back doors available. So, are we set for a decent table? Incoming. Incoming, outcoming.
Inhale, that was.
C4 just open folded ace king. Throw one bit underneath that. Yeah.
We've got Colin opening, ace-10 suited under the gun, calling this direct left from Simon. Alan defending, suited 2 gapper in the big. Jack 7-5 rainbow. So Alan with the best of it. Colin not opting to continue. 3 of spades on the turn, and we could see the 8-5 of spades. Alan coming for a lead here now. Can have the best hand by 5. Also got the equity after picking up backdoor flush draw. And with these 2 holdings we're up against, we should just be taking this one down. So good afternoon all. Day 1B here in Leeds. 10 levels today. Buy-in available all day long. It's 750 buy-in, 670 plus 80. Prize pool's probably going to be near $500,000. Same as what we were in Coventry a couple of weeks back. Definitely, if you can get involved, come down, have a slice of the action. It's going to be packed out here in about 3-4 hours time. Early stages, as always, fairly quiet at the featured table. If there are any hands to get into, we will delve into them. But just always, as I say, small pot poker, profiling your opponents, just start getting an understanding of people's tendencies, how they're going to be playing throughout the day. So we go 3-way here. Patrick opening. It's called in 2 spots. Queen 5 deuce, 2 hearts. So top pair for Alan, going to come in for a donk for what looks like 600. And Patrick does have the ace of hearts in his hand. We are very deep, can plausibly float this one in position versus Alan. As well, got to be wary of hands that a lot of players elect to donk, but Patrick just makes the discipline laid out. Early stages, not going to get involved. Happy to let the second best hand go. And it looks like Mr. Kellett is making an appearance on the featured table. Rich come to join.
I'm in seat 3.
Too young. Too young and too good.
So false Allen on the bum. Suited king and open. Ace is making an appearance first time today for Colin in the small blind. Going to be bumping this one up, you imagine. Makes it 800 to go, and wow, Simon's got ace king here in the big blind. Button versus small versus big dynamic. A lot of the time we're just going to see this be 4-bet in this spot with this particular hand, but I guess Simon's opting to flat because we are 200 big blinds deep. Maybe doesn't think Colin's going to be free betting wide enough to come in for a 4-bet this early on. And so just opts to flat the ace-king in position against the free better. A lovely flop here for Colin with the aces, backbone up flush draw and a paired board. Neither opponent should really have a 6 in this spot. And Simon's going to lose bare minimum here now. Don't know, he's going to call once. Drawing dead to running kings or running sixes. That's the check mark for the aces on the turn. And, Colin now mixes in a little check with the aces, just in case. Could be a 6x out there. We've got to understand it's a 3-bet pot, very hard for our opponent to have a 6 in this particular spot, especially the cold call out of the big blind. So we can just feel fairly comfortable on this river with our aces and go for value. And shows him the ace-king. He said, "You got away with it, I had aces." Hey, Chiesa, good afternoon. But today in the card room, it's just the main event. No side events, no satellites, just the 2 day ones. Day 1B, which just kicked off, and can't make it. You want to get in from the start. There is a turbo that starts at 9 PM tonight, which is at day 1C. But it's going to be packed out here today in Leeds, I can assure you of that. Expecting to get close to the 500 runner mark again in back-to-back legs. As the Jack 9-8 rainbow flop rolls off. So Patrick comes in for a call after Colin continues for 400. 5 of clubs on the turn. And now Colin checks behind. And it's a king on the river. Colin finds the best of it. And Patrick going to be in a little bit of a tough spot here with the pocket tens. Bet a 700. And going to make the call and sees the bad news. Unlucky for him, king on the river.
Oh yes, I'll be able to sling through there.
You could get through before breakfast, but after breakfast you can't go back through.
Have we done the chat?
Other than Paul, you can take that one.
Afternoon, Paul. The pot washer and bottle snatcher needed to update the pub chat. How bad was their day 1? You made it too, didn't you?
Yeah, Ewan's got 80k, I think.
Quickly put the chip counts there. They're the chip counts from last night.
And Chris has got 25.
Chris has got 24,200, you can see there.
And Ewan?
Ewan's got nearly 80.
Ewan's fine.
80,000 chips flying because you start with, what 612 when we come back to the start of day 2. So, very good. Chris got 20 bigs and Ewan's got a lot more. Kaiser says, Strand, how did you finish last night? I don't know if he's watching the stream. But,
he is watching the stream.
He's playing day 1B. That's how it went. It wasn't a very pretty one, to be fair. I was expecting some kind of bad beat story, but none of that, and it really was. And I don't like. He said, I don't want to bore you with a bad beat story, but this is a good one. It was a proper sick ending for Span. It was a 200k pot. Flopped a set of sevens, and the chip leader, who we saw on the chip counts, rivered a set of kings.
Yeah, 2 out of the all in on the flop, 8% job.
It was unlucky, as they say in the industry. Well, he did get off to a fly yesterday, didn't he, Andy?
It was fun, wasn't it, as well, Tao? It's one of them things. So I think no matter how good your game is on the day, you've always got that element of luck involved. You can get the money in as good as you like, as long as even if they've got 1% equity, sometimes you're still not going to win the pot.
Exactly. And he's not started today. He just correctly folded the nut flush. Must be a paired board. Well done, that man. See, you can read the game. If you can read the game and fold the nut flush, you're on to good things.
Oh, that's funny. Table talk from one of the tables near us.
So the A1B has started. £750 buying if you're thinking of coming to Leeds. There's no side event. There's a day 1C later, which is a turbo, starting at 9 PM.
Patrick with the ladies, and Freddie just opted to flat the jacks in the big blind versus this cut-off open. Well-timed flat, because we would have run into the queens. King 4-3, 2 hearts. So Patrick going to come in for continue. Freddie will make the call. Looks painty. It's a king of spades on the turn. And this is actually a really good card for us as both players from our perspective. Looks like we're just going to have the best hand a lot of the time on this particular turn. It's less likely our opponent's got a king now. So I like Patrick's choice to come in for a second street here, especially against big blind range. He's probably going to call again here with his 4x, and there's the queen on the river just in case for Patrick. Now comes down to sizing what we think Freddie's supposed to have in this spot. Obviously flush draws are in there, but a lot of the time we expect it to be like a 4x. He can have a king some of the time, but gone 2.5k, try and get called by a 2-pair type holding. And the good thing is as well, opting for this smaller size, a king's probably going to raise you anyway, so when you go this size, it's nice because we can maybe get a hero from maybe a 4 some of the time, some pocket pairs in there, and the king's probably going to raise against this particular sizing, so it's actually a really, really nice size to go on this particular river. Got a lot of time for it. And there's the call, and he's been paid off from the jacks. Nice sizing. Got probably max there, Patrick.
I remember the days we should have had.
Richard Bellamar, hello from Canada. Well, good morning, Richard. Hope Canada is well this morning. Is it on tape? Vancouver. Trying to remember from last time. Hi Dave. Dave McHugh. Hello from Wales. Just to let you know, we had a delivery this morning, Dave. We had a delivery of Welsh cakes from Ian Bosley, who drove up from Cardiff to play the event and get the team to packets and packets of Welsh cakes, which are much greatly received, let me tell you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it.
Usually baskets hit down and stuff like that. It's a good sign.
I know, unfortunately not. I'm not draping in Lurpak either, but they were packed up ones. Bosley, Ian, old Bosley, he treated us. Very nice indeed. Nothing better than walking next to the castle in Cardiff and just walking into a shop and getting two hot Welsh cakes.
I've never been Wales.
Have you not?
Never been Wales.
Cardiff is a fabulous city. Lovely walk round. Lovely, lovely walk round. It's really weird because like the Millennium Stadium's about 5 minutes from the city centre. It's like there. Like bang there kind of thing. Whereas you get Wembley 25 miles from city centre and stuff like that. And the Millennium's just boom, straight behind the castle. It's a lovely walk round, it is. Hope everybody's well this Friday morning, whatever you may be doing and wherever you may be. And as I said, we've got Canada tuned in.
Nice run at it.
They've got to be favourites, America, surely, in this Ryder Cup with their team, haven't
In
they?
the Ryder Cup, yeah, I think they are. They're odds
Yeah.
on. Yeah, they are. They're odds on. But Europe have won 4 out of the last 5, and something like 9 of the last 12. So I think the big factor this year is the amount of European fans that are there. It's down 90% to the last one because obviously the travel restrictions and you can't get there from mainland Europe, especially the UK. So that's going to be a massive factor this time, I think. So that's understandably big favourites.
Afternoon, Francis. Can you buy in on day 2? You have to buy in. I think it closes at 11:45 tomorrow. The registration for day 2. You have 15 minutes before day 2 kicks off.
Is it around
when it
17
closes.
bigs?
Yeah.
You want to buy in
Yep.
for the event? The blinds will start at 600, 1200 with a big blind ante, and you get 20,000 starting stack.
Coming back at 6:12. As Tower said, just under 17 big blinds. You want to come back for a spin.
And we've had a final table list, and we've had winners coming back just playing day 2s. It shows good how good the structure is.
Gary was on our feature table yesterday. Gary Stephen Smith. He's going to take a seat in seat 5. Edinburgh champion all the way back in 2018. We're going to be up there next week for the main event.
Yes.
I'm sure we'll see Gary there himself.
Fly, crash, repair, repeat. On YouTube, good morning. Football is good, wherever you may be. Canada watching, Wales watching. We've got Wrightington watching. We've got Florence watching. Still excited about the pizza. There's also something about Italy, about an amazing train journey that goes coast to coast around Italy. It's supposed to be absolutely unbelievable. That's something I'd like to do on the old bucket list.
And 4-way to the flop after Freddie opening ace jack and a hijack. Alan's going to flop a set with his 10s. Case 10 on the flop, and wow, Colin's got top 2 pair here. We're going to see money go in this pot. Alan should be winning a big one here. Bet 300 though. He's gone very small quarter pot. Would have preferred him to size up a little bit here 4-way. And here comes Colin with the raise. With the king 10 makes it 1.5.
All in Vin.
Yeah, he's not going to be going all in.
Using the fingers, let me tell you.
No way, he's just going to rip here. He might choose the free bet.
No, I think it might be on the turn.
Yeah, and he has chose the free bet, makes it 3k. And Colin here, just going to have the call. No need to 4-bet here. Want to keep some of the bluffs in there. Pocket 8s is obviously out there as well. Like from our perspective. Actually, he has 4-bet. We got a 4-bet on the flop. You don't see this very often. Just clicks it back. Looks like 4.5k. Goes. Does go. I don't know.
What?
Is it has he gone 4.5 tower?
I can't hear the dealer, unfortunately.
Well, if he's gone 4.5, the bet sizing is perfectly fine.
I'm 15, you're 3, I'm 4,500.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's
He
fine.
read it 15, raised to 3,000, he read it 4,500.
Yeah, perfectly
Absolutely perfect.
Race 15 and I race 15.
That's right.
Am I
It
wrong?
goes.
No, that's correct.
Floor, please, table 10.
You raised 15, you raised 15. Absolutely fine, that from Colin. Nothing wrong with that at all. I think it's just confused the dealer because
Yeah.
you don't normally see bet sizing that small with a 4-bet.
He's going to make it 6.
He ain't going to make it 6.
1.5 and 1.5.
Yeah, Mikey will come over and just clarify that this is fine for our dealer. But the size is only 1,500, so it's not like you have to double the bet and go 6k to make it a clean raise. It only has to be 1,500 more, 4.5,
Yeah.
perfectly fine. So that would be.
Race the same again.
Yep.
There we are.
That's correct. It is. We'll just work that out. It's just confusing that you don't normally get 4 bets that size, that's all. So now after that, Vinny's just going to raise anyway. So all in Vinny's all going all in this. By the time it's all done, we're just going all in.
Well, we're going to have a 6-bet on the flop, assuming
This is
that
amazing.
Colin.
There's 5 bet to 13k.
Yeah, well, look, we don't even have the graphic for a 5-bet on the flop. It says raise. That's how often this happens. We need a little graphic in there for 5-bet. It just says a raise. It's great.
At this point, does anybody set the alarm bells ringing think there's got to be a set somewhere?
Against Alan, I'll probably just think he's got 8s here, almost always. Alan's not going to do this with, like, what are the bluffs here, Tower?
There ain't any.
Jack, Queen and Jack 9 not going to take this line. They're just going to call for the extra 1,500. There's no need to 5-bet. So we're basically up against the same hand or a set, and that's what it comes down to. He's either got King 10 as
Colin's
well,
going
or
to
a
flick
set.
them in.
And he probably wouldn't even raise King 10. He'd just flat because the sets are out there.
He's not waiting for the turn. He's just going to bang them in. Then we're going to get the call.
With this action, you can find hero fold here, Tal. With this action, you can actually make an
How many
exploitable
times have we said
line-out.
6-bet shove before?
I don't think I'd ever actually said it post flop.
If you go so on television.
What's that like? So you're going to show us what you got.
Here comes the 6-bet shove.
We can definitely fold in this spot, but I don't think.
Oh, we just called.
He is just going to call.
We're just gonna. We're just calling. But what's going to happen on the turn?
Yeah, it's just
We're
gonna
now
go
not. We're now not
in.
folding.
Yeah, of course we're not.
There you
Especially
go.
on that.
100% we're not folding. So we're just going to start again. Get him in, Colt. Then him in, snap call. Yeah, and a call. King 10, 2 pair. I've got a set 10.
That's the hand I made you said you couldn't have.
That's the only hand you don't want to see. Like,
Oh,
sorry, mate.
It's all in Vin.
oh, he's got the
See
camera
one.
out ready,
He's got the
just in
camera
case
out,
he gets
and he's
unlucky.
He's got a double up for his mates. He's got the double up for his friends and all his punters and all his backers and his son. Luke will be watching. Oh dear. So the 10s win. Oh, brilliant.
No one's doing that with Jack Queen.
A bit of confusion regarding the size of the betting, but we got there in the end. And Luke sat there watching. He'll be sending you that picture very shortly, Luke. I've just doubled up. All in Vin ends up exactly that. All in. And we lose one on the feature. Great start to the day. All in Vin. I'm sure our friend Colin Malcolm from Scotland will be re-entering the tournament.
Well, I knew we were going to have kings, right? There's no way.
It's a really cold flop,
I
but
knew I was winning.
I think just because of how deep we are, certain players will get away from it. That's certain opponent. When you get 4-bet by 5-bet, sorry, by Alan on the flop.
I've
it's
updated
like-
the system to a 5-bet and a 6-bet.
like,
It didn't come up on the
like,
screen.
You could even hero fold 8s, to be honest with you. It's like it's just a very unorthodox flop play. A lot of the time, it's just going to go bet call or bet raise call.
Well, it was also the bet sizing as well that confused everybody.
Yeah.
You don't see a 4-bet.
You just click
like,
it back.
Just click it
Click it,
completely
click it
back.
back.
It was like limit poker.
Yeah, it was,
1-bet, 2-bet, 3-bet. Ollie, I don't understand what the issue with the phones is, but they're not illegal on the table. He'll be texting his friends, he's got mates watching the live stream, he's probably got backers that he needs to keep in touch with. He's sending a picture to his lad that he's just doubled up on the feature table. We don't condone phones, apart from being in a hand,
I was looking at you earlier.
if you're slowing down play, and watching the live stream on the main event table. That's it. You can do whatever you want to with social media and your social devices and mobile devices. Then. Ah, you know something that I don't. I didn't know it was. I didn't know it was his favourite word. I don't know too much about Vinny apart from at the poker table. All in Vin. Known him for years playing poker. Illegal.
Don't forget as well, guys, social media, Grosvenor Poker
Sherlock Holmes has
on
just turned up.
Facebook, Grosvenor Poker on Twitter, and / GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch.
Who's that? It's just turned up and Sherlock Holmes. That's amazing. I want the hat. Hey, look at that, let me tell you. You've turned into the best looking man in town, man. No.
Not much for anyone here, but Alan going to come in for a continue here on the ace high board, and should get the job done. Shouldn't be getting called in no spots, and nice little pick up there with just 9 high.
Cards are no problem. They're smacking the back every 10 seconds.
So you are spoilt this week, John Air is spoilt this weekend. Live stream for the GUKPT and the Ryder Cup's just about to start. Good luck to Europe, that's all we can say. You're going to need it this week.
Got the boxing as well tomorrow night, haven't we?
What boxing's on tomorrow?
Got Joshua Usyk, isn't it, tomorrow night?
Oh, it's Joshua fighting. Wow. I know Fury was fighting in a couple of weeks' time. I didn't know Joshua's fighting.
He wouldn't raise me. He wouldn't have
I
raised me.
think Joshua's fighting. Who's he fighting?
Usyk.
Oh, we will beat Tony Bellew.
Yep.
Oh, that'd be a tough one. Oh, the tallest Sheffield Wednesday fans in town. Stuart, the Nutter Rutter is in the building. Everybody's playing for second.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. But he can't There's an ace card.
Hello, buddy. Stuart Rutter off to sit down. Turned up.
A bit of action here. Nut flush draw for Ian, and Freddie's turn the straight. And Ian opting to raise this one. Boom.
Boy, oi.
Boom.
Thank you very
indeed.
much. Can I have the 80 clubs from space? Thank you very much.
And it's a terrible card for us as Freddie. We're just praying for it to go check from Ian so we can check behind and chop this one up. But no, Freddie's firing. Firing at it. He's going to get called. He says, I'm playing the board. I've got the nut flush.
The 80 clubs.
9-7, I thought.
Bit of a dicey one, calling with the going with it without the club in your hand.
One telly, I've got to go.
So good to have you on board, everybody. We are now live from Leeds. As you can see down the bottom, GUKPT Edinburgh main event, online day one for the first time ever. Because of the shortage of the festival up in Edinburgh, because of the pandemic and the restrictions in Scotland. 8 o'clock Wednesday night,
Just rub him.
there is an online leg for the main event. £1,500 GUKPT packages, the satellites on Sunday at 8:05. The difference this time with the Edinburgh package is it's a £750 seat, and because there's no side events, there's £750 expenses. So you're basically winning 2 seats.
Yep. If
You are literally winning a re-entry if you win the package for Edinburgh. That is the value of the package on Sunday. It's literally an entry and a re-entry because it's massive value, because there's no side event. You know, the side event normally covers the main, the mini and expenses towards getting to the venue. But this one, it's literally an entry and a re-entry if you fancy doing that.
Oi, oi, Cook Brad on Facebook.
Oi, oi.
Just talking about you this
Won't be on
morning.
much now. Wow, what's he doing?
We said we hadn't heard from you yesterday. We said it was a quiet day in the chat box. He's probably cooking some food somewhere.
Yeah, or queuing up for petrol. Probably queuing up for petrol now. There's the words got round that the media are spreading that there's a shortage of fuel. There actually isn't a shortage of fuel. There's a shortage of drivers to get the fuel to the pumps, which is not the fuel problem fault. But we won't go into that.
Sean Hanley, Albert doubled up second hand of the day, so I think he's going pretty well. Quiet as expected first session.
I hope he's moved tables.
Oh yeah, go on.
Where's your earphones in? Text him. Albert can't have been eliminated.
Oh,
Oh, the Comty posse in town, ladies and gentlemen. Leeds is better looking for it. Look at these two. Eh? Tell you. They're all in. Ryan Mandara just turned up. And Ben Malageds as well. It is going to be a busy one. The queue is going to be through the door on a regular basis.
Oh, there we are. Albert bust. Queen 10 versus Ace King. All in on the flop.
And my ace jack. Oh, it just fits that in at the end.
Oh wow!
On a king queen 10 flop.
I come to
Span got lucky.
yeah.
Span flopped the nuts.
Yeah, but then he got unlucky because the run out was Jack King, so he didn't even scoop the pot. He chopped it with the Ace King.
Oh no, the
He
jack
chopped
on
it
the
with
turn.
the Ace King, yeah.
Oh no. Well, they got lucky to get unlucky to get Albert, who doubled up second and he's now queuing up again. So he flopped two pair, did Albert. Flopped Broadway and Spand ended up chopping it.
Any good flops about for the Jack 8 of clubs? Improvement on the turn.
Talking of flopping straights.
Alright, Colin. After raising flop and getting this turn, going to continue barreling.
Yeah, I got me out. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you know it's wrong.
So Albert got the Coventry champs in the building. The one and only Mr. Steve Jelinek. I think it's a re-entry.
I see he's got his iPad at the go, ready for the cricket. Is there any cricket on tonight?
Oh, it's golf today. It's Ryder Cup, isn't it?
Hey, cheers, Brad. It's nice to have another run on one bullet as well, which is always nice. Just struggling to get to the crunch time really at the moment, getting in and around it, but just that sort of final push, really struggling to get over the line.
10s for Ian, 2s for Simon. Let's have a look on the app, see how many people are flying through the doors, apart from hundreds. 118 so far. Price pool currently stands at £167,000.
Top and bottom here for Gary after defending this one out of the big blind. Ian going to come in for a continue. Board is ace high. This is going to be a board that's just going to favour us more often than not. But in this scenario, Gary has the goods in the big blind here and just going to make the call, like it, keeping it deceptive, keeping our range fairly wide. You see a turn card, which is the Queen of Diamonds. He's not going to like that card too much though. Been counterfeited here on the turn, and Ian now firing once more. And as Gary here, really think about this hand logically. Queen X hand probably going to check back this flop high frequency, so it's hard for him to have too much Queen X here. And Ace X is probably even going to check back this turn a lot of the time as well. So from our perspective as Gary, we're going to feel fairly confident we've got the best hand, but we've got to think about bluffs that are in there, and one of the main bluffs is now just completed on the river, and Gary's actually now going to come in for a lead at this one with the ace 9. Ian just
Raising it up.
raises it back 2.5k.
Repping the Queen.
It's like very hard to rep the Queen here though, Tower, because of the flop action and even the like. Not sure we're going to be betting too much of our Queen X unless it's like a two-pair hand. He's basically repping the hand like Ace Queen here, or King Jack of Spades, Jack Ten of Spades, one of those type of holdings. Once we raise this river, it's basically the hands that we're supposed to have for value the way this hand's played. But very intrigued to see how Gary proceeds here, because the price he's getting is fairly attractive here, 3 to 1 on the call. But I always mention about these river raises, and they're just so under the bluff, these spots. In these live poker settings, people just tend to rarely bluff these, and Gary's going to make the call with the ace-9 and actually gets the job done. Yeah, to be fair, Brad, I did get wrecked in one hand. Absolutely wrecked, very deep in the day. I think 3 tables left. Someone made a terrific call against me on the river with what was 4th pair, and owned my soul basically. And then we were fairly short, and we got a bit of a cooler flop and ended up going out. But credit to the man. Can't remember who it was, but made a very fantastic call against me, and just owned me. Sometimes you've got to give credit where it's due.
So 120 are now sat. GUKPT Day 1B, and we're only an hour in. Last time we were in Leeds in 2019, 299 played Day 1B, and there was no turbo. Queen 3-7. Checked Jack of Downs on the turn. He's coming in for a lead in the first draw.
Oh no, I see Albert at the cash desk. Could be on number 3.
No, it's not the number 2. I think we might have had 5 minutes. I didn't see him stand up and go straight in, but we'll let you know.
Table 10? Yep. Seven?
They put you away on purpose because you won some money lately.
A couple
Where's Mr.
comes
King
to the
10?
table. It looks quite nice.
How you doing, fella? King 10 of diamonds last night, you pushed on me. Against my 10.
Plenty going on online over the weekend as well.
Yeah.
Go on, Tower.
And I'm just going to show everybody who's just tuning in the chip counts of last night, because obviously everybody was playing there wants to know how many. I've made it 127, as we mentioned. You guys are tuning in on a regular basis. That's a chip count from last night. Up there is obviously the feature table that we are concentrating on. 30 made it through, so 234,000 is a big stack. Gary White made it through 140, so it's, there's some good stacks building for day 2.
And if you want to play one of these yourself one day, plenty of satellites always online on the Grosvenor client.
Paul Sanders going back to live poker tonight in Luton after 2 years of playing online. Feels as if your game could improve with better pot sizing. Are there any easy ways to keep a track on the pot size?
I don't know, Paul. It just comes with experience, I think. I think once you play the game enough, it becomes sort of subconscious competent. Like it just happens in your head. You just someone bets and you just sort of adding it up. But I'm not really like too sure on advice of that. Just experience, really. It was a long time ago now when I first started playing live poker, when you obviously can't see the pot all the time like online. You don't really think about it as much at first, but as you get more experience in the game, your brain sort of just does it for you. If someone opens to 600, there's 200, 300, you get 4 callers, the big blind folds straight away, you know that's 27, and then you just keep going with that. You just times the open by that and add the bed money on.
It's also a little bit of concentration as well,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
Don't be on your phone all
exactly,
the time.
exactly.
Don't watch telly on your mobile device or get distracted by chatting all the time, especially if you're in a pot. If you're in a hand and you want to see the bet size, do a bit of practice.
Yeah.
In one of the hands where you're not in it, try and work out the pot sizes. When somebody, two or three people are betting, try and work out how much is in the middle every time the dealer pulls it in and deals the next card. And then that way you'll just start to get
Exactly that. Just keep practicing it in your head, every single pot, even the pots you're not in. Keep just doing the pots you're not in, and then just do it every single hand, and then you eventually, like I said, it will just become like a subconscious thing. You'll just do it in your head naturally. The more and more you play. But it's still, sometimes to be honest, it's when I'm playing 6-card PLO. I like to check my hand at the start of the hand and never look back at my hand. And I've also got to be calculating the pots and the range of my opponents and stuff like that. And there's been a few times in big pots where I've been thinking of the pot and then I forgot one of my hole cards, and I don't usually look back at my hole cards, and people see me look, they're like, why is Jay checking his hole cards? He never does. And sometimes it gets too much for the brain, but it all comes with time, and you get better at things like this. The more you play, the more that you do it, the more you get your brain used to working it out in the way that you like working it out. And it would just all become easier for you. But that's probably a little bit of advice to say if you want to start getting better at knowing the pot all the time. The pots that you aren't in, rather than going on your phone, having a little browse on the internet or something like that in between hands, start doing the pots for the opponents in the pot while you're sitting out. Just try and always know the pot every time, and then when you are in your situation and you're in the hand, you can do it for yourself. Ace King 3 Rainbow. So top pair for Ian, going to hop out into the lead here. If I'm Gary here, going to be almost always c-betting this board. Ace King High Rainbow. We've got equity to the nuts in form of our Broadway draw. But Ian, what?
Right there.
Ian just check folded top pair
Wow.
on the flop.
Please rewind that.
It's maybe a little bit too tight.
Maybe.
If people
Just
start,
maybe.
if people start realising you're just going to check fold top pair on the flop, they could just see bet 100% of flops against you and just print money, absolute print money. It's just a bit too exploitable. That, yeah, it's very tight. You can't really get into much trouble, but it's definitely something that can be exploited by good opponents. They're just don't even have to worry about frequency of c-betting. They can just c-bet 100% against you, and it's gonna make them money. If you're folding top pair to 1-bet, especially 1-bet of that size, getting 3 to 1 is money, more than that in fact.
Ready.
2 minutes.
Alan's got jacks, the hooks, and Maz 3 bets to 1.6 with ace jack. We get a call, 7-9 queen. Shouldn't be too worried about just the 1 over card.
Yeah, look, we've got Alan coming in for a lead here for 100. Can't be right, Tower, can it? 1,000, there we are. And Maz with just ace jack. And this is the thing, you're not used to this spot that often in 3-bet pots. When in 3-bet pots and you've got position, you're just so used to your opponent checking it towards you that when you're faced with a donk, a lot of the time you're like in a no man's land, you're not used to playing this spot. It's just very rare that you see donk leads in 3-bet pots, but on that occasion, Alan just opted to donk the jacks and managed to get the job done.
I'll find out. He said ace queen. Just can't wait till see what happens. You may have jacked it. See? We'll see later. Is it anti now? I really want to say anti.
4 minutes, chill out, because you've got 2 minutes for the moment. That's not what you want.
See on the final table, no need to.
Yeah, no, you've got the line now. 400.
Ace jack queen 3. Just flopped it, Simon did. That's how Albert went out. With a flop like that. Ace jack queen.
You should feel better. A little bit.
So you watch the place.
Not yet. I don't tell him. Off.
If I get stacked that goes
135. Sat playing Leeds. Brilliant stuff already. Players going to be coming through all day long.
Stay in, okay.
Busy, busy, busy. Busy. Over £175,000 in the prize pool.
Yeah, we're nearly at the end of level one. One more hand, and we're going to go into the second level of the day. I know there's not been too much to report on action so far. We did lose Colin with a bit of a call-up, but other than that, it's been fairly quiet. We did see our first ever 5-bet ever on the stream, I think, post-flop.
The blinds are now 100, 100.
So the blinds up after this hand to 111. Sat in the back down top right hand corner on the outer table is Steve Jelinek, champion at the last event in Coventry. How good was it going back to Coventry? It was excellent.
So set for Irvine, top pair, nice back doors for Alan. 10 on the turn, that means Alan's going to be a drawing dead. Pocket threes of Irvine got the check mark, coming in for another bet here. Want to be building a pot here with such a strong hand. Especially trying to get value from some Jack X. Alan will have peeling the button as well. And, oh, it's a 4 on the river.
On the river, baby.
And Alan going to be losing some chips here.
Yeah, it's such a dry board as well,
Yeah,
isn't it?
like-
The 4 really shouldn't make any difference to any straight cards.
So Irvine coming in for a value bet, 2.8. And Alan here could potentially tower. He's never folding, but he may think about going for some thin value here. Maybe against an overpair or like an ace jack, queen jack, king jack. But he's opted to just call, and it's going to save him a few chips. But Alan loses the pot. 5.2k going the way of Irvine.
Early stages of the live stream GUKPT Leeds.
Oh, right, it's okay. Just 3 or 4 seconds of that. Just so they can
Folds round to Alan and the cut-off
yeah.
raises to 400. Maz with a6 suited here. Could potentially free bet this one with position versus cut-off open. Much prefer a free bet than a flat.
It's flattered.
Yeah, it's flatted.
Yes.
Go in. Yeah, I've got free bet. It's a 1.2. And Maz with a continue and wins, and one of the merits there of free betting in position. Get the action. When you miss the flop, C-bet will get it done some of the time. Gets Alan to fold the better hand. As I always say, lots of good things happen when you take these hands and you turn them into 3-bet bluffs, a lot of good things can happen. It's all about knowing the right frequency to do it as well, right opponent. You're not going to start randomly 3-bet bluffing someone like Albert, who we're not going to have any fold equity against, who's always going to be hitting off 3-bet. We want a 3-bet bluff with a chance of taking it down pre-flop potentially. The times we don't, like I say, always have potential to win it with our continuation when we don't hit the flop. Nice little pickup for Maz there.
Lines up for the first time today, so we're on level number 2 of the day. 1-1 with a 1. It's 10 for Freddie, raises to 3.
Yeah, Alan just flats the 8-7 suited, and Gary in the big blind here going to squeeze it up with the pocket nines, makes it 1.6. This deep, can't see Alan folding this one in position. Oh, he is. Well timed fold, did have 2 undercards, but that deep with position, I'm most certainly not folding the 7-8 of diamonds. Going to get involved with that one. Opts to take the more disciplined approach, doesn't want to play a pot with just 8 higher perhaps. And, nice pick up from Gary there with the 9s.
You do remember it? So you remember as my son. That's what you call your favourite thing. What's her name, Vinny? All in Vinny? Are you Vinny's dad? Vinny's dad? Yeah. Oh, really? He plays golf.
Maz opening King Queen, makes it 400. And Gary now with the ladies comes in for 3-bet, which looks like 1600. Nice size. Sizing up as we are out of position. Patrick here raised 4 off. Not going to be cold calling. Probably just going to fold this almost always. And action back over to Maz with the King Queen. Does have position on Gary. But the thing is, Gary has just 3-bet, and what I tend to find a lot in live poker, players are less inclined to go back-to-back 3-bets and the second 3-bet be a bluff because they've just 3-bet before. That's usually in their head and they're thinking they're going to get less credit. So some of the time when someone does come in for a 3-bet back-to-back hands, the second time they do it, they're more weighted towards value. And wonder if Maz is going to be aware of that, but Gary getting a clean flop for his ladies, and going to have a continue, and Maz just can't do anything here but fold. 2.1 into 3.4, opts for 2/3 pot. Should we see what's going on around the room, Tower?
Go on then, let's have a quick
Let's
scan.
have a little look.
It's a shirt.
Who we got?
Is he crawling around the room? I tell you what, we get down good news, don't we? Aye. Former champion in commentary 2010, Stu Rutter, just entered the building in the mix. He's also playing Edinburgh. He's playing Edinburgh next week. He's already told us. Susie's there.
Yeah, I see Susie.
So Susie must have won a seat. God, Suze. Kellett's back in the building. Obviously not done his hair.
He didn't have a second bullet yesterday. I saw him playing the 6-card PLO.
There's Boz, there's the Welsh Cape boy. In the black, Ian Bosley from Cardiff. Plays off 10. Golf, it's a ball 612 yards. He hits 8 miles.
There he is, Steve Jelinek, probably got the cricket on somehow, some country.
The golf. He's definitely got the golf on today.
He's always got that iPad, he's just Always engulfed in it.
champion in Coventry. Great to see him with a trophy after all these years. 4 defending champions in the building.
We said we wondered if he'd turn up.
Yeah, there he is, at the side of Natalie Bromley, Burnley's biggest football fan, podcaster as well. BBC Match of the Day podcaster is Natalie. And there we go.
Oh, there we are.
We're just looking all so yeah, so there we go. Thanks for that. And a little bit of footage from around the room in the early stages of GUKPT Leeds.
So back to the action. Looks like Maz has come to play today. 3-bet in the King 10 in the low jack versus Alan's early position open. And Patrick here, ace jack of diamonds in the small blind. I'm not sure we're going to see a cold call tower. I think if he's going to continue, it's going to be more inclined to come in for the cold 4. But he is going to cold call. It's just very difficult here, the cold call in these spots. We've still got Alan behind us, who's the original opener, to worry about. Could be coming in with a 4-bet himself. And as well as that, a lot of the time we are then going to be going 3-way. We're in the small blind, splitting equity 3-way. We're actually going 4-way in this particular spot because the jack 10's in there.
10, 8, 7 hits.
But we get a great flop for us as Patrick. Maz flopping top pair, Simon flopping top pair, Patrick nut flush draw, gut shot. It's all going on this particular board. And I'm really big fan of Maz's decision to check the top pair here 4-way. It is a 3-bet pot. We do need to be wary. 7s and 8s definitely out there, as well as maybe some jacks and queens that didn't elect a 4-bet. But just treading cautiously here is Maz. He's actually checked this spot. He's going to check call, but we're going 3-way to the turn. You see Patrick here with just ace high is actually equity favourite here, 3-way. 3 of clubs on the turn. So playing in flow, both opponents. Action back over to Simon, who's looks like he's going to fire again here with his jack 10. A lot of the time I may be checking this one once I'm called in 2 spots in the 3-bet pot here. Definitely some ace 10, king 10 suited, queen 10 suited out there. As I mentioned before, 7s and 8s are a thing as well. I guess jack 9 suited could be in there some of the time for Maz, closing the action of the 3-bet. Patrick not going anywhere, and Maz actually folds the best hand because of this action. And Patrick needs an ace, 9 or diamond, then it's the 5 of clubs. So this is always going to go check, check.
After that flop, it just ended up, brickety brick.
We just can't lead here as a bluff as Patrick, because Simon's representing a very strong hand. He's gone bet into the whole field on the flop, and then 2 players on the turn. Wow, he's going to bluff it here. What's he trying to rep here? Are we trying to rep like we've cold called a 3-bet? I think this might get looked up tower. It does look very strong leading the river, but what are we supposed to have? If we've got 7s or 8s, we've cold called the 3-bet. So 10, 7s and 8s are all in there, but I think we're going to see 10s, 7s and 8s probably raise flop. Well, 7s or 8s are probably going to raise flop because we had 3 players behind us and we don't want to go multi-way to the turn. So we can exclude maybe the sets most of the time. A hand like jack 9
He has called him up. He has called him up. It's a great call.
It's just the line that it's just hard for us to rep something really credibly there as Patrick, other than maybe jack 9 of diamonds or something like that. It's got an absolute lock on the board, but we really cold call in 3-bets out the small with jack 9 of diamonds? Probably not.
Quick shout for Jake Marston. Do you know when the GKPT Luton schedule is out? Today. It's on the app right now. It's live in the app. Is it going on social media, Paul? It's on about GKPT. GUKPT.com, it's on there as well. It's on the app and it'll be on social media from tomorrow.
Yeah, just going back to that hand, it's as always mentioned, what can we credibly rep there for value after cold calling the free bet, going cold calling, suddenly wanting to lead river? It's just a lot of our sets on the flop are almost always our sets, other than tens maybe, because we block top pairs, should be raising that spot 4-way. So what does this offsuit free change on the river? Nothing. And from the opponent with top pairs perspective, it looks like what it is, a missed diamond draw and perhaps a missed up and down with a 9 in our hand. And it's a pretty easy one to work out from Simon's perspective. But credit to him, he still had to make the call for what is 50 big blinds, 5k bet on the river. And also credit to Patrick for actually going for it. Coming in for the bluff shows that he is capable of making the moves, but maybe just a line that doesn't check out too often. Sometimes we may rock up with it, but I think more often than not he is just going to show a bluff in that particular scenario.
King 7-9. Here's the flop. Check, check. Jack of hearts on the turn.
Bingo.
Bingo for Simon.
Running good is Simon. And fires after pinging his gut shot and gets Patrick to fold. Shows him the Queen 10.
Gonna take a lot more than that to
To be fair, I thought it was frustrating. So when you made it anymore, it was awful. So the amount of pot.
So Gary hijack open, jack 9 off, and Patrick here, king queen in the cut off. Just opting to call, and Irvine with the same hand does the same. Ian comes along, and Freddie's in as well. We got 5-way action here in a raised pot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count them. Flop time. All middle cards. What about a 7, 8, 10 flop? 6, 8, deuce. Checks all the way around. Five players to see a flop, they all check. 3 diamonds on the turn.
Oh, no one's really got much here, Tower.
Well, Freddie's actually winning with the absolute worst of it.
The 4-3 is going to get the
This
check
could
mark.
really
5
check
way.
all the way down.
It
does.
should do. It should do. I always say in multi-way, that's how it would be a lot of the time, but
Yeah.
it's just one of them things. When you go 4-5 way, people are less inclined to bluff. You shouldn't really be bluffing too often. And you see at the bottom of the screens there, guys.
Yes. Tower's going to see you locked up already.
Yeah, first free roll, 8 p.m. Wednesday, 29th of September. The Haymaker Knockout Series, free to play for everyone watching. If you've got the Grosvenor client, you can enter that free roll over 40k up for grabs. Basically, what's going to happen is 7 free rolls over the weeks on the Wednesdays. With 7 winners of that will get an invite to the grand final on the Wednesday before the main event kicks off.
And it will be live streamed.
It will be. That means we might be covering it.
We are definitely covering it. Don't. There's no maybe about it.
Well, I said we might be because we're still not sure about the 9th seat, Tower. That's why I had to throw that in there.
And I'll be playing the free roll.
Yeah.
And if I'm in it,
Do you know what?
I'm in it to win it.
You're allowed to play the free roll. You get in, then you get in.
Absolutely.
That would make my day. That would, I think. You and David A on the same table going at it.
Yeah, it's a fantastic series of free rolls. There's also £3,000 in free rolls to be won as well. So there's plenty going on, and it's a great incentive to go and play a live sit and go invitational to the one and only David Hay, who's going to be down in London. look forward to those. Plenty going on. Don't forget Wednesday as well. There's the online legs of the GUKPT Edinburgh and the 30-30 online's going on as well. So plenty going on online. Oh, Steve Jelinek's changed to Stu Rutter.
Oh yeah. So these two go into the turn. Patrick top pair, top kicker, backdoor that flush draw. Freddie just with the bare jack higher flush draw. So always going to see a turn. Ace of diamonds on the turn. Just got a little bit better for Patrick and a small improvement for Freddie as well. Oh, this comes a queen. It looked painty. Oh, it's the jack of diamonds. I was going to say that's a queen. That's just unfortunate for Patrick. And Patrick now wants to be coming in for some value here with his ace king. You've got to think about hands we're trying to get called by though. It's very difficult for our opponents to have an ace here. The best hand they can probably have is a king X type holding. Maybe just hope they ping king jack on the river perhaps, but I like Patrick's choice of size. Not gone too large, 2/3 pot. Guess we can credibly rep some missed flush draws, but very hard for Freddie to call with 2 overs to his jack.
Chef Brown says 1st of December the National League playoff. Did I just say no? That was a David Hay Invitational. Free roll on a Wednesday for 7.
Why would you be worried about the playoff anyway, Brad? Are you in the mix? What is it, the top? In the playoff, top? How many get into the playoff?
I don't know. 1 minute.
I will find out.
Yes.
I'm only messing with you, mate. I'm only joking. I'm sure you're up there. So Alan completing small blind raise from the Queen 10 of Hearts. Wants to be continuing this one, Patrick. But Alan coming in for a donk here out the small, which is 7 high. And Patrick with Queen 10 of Hearts will make the call. Really, really strange donk this with 7 high. He's actually picked up an up and down on the turn as well. But got to think about the hands we're trying to fold out. If we do want to come in for a double barrel, Patrick's going to have plenty of ace X and king X here. River is the 9 of spades, and Alan going to bluff at it with just 7 high. It's actually not a good spot to bluff from Alan. The way he's played this hand, pretty unorthodox. It's going to be a misstep in the long run. It's not going to make you profit over the long term the way he's played this hand, but it's just in this particular scenario we've got the one hand that Patrick can have that's going to fold in this spot, but more often than not we're just going to be burning a few chips, taking that line. Ace X and King X are just going to snap us off the check back turn. Obviously the donk on the flop's pretty bad. The fact that we've got 7 high and we're donking on an Ace King 5 rainbow when our opponent's got all the strong hands there, and maybe a little bit of a misstep there from the man in seat 1. Did work on that occasion, but I can assure you, do not want to be taking that line over the long run.
come the cards. Chef Brad, do we know the playoff dates yet at the Vic? I need to sort business out my end. You only turn an oven on. And then turn it off when it's done. Doesn't take that much, does it? We'll find out for you, Brad. Find out exactly what the playoff date is if we can message. Obviously, we're getting close now to September. Does he think he'll be in the playoff? Is that what he's saying?
That's what I said. I said, why are you worried, Brad? Why are you worried about when the playoff is? You got to be in the top.
Yeah, you can watch it on the live stream. We'll be streaming that as well.
Yeah. That's true.
6 events tomorrow. How do you do 6 events in one day?
I bet he's got a big team around him. But he's got
Absolutely.
a lot of people that.
That's it. Gordon Ramsay don't cook everything.
Yeah, exactly.
He just turns up and puts his name to it.
But he just stands there scratching his head, watching everyone else do it, telling them what to do.
Absolutely. Do we know when the playoff date is? Andy? We don't know the playoff date yet. Yeah, the packages for Edinburgh, I think it's the best value package there is because obviously there's no side events in Edinburgh. Satellite on Sunday at 8 o'clock, £750 seat and basically a re-entry because there's no side event to get played in Edinburgh. Feeders for 30 quid. Don't forget the online day one for the 30-30s and the first ever main event GUKPT online leg on Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Because obviously the festival got rescheduled in after the pandemic and it's restarting of it all, and then the lockdown eased slightly in Scotland. So we're back up in Edinburgh next week, and the first ever online flight for the main event is on Wednesday. Get yourself in for as little as 30 quid, and we'll hope to see you in Edinburgh. The package, the £1,500 package, is literally the main event buying plus a re-entry. Because there's no side events to get involved in because it's just satellites on the Wednesday and the Thursday and then the main.
As Patrick with the Ace King raises to 300. Maz getting loosey-goosey on the button with a 6-4 off. He wants to get involved. That brings both blinds along with 4-3 and 7-3. Some action flops between these three hands. Patrick with the Ace-King. 9-6-5, all diamonds. So up and down for Colin, one to the dummy end of the straight. Simon double gutted. Patrick 2 overs, second nut flush draw, and Maz with middle pair, so everyone's caught at least a little piece here. But it has checked through, which is the deuce of spades on the turn. So Maz picks up a gut shot to go with his middle pair. Everyone else's hand stays the same as it was on the flop. Double gutted for Simon. Colin up and down. Oh no, Colin's obviously got there. Thought he had 7-4, he's got 4-3. Turns to straight, offsuit deuce.
Yeah, offsuit deuce.
Where's he found that from? About 500. Simon going to fold with his double gutter. Patrick with his 2 overs and his second nut flush draw. Going to make the call here. I know we can see he's drawing to just a diamond. Ace and king no good, but want to be calling with this particular hand here, facing this lead. We have position. We get to dictate the action on rivers. And there it is, 8 of diamonds.
4th diamond hits the board.
And Colin's got the easiest check of his life now. And there's a check over to Patrick, who will be coming in for some value here with the second nut flush. Obviously it is the third nuts. 7 of diamonds bare would be a straight flush. Colin makes the right fold, doesn't
Correct
get sticky.
fold. Yeah, very hard to call as well with 4 downs on the board. GUKPT Leeds, defending champion is in the building. Brett Angel.
Probably building another chapel, but have you seen that place?
Players, once you finish the hand, you will be on a short break. Please be
Halfway through the level.
So Maz with a 6-4, saw him get involved with it on the button. He's going to do the same in the cut-off. Raises to 300. And Gary, easy defend with the suited jack. King, Queen, 5 rainbow. So I'd like to see Maz come in for a c-bet here. We're opening 6 high in the cut-off. When we get this king high rainbow board, want to be betting at it, trying to take it down here. We're going to have all the strong hands, and that's what Maz does, and gets the better hand to fold.
Plenty of people wandering around now. As you know, we're on a 30-minute delay on the live stream. Live in the club, there's a short break.
It's going to be a background noise as players are heading off for a little 15-minute break.
Yeah, it is only 15 minutes as well.
So, across the bottom of your screen there again, be running it across all day, just in case people miss it, because it's a great promotion, a chance to be there at the grand final with us in December. The first chance to play with David Hay on our live featured table and 6 other opponents. There's 7 free rolls going on starting on Wednesday. If you win that free roll, you will get your invite to the grand final and come and play on the live stream with David Hay and 6 others. So you won't want to miss that. It's free to enter, guys. Even the tower's going to be flicking in, see if he could potentially get in.
Yes, I'd like to say I'm added value, but it's free.
There you go, there you go. So keep your eyes peeled for that. It's going to be something new, something great, and I'm really looking forward to it. Not just the free rolls occurring over the next few weeks, but in 7 weeks' time when it does eventually happen, we are going to be covering it as well.
Here comes defending champ. The defending champion's in the building. How are you? Just brought the water along. Good lad. Longest defending champ for a long time. All good, Brett. Brett Angel. I suppose the longest defending champ we ever had was Martin Frey in Coventry. That has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is true.
Just the 8-year. Just the 8-year
What
title.
about the person that won in, was it Belgium? GUKPT, where was it?
Blankenberg.
Yeah, GUKPT Blankenberg.
Yeah. Never to be repeated.
Right, only done 26 minutes and you'll be moving, don't worry.
Yeah, that's true.
I like the Newcastle Championship. The thing is, he's really well commanded, yeah. It's just like, he was like, yeah, but he's literally
So we continue. 30 minutes to go, just under, until the end of this session. Great session to start with. We'll be getting the new table for level number 3 and 4. I'm guessing that's not a new T-shirt. That's an old T-shirt. Vegas. Aria Poker Las Vegas. That's an old T-shirt. Nobody's been allowed to go for 2 years. to be fair, Mark, it still fits. Oh, if you are going to Vegas for the World Series and you're managing to get there somehow, good luck with everything. I know our very good friend here, Jay, next year is probably looking at playing the World Series. If it's back in May, June, July next year.
Yeah, I'll have to speak to the boss, see if I can get a leg off maybe, and I'll FaceTime into the stream. Don't worry, you'll get me on here somehow while I'm there.
We'll be live streaming for Vegas if it conjunction with you winning the final.
Yeah, imagine. Do you know what? I'd probably have to fly you all out there. I might have to. Everyone that watches the stream, get them all out there. Get them all out there. But yeah, it'll be good next year. We'll see, obviously, how we are and how we're getting on.
I wonder if they'd actually, obviously this year it's September to middle of November. I wonder if by the end of November comes and the last event, I wonder if they actually announced that with the World Series will be back then in May.
Yeah.
Because it's only 6 months.
Yeah, that's it.
It'd only be a 6 month lead time. Wouldn't surprise me at all if by the end of November that you do exactly that. Fours for Freddie. Freddie.
Seven, four, deuce, 2 clubs. That's good for the fours. And the 7 deuce is involved here. We saw this scenario yesterday where 7 deuce had 2 pair and got absolutely wrecked by a stronger hand. And it could be the scenario we're going to see again here, especially if it's a brick run out. 3 on the turn shouldn't really change much. Yes, 5-6 gets there, but it's going to be a small part of Freddie's range opening under the gun. Only going to be 5-6 suit that we're worried about. Ace 5 suited gets there as well, but we're just going to feel so confident with our hand here as Ian. And just going to call again though, but it does look a lot like Freddie could have 8s plus here, working with an overpair, which means our 7 deuce would be the best hand, and this is a brick on the river. So going to find it very difficult to get away from this one, Ian. He's just never... Wow, was Freddie just flatted with the 4s?
Really?
He come in with a little blocker bet and Freddie just called him.
Left some chips on the table there.
Didn't even think about it, just snapped him off.
Left some chips in the bottom. Oh, that's a yes. That's a...
Yeah, he's definitely left some chips on the table. Yes, we can be worried about 5-6, I guess. Some of the time he isn't a big blind. He is should have all 16 combinations of 5-6, but as I say, usually monsters under the bed. Can't be afraid of them. You want to be trying to get some value from your hand. If they've got the 5-6, they've got the 5-6, but they're in the big blind. They're going to have a whole host of 2 pairs in there as well, and maybe left a little bit of value on the table there for him. Maybe just from a hand reading perspective, thought that it's going to be very weighted to 5-6 with that river lead, but definitely from my perspective, a little bit of value left out there.
Sevens for Maz, raises to 4. Gary's got the 8s. Just calls.
Yeah, This is perfectly fine from Gary. It's an under the gun +1 open.
Do you not mind the raise there?
Against late position, yes. Probably we can be more inclined to free bet, but the thing is this deep, Maz has opened early position. If he 4-bets us, it's we're not going to like it. We're not going to like our rate. So it's just fine to flat here versus under the gun +1. Take a flop in position and play accordingly on streets. But this one's come ace, queen, 3, 2 hearts. And Maz coming in for delayed c-bet here. And going to get called once by Gary for this size. Gary getting 4-1 on his money. Jack of diamonds on the river. And be surprised if Maz come in for another bet here. What are we trying to fold out? Gary will have some queen X as well. Need to be aware of that. As Maz, Gary's going to check hands like king queen, queen jack, queen 10 suited on the flop. They're really good check candidates. So there's plenty of queen X out there, so that's why Maz has opted to check here. Can be very queen X heavy in that spot, Gary.
Adam Wilkinson's just joining the fun as well. We'll go. Just a turbo tonight, no side event as such. Turbo starts at 9 p.m. Normally that's about 4, is that 4 hours? Normally lasts? Turbo?
Yeah. Just under, I think it's 3.5. What is it? 10, 20 minute levels. Yeah, 3 hours, 20 minutes to turbo.
Pretty good, see a bus and card.
Again, and it's only going to get busier today, Tower. It's going to be rammed in the air. Probably, I'd say about 6 o'clock.
Yep.
There'll be a few players that don't like these early levels that will come in a bit later. As we see the ace-9 deuce flop, so 2 players flopping top pair. And Alan comes in with a donk again out of the big blind. Really, really strange move. With his middle pair, we're donking into 2 players that are going to be a lot more ace-X heavy than us, so it's just something that's not going to be the best over the long run. And I think the realisation now on the turn that he's checked, that both players can quite plausibly have an ace, if not both of them, at least one. So just going to check fold here on the turn. Could have saved perhaps 500 just from the check on the flop. These 2 more likely than not to chop this up when we get to the river, and there it is. It's going to be a chop. Oh no, it's not. It's a diamond. Colin's got the nut flush.
7 of diamonds.
Of course he is. Didn't even notice he had the
Colin
nut flush.
don't want to
draw.
chop this one up.
And Gary going to be in a little bit of a spot here. Lose to ace-8, ace-10, ace-jack, ace-king, all 2 pairs. Flush draws has now got there, as we just said. Weren't even aware that Colin actually had the nut flush draw with his top pair on the turn. But Gary, we saw him pay it off with ace-X earlier to a raise on the river, so maybe he's not too inclined to fold this one. But we don't really beat too much other than a bluff here. He is going to make the call. So, no! What are we up to here, Gary? What are we up to here?
We're just raising it to rep it, and unfortunately, it's all about the timing.
It is. It's just call or fold this spot. Probably lean more towards fold, but this is the very last option that we want to be doing with this hand. We've got top pair. We're too far up showdown. There's no need to start turning this hand into a bluff. If we had like ace king with the king of diamonds and we thought Colin was repping like 2 pair, then maybe. But it's just a bit too optimistic. Like what we're trying to get him to fold here on this particular river. Colin's probably going to check call ace jack, ace 10. He's going to check call all those hands. So it's just a really strange raise from Gary there. Maybe a bit of a misstep from him. But I think he'll realise now. He showed his hand. Oh, okay. Gary thought it was a call from Colin and he exposed his hand. Colin's actually raised, so Gary still has action here, but all his aggressive action is taken away, so he can only call or fold, but he's got the easiest fold of his life. There we go. But yeah, I think once he watches that back, he'll realise that was a misstep on the end there, raising that ace X. Like, it doesn't really achieve too much. Like, if our opponent's bluffing, we can.
We've got the Edinburgh schedule, Andy.
It's,
What's that?
nothing's on them two. Nothing's on them two.
Man.
Nope. It was on this one yesterday, but that's now on the chip cards.
No.
Oh, there we are. Yeah, might need to. There's the 30-30s.
That's the 30-30s, because
There
also need to just quickly tell you, because Portsmouth has been changed, because it was Southampton, it's now Portsmouth. So the weekend in the 24th of October is not Southampton. So if you were going to play in Southampton and you're thinking, why is it now Portsmouth? It's because to change venues, same dates, but that's Portsmouth, Berryhill Road in Glasgow on the week 20th to 24th of October. But next week, the 30-30s are 30-30s next week are in Reading, in Leicester and in Blackpool, as well as us lot going
We'll be there.
Edinburgh
We will be there.
for the GUKPT. There's plenty going on, and the full schedule's up on the app.
Back to Simon with the pocket queens, raised to 400. Maz got an easy defend with his hand, suited Gapper in the big. Just gonna check fold this one, Maz. Pocket queens to the queen of hearts. 2 overs to our queens. You hate it, but you don't mind it too much when you got the nut flush draw. There's a little bit of backup, but Maz with just 7 high has to get out of the way. Not much he can do in that scenario.
I guess you had a bigger race, that's why I raised. I had an ace.
I level 4 now.
I guess you at least had a bigger race. Just got a block catcher.
We've got tickets.
No, but both we are. Yes, he hasn't really watching that. I wonder how you.
He's going to win the battle.
Heading towards 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes to go until the end of this session. So you're watching the Ryder Cup as well as the GUKPT for the rest of the weekend, and hope you can stick your eyes on the poker as well as the golf. Big event, the Ryder Cup. Every couple of years, obviously changed back to the odd number of years now because of the pandemic last year.
Yes, Alex, it is big blind ante. The only level that's not with the big blind ante is level 1 of the day. Then for the remainder of the tournament, every hand does have a big blind ante.
Is he allowed to swear on the TV table? That's a 1 round penalty.
So, river action here. Colin with just the 5, going to make the correct lay down.
You do the same. Imagine a family who do swear.
Rich Kellett looks like coming onto the feature for levels 3 and 4, as well as the Bosman, the Welsh cake deliverer.
Might have another one in a minute on my break. Treat myself.
Oh, we're all right. Thank you very much.
You're a wingman now.
Oh. Yeah, he's trying to fatten us up. This guy's Pinglish. Penglish. Cheers, Dan. Oh, what have we been treated to this time? What is it?
I've had these before.
What have you had? Oh, Coventry. Oi, oi.
Stop pressing buttons, Duke.
Sorry. Right. All like Turkish delight. We're still on. We're still on. Follow us, Facebook. Oh, I think Paul's done it.
We've got an all in and a call. Ian finds pocket jacks, gets it in for 7.7. And Colin has got the boots. So got an all in and a call. Ian's tournament life is at risk. Needs to find a jack. He's got a jack. And it's a 3 on the river, so we are going to lose Ian from the tournament. He will have the option to re-enter if he wishes.
We can re-enter twice per day extra. The initial buy-in and 2 extra re-entries if needed. Claire Morgan says, did we mention Welsh cakes at the GUKPT? I am not kidding, Claire. Ian Bosley, who's coming onto the next table after the break, fetched us 3 packets of Welsh cakes. In fact, just stick us the camera on for us, Tom.
There we are. There we are.
There. That's what we got delivered this morning. We got delivered that this morning. We got 3 packets of them this morning.
And there's one left.
From Ian Bosley, who's going to be on the live stream a little bit later. He treated us. But yes, that is exactly what he brought.
Into bracket.
We're one packet down already.
Span, open, 3 bet, shove, call. Aces 1, snap call. Jacks with a shove up. Yep, spot on, mate. Spot on.
Don't see them.
No, he's just asking about the all in and the call there, the action pre-flop.
Oh, he's taking notes on the outer tables just in case he makes day 2. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Claire Morgan, I'm not being funny. Homemade are definitely bound to be better, but until we've tasted your wares, we can't judge.
Yeah.
So basically,
Well, we're in Edinburgh. If you're near Edinburgh next week, Claire. So if you want to come in and bring us some homemade one, we'll be the judge of that.
I'm guessing Claire, who's got a fantastic recipe for Welsh cakes, might be in Wales. That's what I'm just surmising. But honestly, if you want to sample the wares, we're here, and then we're in Edinburgh, and then we're in Luton, and then Blackpool.
And ask, are you allowed mobiles during a tournament? Yes, you are. You can be on your phone, but on the feature table we have one rule. Although we are on a 30-minute delay because of whole card protection, the one thing that we have as a ruling, you cannot be watching the live stream while you are on the feature table.
And then it's just etiquette to not be on your phone during a hand that you're in.
So we've got a little limpy pot here, back end of the first session. 5 minutes to go before we head out on the first 15-minute break of the day. There will be a new featured table when we return. Be a rotation of the players. We'll get some new fresh faces on there, featured for everyone. We'll be returning around 2:45.
So just over 5 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a 15-minute break. Change of tables. This table goes onto an outer table, so you won't see this table at 2:45, and then back to it for the 9 players that are coming onto our table for levels 3 and 4. What time is dinner break? The dinner break will be 4:15 in the club live and 4:45 on the live stream.
And yes, it is now. It is an hour dinner break.
Yeah, 60-minute dinner break. On the live stream 4:45, obviously live in the club at 4:15.
9-4 Deuce Rainbow is the flop. So the 4-3 Simon flopping the best of it here. Colin not opting to continue, and this one checks the whole way around. 5 on the turn. Good card here for Simon. Picks up and up and down to go with his pair. Still has the best hand. It's going to leave room for Patrick to come in for a lead out of the small blind. He does have bottom pair here. Maybe trying to thin down the field, try and perhaps start ranging some of the opponents that would make the call. Yeah, that's right. Rip lead up. So level 5 does start at 5:15. Spot on. Straight after the dinner break. Too much of a trash hand to fold. As I mentioned before, don't need to be opening 100% on the button when folding. You still need to fold these trash hands. And got a complete from Irvine, raise from Freddie, and Irvine will make a quick call with his ace. Heads up to the flop, which I'm expecting, I could be wrong, to be the last hand of this session. Comes King, Queen, 4 rainbow. Alright, we're going to squeeze one more in. This will be the last hand, and then we will head off on that 15-minute break. Or is it now?
Oh, no, he's just said we're on a break.
We're on a break.
There we go. We will see you back in 15.
We will see you in 15 minutes.
Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you in 15.
See you then.
Welcome to Break It Down. Today I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Rick Trigg. We're going to take a look at a hand that occurred GUKPT main event Edinburgh 2019, where we see Paul with aces and a tough decision on the turn. Action starts with an open from Paul with the boots in the hijack, makes it 2k. Dean peels with the ace on the button. That brings Nathan along in the small with the ace-3 suited, and gives Neil an attractive price to defend the big blind with the king-5 suited, and we go 4-way to the flop. Everything seems normal here, the way it's played. We get the king at 7-6, 2-heart flop.
This is where I think the biggest mistake of the hand happens, where he bets too small, 4 ways. Even with a hand as strong as aces, you're going 4 ways. You want to be betting closer to pot than a third pot or just under half pot that you chose to bet. And this causes a lot of problems where you price in a lot of people in, and they can peel for backdoor draws and stuff. And
especially the prices the blinds were getting as well after a call before. Like, exactly. Ranges are very wide here. It's going to be very hard to define a specific range of hands for both Neil and Nathan in this pot. But Paul does get called in at 2 spots, and we will take a turn.
Now, this turn looks worse than it actually is, for a few reasons. Nathan, when Nathan decides to lead, he should only lead with hands that are vulnerable here for value, and the rest should be draws. So 8-7, 8-6 that have made 2 pairs now want to lead, but they want to lead a big size in. They don't want to lead this kind of stabby size that he uses, that's like 35-40% pot. Yeah. He wants to be betting more 60-70% pot. 3 ways if he's going to choose to lead this turn. He's never got 5-9 in this spot. He never has. He can have some 4-5 suited, but not many, not often of the time. So this just kind of looks like what it is to me. He'd never bet a king here, I don't think. There's no point. And the call is, I would rather see the king-5 move in now to try and like sandbag the other guy out the pot with a strong holding. But he gets him out anyway, so the aces decides to fold.
So the aces do fold, and that's what we're going to talk about. Ace rolls off on the river. Either way, would have river top set, but do you think a bit too tight to be folding aces on the turn there, to that size especially?
I don't think it's terrible, but I think he should have taken a bit more time and looked at both of the guys' ranges here. Nathan's bet to me didn't look strong at all, and the call, maybe he levelled himself into thinking the call was really trappy and really strong. But I think the guy's most likely holding the big blinds was King X, and Nathan's got a lot of draws there. He would never have King X. He could have maybe like 7-9 or something like that, like a semi-draw or just a flush draw.
The thing is as well to take into account Neil's stack size. If he had a 2-pair plus hand facing Nathan's lead, he's just going to put
it in. He's just protection. 6-8, 6-7.
So
even a set might put it in there if you're not
if
you're not a strong player.
I think most sets are going to put it in there in that spot. So
there's only 11.5k back. The pot's big enough. Just put it in and protect yourself and look for one caller. You know, they want a caller with an overpair and a flush draw. You don't want 2 callers in the spot with a vulnerable 2-pair. So I think he would put in most of his hands. His hand kind of looks like
what it is. King X,
a bad King X or a King X with a gut shot or a straight draw or King 10 or something like that. That'd be a hand that I'd look to put him on. But I think the big mistake was the flop sizing and the fact that he just folded so quickly. 20 seconds. Take your time and think about what each player could have.
Because if,
I mean,
he,
there's
if he
no-
actually thinks about it, he'll be aware that Neil's pretty capped. We should be well ahead of his range. Like, he's so capped to King X, he's going to shove all his 2X. So it's only really Nathan we're worried about.
And he'd have 40,000 back, and so we can still win a pot against Nathan and might lose the 11k more if it goes to the river.
Yeah, exactly that.
He's not going to be crippled unless he loses the pot to Nathan, you see. And Nathan there to me just looks like he should be betting bigger with the hand that needs protection instead of just his little lead out that looked weak to me.
So we saw Nathan take the pot eventually. He did river a top pair, but the main talking point in that hand was the aces, how they were played. Thanks, Rick, for joining me. This has been Break It Down. How would you play that hand? Welcome to Break It Down. Today I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Andy Hills, where we are going to take a look at a hand from London GUKPT, level 1 of the day. Blinds are 25.50, and we get to the river where a player is faced with a very tough decision. So action starts with an open to 200 under the gun. It gets called in 3 spots, and then a Jaroslaw in the big blind, 9-8 suited, gonna come in for a 3-bet here. Thoughts on this, Andy? Early on in the tournament?
Well, as we can see, there's been a lot of calls of the under the gun race. You could say there's been a little bit of disrespect for that race. So a squeeze play is going to work a certain percent of the time. As we see, it didn't work that very well in this instance. And suddenly we end up playing this enormously bloated pot on level 1 of the tournament. You know, you're playing 20k deep. That's a lot of big blinds, but suddenly we're playing for effectively quite shallow stacks once we get to the flop.
Yeah, 3.3k in the middle already. Gets called in 2 spots. Sebastian calling with the king queen suited, and Simon gonna peel the 6s under the gun at +3. Does have position in the hat, and we will take a flop.
So I definitely don't mind the hands that have peeled here. They're getting some good implied odds, even if they are behind. You know, we can flop flush draws, the 6s can flop a set.
And the flop does bring action. King 4-3, 2 diamonds. Jaroslaw after 3-betting out the big, expecting to continue here, flopping a flush draw, just 9 high at the moment. Sebastian not going to be going anywhere though. Second up flush draw and top pair.
It's interesting. So Jaroslaw has almost got what looks like the dream scenario.
Yep.
The king high, somewhat dry board, where you even have some equity. Although, as we can see, he doesn't have any equity because he's dominated by a higher flush draw, which is quite unlucky, I would say. So I do like the c-bet, even though we can see he's drawing nearly dead.
Now this is where the hand starts to get very strange. Simon with the overcall on the flop here with 6s.
I would say pot, that's quite outrageous.
Yeah, we've got to be letting it go.
I don't know what his thought process is for overcalling here. Now, I would actually say it would be a dubious call, let alone a dubious overcall in a 3-bet pot. Even if you have the best hand with 6s, the guy who's 3-bet is supposed to carry on blasting to represent the king.
So the turn rolls off the Jack of Hearts. Jaroslaw with just 9 highs, still with a flush draw.
A lot of the time you continue to represent, but maybe he's been a little bit put off by being called in 2 spots.
Yeah, 2 spots makes it a bit more difficult to double barrel in this particular scenario.
And the Jack does hit their ranges, you know, like I'm expecting, just as we can see King Queen suited is peeled, King Jack suited is right in the middle of both players' ranges, I would say.
So then this leaves room for Simon. Once checked to him, he's going to fire 4k into 7.8k, just over half pot. And Jaroslaw with the flush draw and a player behind, 1 card to come.
I think he has to lay this down.
Yeah, he's going to have to fold.
He has to ask himself, what have the other guys called on the flop with? Now, although we can see he's been called by 6s, which I think is outrageous, in the long term, I think he's going to get shown sometimes better flush draws, often a king, and of course, when 2 people call, you've got to fear the set of 4s, the set of 3s.
Exactly that. So now Sebastian with the king queen can't fold in this spot. Top pair, second up flush draw, does make the call. 15.8k in the middle, effective stack now 13k.
Now, although you said it's a mandatory call, at the same time, it is a bluff catcher at this point. Unless you're against unless you're against an inexperienced player who is betting worse kings for protection on the turn, which I think is an objectively bad play. He does only beat a bluff. So really, when Simon bets the turn, he's representing King Jack, a set of fours, a set of threes. I don't really think he should be betting anything else for value.
And on this particular river now, King 10 suited even gets there, so all King X were actually behind to Sebastian that Simon can have here in a 3-bet pot. So the only real hands we're actually ahead of facing this jam are just flush draws, really. You don't expect Simon to ever show up with 6s here.
Sebastian, as you say, only has a bluff catcher. He's only losing to King Jack 4s and 3s, in my opinion. But Simon does represent those very credibly. Sebastian's beating missed flush draws, but of course he does have 2 of the diamonds himself. He's beating a missed straight draw, like 5-6 suited. But you've also got to ask yourself whether you believe Simon would pull the trigger in this spot.
Yeah, exactly that.
Just because somebody could have a busted flush draw or straight draw doesn't mean they're going to bluff at 100% frequency.
Especially the 3-bet pot as well. He's going to have less like flush draws here, Simon, just because he's not going to be like necessarily peeling his 7-8 suited hands like that.
Some people do play a little
weighted towards the Broadway cards, which Sebastian has in his hands to block some of them potential combinations of flushes. But long in the tank.
The question that I have to ask is, what would have happened if it hadn't been a jack on the turn? That was actually quite a good card for Simon to rep, but maybe if his overcall on the flop was, maybe in his mind he thought he was going to represent diamonds. That wasn't going to work out very well. So what happens if it comes an 8? Or a 7 on the turn? Like, if he now bluffs, he's only really representing very specific hands.
Yeah,
and he's
like
repping much thinner than when the jack is a much better card to rep.
But Sebastian long in the tank with the King Queen. The last hand he'd ever expect Simon to show up with here is pocket 6s. Maybe Simon called on the flop. He may have just been thinking about his hand. There's only one overcard with the 6s, but it's a spot where you should usually be folding 6s, shouldn't make the overcall.
Yeah, if he overcalls there, it should be because he thinks he can get some bluff through on later streets. I don't think he's got enough showdown value with 6s there. So I don't know what his thought process was for calling, but as we can see, if he was thinking of repping diamonds, that wasn't going to work out well.
And Sebastian looks uncomfortable body language wise, eventually does let it go, and the bluff from Simon with the pocket 6s gets through.
He got the jack he wanted on the turn and he repped it well.
There you go. Well, thanks to Andy for joining me for Break It Down today. How would you play that hand? Welcome to Break It Down. I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Katie Swift. We're going to take a look at a hand that occurred on the bubble of GUKPT main event London 2018. Clive with pocket kings and Scott with pocket 10s. Pre-flop action taking place. Clive opening the kings. Probably should mention as well, Katie.
It's worth mentioning that actually both players during this hand, they haven't played much. They've been quite tight. Clive certainly hasn't been opening, let alone under the gun early position. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000. He's making it 15k, so nice size. Gets round to Scott, who's on the button with 10s, who decides to flat, so perfectly fine. It is the pure bubble, so changes the play slightly.
It's around 2k for a min cash as well.
And they've both got similar stacks. They've both got around the 23, 24 bigs each.
So a Jack 10-6 rainbow flop. Scott flops the world, flopping middle set on a rainbow board.
Here. Ah, it's an infrared thing that's kind of right.
First time.
Sorry about that.
My fault this time. For
Oh.
once, I will own up, my fault.
Oh, we got.
We have got in 1 Lazar dead job, in 2 Amanpreet Singh, in 3 Mitchell Hynam, 4 is James Young, 5 Rich Kelly, 6 Chris Vernon, 7 Ian Bosley, all in the treats for us earlier.
Yes,
very
the Welsh
kind of him.
cakes.
In 8 Ben Smith, and in 9 is Mohammed Ibn.
Let's go.
We are ready to go for this session, second session of the day, new feature table, and we are just about to get off.
Let's do it. Level number 3 of the day. People still walking through the door. People still buying in. Loving it. And it was like that until 9 o'clock tonight, and people are still coming through the doors. But you can buy in until the very last number of hands tonight, but we now concentrate on a different table, the first table.
Yeah, for you viewers, that's what happens. Every 2 hours, we
Yeah.
grab one of the outer tables, we throw them on the featured,
Yeah.
and then they have 2 hours to show their stuff.
Just throw it, thank you.
No guarantee if you do come and play the event, you will get on the featured table. If you want to get on the featured table, there is 100% way to do it, and that's the final, come Sunday. Straight into the action, and lovely flop here for Chris after opening EP with the 7-6 of spades. Continues for 900 and gets James out of the way with the Queen 10.
So Leeds was, Coventry was very successful, Leeds as successful, Manchester was booming, London was amazing, and Edinburgh is on the horizon for next week.
I'm really intrigued to see Edinburgh, how we actually get on with numbers up there, because the turnout this year already has been insane.
We know it's a smaller festival,
Yeah.
and obviously the satellites for the packages are totally different to what the norm is, because the expenses is basically a re-entry if needed. So yeah, it is a shortened version of a GUKPT festival, but it's still going to be as good. And there's an online leg for the first time, as you can see scrolling along the bottom. First time ever there will be an online GUKPT leg. There's plenty of 30-30s going on. We fit Edinburgh back in because of restrictions were lifted after we initially moved it to Coventry, and then they decided to stick Edinburgh back in, and we'll be up there next week.
Yeah, and we've got a lovely flop here for Mitchell. Peeled the 10-9 off on the button and flopped top 2 pair. Amanpreet and Lazar probably both going to come in, both with a gut shot 2 overs and backdoor flush draws. So expect this to go cool, and should be freeway action heading to the turn. That looks like a fold motion. No, okay, he is going to make the call. Glad to see. We're getting 4-1 on our money here. 2 overs, gut shot. Want to be calling here, closing the action, and does. And a 10 on the turn. Boat for Mitchell. Turning the nutter butters. And snap checks it back. If it's a queen on the river, it would be pretty ill, but it's the 8 of hearts, and both his opponents just sat there with king high, and be interesting to see if either one of them elect to bluff at it. And it looks like it's going to be Amanpreet who is going to come in for a bluff here, maybe repping a hand like Jack Queen. Although being the hijack opener, we're probably going to continue Jack Queen quite high frequency here, so maybe we'll have a few in there, but more often than not, that's not what we're going to have here. I know we can see Mitchell sat there with the nuts, always going to be raising this 100% of the time. But Amanpreet coming for the bluff, he went for it, but he's going to get some bad news when it's stuck back in his face here by Mitchell, and it should just be a snap fold from him. Tried it, like the heart, but, bluffing into the nuts, unfortunately for us, but no tank.
Claire Morgan says, is there a seniors game this weekend at the GUKPT? Yes, there is. Starts at 1 PM on Sunday, £150 buy-in. Late reg until 4:30, 20,000 starting stack on a 30-minute clock.
Yeah, 50 years or older. That's how I can play that one, I can't.
5-0, 5-0, you've got to be 5-0.
I'm nearly there, I'm over the 50% mark now. I'm halfway there, over.
But yeah, the seniors is on there, as well as the final event as well at 4 PM. Live in the club with £200 on the Sunday as a side event, and then the closer, 30,000 guarantee GUKPT closer online on Monday, £110 in. Starts at 7 PM, and don't forget it's a 2-day event because the closers day 2 will be on Tuesday at 7. Preach Green says the pineapple hoodie is the best. It's awesome. I absolutely love it. If anybody wants to see the schedule for Luton, it's up in the app. It's on the app. It's on GUKPT.com as well, and we're on the full social media network from tomorrow.
So pocket sevens for Amanpreet, raises to 600. Raise and take for him. Ian laying down the king nine. But all your action, you can find us. We are live on Facebook, YouTube and Twitch, as well as the GUKPT website. I know a few people still like to watch on there, but we're across all 4 platforms. You can always follow us as well on Twitter for social media. We are here till Sunday, playing all the way down to an eventual winner. Previous champion Brett Angel is in the field.
He is on one of the outer tables. Good to see. Plenty of players also with the National League points up for grabs as well.
Exactly, yeah.
And regarding the National Poker League, for every after Leeds, so basically Edinburgh, Luton, Blackpool and London, an additional 10k diamond package and 2 additional platinum packages for the league for every additional 20,000 that's collected for the NPL for live poker. So some more value to the NPL. The packages have been fantastic, so well received by all the players, and they've just announced, because it's been such a success since we reopened live, that additional packages will be put towards the league, which is fantastic for you guys. It's chasing all the points.
And yesterday as well, If you have just tuned in, there's the chip counts for the day one.
Look at the top. Look at the top.
There's Sean Johnson,
That's a lot of
234k from yesterday. There's some notable names in there. I'll leave it on just while the dealer riffles the cards. If you've got any friends or family left in the field that made it through yesterday, bottom of the pack, Tom Hall. He'll still be in the mix for sure if he can get a double up. But they were the chip counts from yesterday. This is day 1B. Day 2 is tomorrow. So King Jack for Kellett in the hijack. Opted not to fire again yesterday after busting on the featured table, but this is his second bullet of the tournament. Flop of Queen Jack 10, 2 clubs. Against big blind range here. If I'm Rich, I'm either going to bet really small or come in for a check, but Rich opts for around third pop.
$35,000. Remember our big stack yesterday in the first 2 levels? At 80,000.
Yep.
We won't get that for a long time.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
We won't get that for another long time.
It was old Span, wasn't it?
Right. The old Span. Sat at the side of Adam Wilkinson, who has just come to join in the fun.
Queen Jack for Lazar. Opts to limp the button here. This hand's going to play much better as an open on the button. Only time you really want to be limping this one on the button maybe is later in the day when both the stack sizes in the blinds are like 20 bigs deep, but opts to limp and not open. Just want to open. A lot of good things can happen. We can take the pot down there. We give ourselves the betting lead. We have the chance to see bet on dry board textures. But in this scenario, the Queen Jack high is going to win either way. Yeah, Kiaza did mention the old hoodie.
Yes, how nice is that, by the way?
They had Rich to bust on the street 2 days in a row, 12-1, and someone sweat.
Queen 10 for Chris.
Yeah, I want to be opening this one. Early position, raise and take. Second time this session already. Usually early stages of the day, this is what we see. Chiesa says, I was watching an event in Cyprus last week where they all had to wear masks. No rules about that in the UK now. No, in the casinos, masks are not a requirement. Obviously, you can still wear them if you wish.
Edinburgh in Scotland.
Yep.
If you are walking around the casino, because Scottish laws are different to English laws.
Yep.
Next week in Edinburgh, if you're walking around the casino, obviously Chiesa won't be there because he's in Florence, but
yep.
If you're walking around the casino in Edinburgh, you will need to wear a face covering indoors, and I think that's mandatory at this moment in time in Scotland.
As we see an open from Chris with the ace-6 of hearts under the gun, makes it 600 to go. Lazar's going to come along in the hijack with a jack-9 of the same suit, and Kellett in the big blind here with a pocket ace. Got an easy defend, not opting to free bet this one, no need. We're up against an under the gun open and a flat. So happy to just go freeway with our pocket 8s to the flop.
Here's 4-7, 2 spades.
So good flop here for Chris, does flop top pair. This is definitely one of the ace X that we can incorporate a check in with as Chris, but looks like he's opting to come in for a bet straight away. And Rich with the pocket 8s, with the 8 of spades, some fairly nice backdoors here, but makes a good discipline lay down.
Breach Queens in Australia. And Masks as soon as you leave the house, or a $5,000 fine.
Oh, you're Australia watching.
Which part, Breach Queen? Which part? My niece lives in Darwin. She moved there 11 years ago now. Went backpacking with 4 of her friends for a holiday. Went to Philippines and
lovely.
Went to Thailand, Philippines, went travelling round, ended up in New Zealand, went to Australia, liked Sydney, stayed in Sydney for a while, and then all 4 girls, they were only 21 at the time, decided to, they were getting fed up of Sydney because it was turning into their winter, and believe it or not, it gets really cold.
Yeah.
And she said, tomorrow morning, wherever's the warmest in Australia, we're going. So they were right, okay. So they woke up in the morning, it was 32 degrees in Darwin, which is right at the top, Northern Territory. So they all flew up to into Darwin. And they all got jobs and they all started working. And one by one they came home, but my niece loves it and lives there. But she's saying it's they're under lockdown again because of the case of corona, even though there's only one.
NSW, wherever that is, Tower.
New South Wales.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Tower's a bit better on his down under geographical knowledge than me.
Yeah. So yeah, she's a little bit worried about the state of the country at the minute because apparently they're talking that 2023 will be the time you can fly into Australia. 2023.
That's a long time away.
That's a long time not to be able to come back and visit your family.
What about the Aussie Millions?
Won't happen.
Won't happen.
Very. Yeah, Northern Territory in Darwin, awesome place. It is, apart from the beach, where the crocodiles just sit and wait for you. Or you can't swim in the sea because of the box jellyfish that kill you. But apart from that, it's fantastic.
So turn gut shot here for Ian with his pocket 4s. Kellett opting to check this top pair back. Had some nice backdoors in it with backdoor spades and some straight possibilities. So good selection of hand to include in top pair check back range. Obviously for a bit of deception as well. The continued flop. He probably doesn't get this street from Ian. Ian's very solid. He's probably not going to be folding. He's probably going to be folding to the flop bet. But Kellett, with a deceptive check back on the flop, gets his value on the turn from a hand that he may not have got value from if he opted to come in for the bet. And now going to be looking for some value on the end. And from Ian's perspective, it may look like it's a bluffy line since he checked flop, but against these good opponents, they're going to be fairly balanced in each spot. They're going to have both bluffs and value. We a CFO in the chat. How are we doing a CFO?
Cassius says, what are the dates for Edinburgh? That's next week. Next Wednesday is the start of GUKPT Edinburgh. It's a shortened version of a festival this year because of the restrictions in Scotland and the change of dates as well. So next Wednesday, the 29th of September, is a satellite. There it is.
There we are.
There we go. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much.
So that's the schedule for us next week,
Yep.
Wednesday. It's only, 5 days away, Tal. We're going to be in Edinburgh.
We get a couple of nights sleep and then away from each other and then we're back together again. Don't know what the wife thinks about that.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
Don't tell her. So yeah, that's the full schedule for. There weren't initially going to be any side events, but they've added the bounty on the Saturday, and there's 2 days of satellites as well. So that is the full schedule right there for Edinburgh. If you are thinking of coming up, please come and join us. Please come and say hello to us. If not, we're back online on the stream as always. Thursday, day 1A, 12:30. That's where we'll be. So Edinburgh next week. Looking forward to being back up in the fantastic city that is Edinburgh.
And Razor Kev joining us on Twitch as well. Your line's looking very, very good, Kev. I must say that. I think we might be breaking level come Sunday. So mask wearing compulsory in Italy as well, says a CFO.
Alright, he's on his way. Where's he on to today? Sorrento. He's off
he
to
goes
Sorrento.
everywhere.
I don't really know Italy, unfortunately. I've never been. It is somewhere I'd love to go to. Sorrento. Mask wearing is compulsory. You don't have to wear a mask if you're drinking. But if you're wandering around the casino, they're mandatory. If you stand at the bar and have a drink, you don't have to wear one. So basically, just stand at the bar and drink 75 pints of Stella. You'll be fine.
Who is that? Who's Bacon Ruffles in the chat? He said he'll be in Edinburgh. He's going to bring some Star of Pramen vouchers because you seen the promotion they got on at the casino?
No.
Every Star of Pramen you buy, you get a scratch card with it, and you either win. You either win a free trip to Prague, or a free beer, or it says bad luck and you lose. And I was doing them all weekend. I was on the Star of Pramen. I had one winning. Yeah, here I had one winning ticket. Yeah, at the bar.
Where?
Out of
Hang
about
on
20.
a minute.
I had one free beer.
Good order about 14 vouchers.
Yeah, there you go.
Winning any.
Yeah, but I was loving them. I was trying to figure out the ROI on them, on what the win percentage was. But I had one winning ticket out of about, I'd probably say about 20, which was a free beer.
We didn't even get the chance.
Yeah, well, I had one free beer out of it. But then I had Susie Williams on my table in the 30-30 day one, and she had 2 tickets, and they're both winning beers. She was just running a little bit better than me.
We didn't even get a chance to have the tickets. We need to find out who served us.
Cheers, Dan. Yeah, I know it is now. Dan was getting me a few drinks earlier in the week. So, sorry about that, guys. Just picking up action on the river. Only a small pot. Mitchell makes a straight. Alan Preet had to pair, but it was a 4-liner, so weren't many chips going in the middle, but Mitchell going to take that one. Yeah, it was a good laugh. It was a good laugh. Yeah, I think I'm recovered now. I've had a few days rest, so going through the recovery period of heavy drinking session. But raised from him to 500 in the cut-off, and action going to be on Mitchell, who's in the big blind, going to come in with the defend. So defends the pocket 8. Ace 9 6 rainbow is the flop. I'd like to see Ian come in for a continuation bet here. It's ace high. It's going to be a lot better for our range. Big blind's going to be defending very wide.
6 years ago.
Potentially be a double barrel spot as well some of the time. We're going to fold out 9x, 6x a lot of the time on the turn. Especially this card. I'd really like to see Ian come in for a double barrel here, but opted to just check it behind. But if you really think about ranges and all the hands the big blind's supposed to have in this particular spot, he's going to call flop with all his gut shots against that size, all his 9x, all his 6x. So this double barrel on the turn would just fold out all that part of his range, and if he's got an ace, he's going to call again and we can just shut down. But Ian elected not to take the aggressive line, takes it a bit more passively.
So Bacon Ruffles is Dan Oliver.
Ah, I think, yeah, it is, yeah.
Dan Oliver brought you the worst cocktail ever, mate.
It wasn't actually that bad. He brought it over. It looked like pink gin, to be fair. Like, it had a hint of pink in it. He brought in a martini glass. It was like, it was all right. It was really
Did you
sweet.
stick the pinky out when you started to drink it? Well, I want to know where our tokens went, our scratch cards. I'm not having that.
Sack says, who is the guy dressed as the fruit machine? That is Chris Vernon in seat 6.
It's a pineapple hoodie, it's awesome. Fruit machine.
If he starts running over the table, that could actually be his name.
I'm not being
Fruit
funny.
Machine.
I'm not being funny. The one thing we don't want to hear is fruit machine noises, because we're sat at the top of the casino, and obviously we're inside the casino, and every 10 minutes we hear do 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 do, because one of the bandits starts going off.
So both players suited hands here of the same suit. Amanpreet was the flatter on the button. No, there was a limp from Lazar, and Amanpreet come in for the isolation and managed to get heads up against his opponent and takes it down with the best of it on the flop. But Lazar is our short stack. I say short stack. 38 big blinds is plenty on an hour clock. Going to be looking at stack in terms of big blinds rather than in terms of the amount. And, it looks like we've got a new player coming to the table. He's got his 20k just entered.
Yes. Ginger spice. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
What, pineapple on pizza?
Yes. Best 3 toppings on a pizza: pepperoni, pineapple, jalapenos.
Oh,
boom.
What, all together?
Yeah.
What is wrong with you, Tower? That is like a whole... Your palate must be going mad.
That is my favourite 3 combinations on a pizza: pepperoni, pineapple, and jalapenos.
Yeah, the Italians that are watching won't be happy with that, I'll tell you that.
I know, sorry Chiesa, I do apologise. Whatever you make me when I come to Florence, then I will certainly eat.
Hi John on Twitch, got a question. Good action here guys, I'm quite local to Leeds and a member of Grosvenor Leeds. I'm looking at the schedule and think the Bounty Hunter tomorrow looks good. Not many entries yet. I guess the main event is the focus. Obviously you guys reckon there will be a few takers in the event. What's it been like in the past? I will tell you this now John, there'll be a lot of runners.
There'll be 100 runners.
Just from the what we've had this year already, the turnout on the tour has been great. Not just for main events, for side events as well. There'll be a juicy prize pool in that Bounty, I can assure you of that. It will be worth playing.
One thing we don't do is pre-reg for a side event. Very rarely do you find that on a normal festival. You don't need to pre-reg. It won't be chock-a block full, but depending on how many players are still left in the main event on Saturday, they might have to cap it, but I don't think it'd be an issue. Yeah. If there is any issues regarding seating for the Bounty, we'll definitely let you know, but if you're in plenty of time, then it shouldn't ever be an issue.
People are asking what the buy-in for this event is. The buy-in is £750. Probably going to be close again, the way things are tracking, very similar to our last leg in Coventry, around a £500,000 prize pool we are hoping for, which means it's probably going to be near 6 figures up top, around 100k. Lots of money to play for, but obviously the turnout means you are going to have to make your way through a big field. But £750 to play, you get 2 re-entries per day, so if you do bust you can buy in again for another £750.
162 so far today. Price pool currently standing at just shy of £200,000. So a great effort. 292 total entries, with the rest of the day and a turbo and the buy-ins for tomorrow morning. So it'll be another cracker of a field here in Leeds.
So, going no further than the turn on that one. That's going to be Kellett's pot. And if you do have any questions regarding poker, no matter what your level, whether you're first starting, whether you're pretty advanced, been playing for years, there's something that is mentioned that you don't understand, you can just pop the question in the chat box. We'll clear it up for you. If you don't understand some terminology, or you just have a general poker question, I'll see if I can cover it for you. Anything else direct the way tower, anything past the 80s or before, tower will cover that.
That's why we work well together.
Yeah.
You know the noughties, I know the rest. When I have to explain strike it lucky and what is a hot spot not, then I know I'm in trouble. Spans all in.
Is he?
Spans all in.
Should we get a live sweat? Go on, Tower, you can you can see
Spans
from
all
there.
out.
Oh.
Eights against ace jack.
Losing flips. Got to win your flips.
Absolutely. Are you being spammed by Chef Brad?
Chef Brad's
Cook
just,
Brad.
he's just, there I'm trying to be nice. Now we've got a few new people watching, and Brad's just trolling in the chat box as always.
I want to know how he does 6 events in one day.
Haven't you got 6 events today, Brad?
How do you do 6 events in one day? That's just not even possible. Unless you do one of them and take your staff to the other 5.
So King 6-3. 2 diamonds is the flop, and looks like Mitchell's going to take initiative. I once checked him and come in for a bet. He's going to take that one.
There you go. See, Chef Brad's not doing 6 events.
Yeah, he's got a team.
He's got a team.
He probably sits there drinking his cup of tea, just
absolutely.
feet up, watches everyone else do the work.
Puts the grill on for the bacon, and off you go. The rest of the team sort it out, make him look good.
I think if we went back through every single chat box over the last 3 years, I reckon 40% of the messages would be Chef Brad, or I should say Cook Brad. He's just relentless. Ace Jack for Ben, under the gun, raised to 500. Lazar going to call the 9-7 suited. Does have position on the under the gun opener, although do need to be wary. Under the gun opening range always should be the strongest at the table. So this fly actually goes check, check, and that's an interesting turn because 9 high flush draw actually turns a double gutter now, although one end is to the dummy end of the straight. Ben opts to check again, and if we're Lazar here, I was just about to say with 9 high and this sort of equity, probably want to be firing. It's going to be good to bet this spot. We've just got 9 high, it's not going to be good at showdown versus under the gun opening range. We can potentially fold out some hands that are in front of us, and the times that we are called, we've got heaps of equity to get there on the river. But Lazar just opted for the passive approach and just checked that one the whole way down and didn't actually hit, and then Ben takes the pot. Yeah, and Razor Kev, enjoy tonight, mate. Looking forward to tonight's viewing. Poker on Twitch, Ryder Cup and QPR stuffing West Bromwich Albion. It's still early stages of the day. There's not been too much action other than the one hand where we saw our first ever 5-bet post flop, I think, in a GUKPT. It's been a fairly slow day on the feature table. Not too much action. So Amanpreet under the gun +1 opens the ace-king. Mitchell going to peel the 10-7 suited on his direct left. That brings Chris in on the button with the suited one-gapper. And it's freeway action to the flop with both blinds getting out the way. And it's a little bit of action as well. We've got a flush draw versus top pair, top kicker. Amanpreet going to be continuing here, freeway. Start trying to get value from our top pair, top kicker. Wow, Mitchell. This is interesting. Reason being, this is just a spot where if we are peeling the 10-7 suited early position, I'd prefer to see a flat simply because Amanpreet is going to have all the strong hands here. He's going to have ace-king, king-queen, king-jack, set of nines, set of kings, all these hands that are not going to be folding to our raise on the flop. And he's actually come back for the free bet here, and this is one of the problems as well. The times that we get free bet, we've now got to put a lot of our chips in to try and hit our flush draw. Would have much preferred just to see the flattened position. Got to understand the range of hands that our opponent's going to have for value here. We've got 2 clubs in our hand, so it makes it less likely that Amanpreet is going to be on a flush draw as well. Maybe fancied raising it, maybe trying to fold out hands like ace-queen, ace-jack that are all going to continue this board. That could have been the thought process as well, but it comes down to what we're representing for value as well as Mitchell here. Not much. We've peeled the early position open. King-9 shouldn't be in there. King-deuce, 9-deuce, they're not in there either. So once we've raised this flop, we're basically repping a set of deuces or a set of nines, which is only 6 combinations of hands. It's very thin value range that we're trying to represent here, and then you think about all the bluffs that we can have here. We may have like a queen 10 of diamonds, queen jack of diamonds, obviously all the clubs, and because of our raise there on the flop, our opponent has managed to free bet us out of there, not getting to realise our equity and just let that one go. But would have much preferred to see the flat there from Mitchell post flop. Good to hear, Johnny. If we don't see you before, good luck in the bounty. I'm sure, like I said, it'll be a good turnout. So if you do have a deep run,
absolutely,
and you run good, could be a nice little payday come the end of it. But we will see you tomorrow.
Absolutely,
for the
good luck, Johnny, when you come down to play the bounty. No side event tonight. The event later at 9 PM is day 1C of the main event, the turbo version, 20-minute blinds. So King 6-4
the flop. Complete whiff for everyone. Ace high is the best hand. So about 20 minutes left on the clock for level 3.
Not very well, though.
We are here, if you are tuned in, all the way through to around 12:30, early hours of the morning. This is the final day 1 on the normal structure. There is a turbo this evening. Starts at 9 p.m. Clock is reduced to 20 minutes. So if you don't fancy the 60-minute clock and you want to play a bit more high variance, the turbo kicks off at 9, same buy-in. If you bag up, we'll be finishing the same time as this tournament. You will be back for day 2 tomorrow. We are hoping for around the $500,000 prize pool. The way it's tracking so far, very similar numbers to Coventry already, and that turnout was incredible. Very intrigued to see the final amount of entries for the day 1s at the end of today. So Ben, just continuing with the queens, 1 over to the board, can't just instantly give our opponent credit for a king, comes in for the continue, gets it through. Grumpy Granny says, commentators, what are your accents? Myself, I am from just on the outskirts of North London, a place called Hertfordshire, and Tower is from Yorkshire. The outskirts, yeah, just on the outskirts of North London. It's what Wednesday night done to me, Andy. It has a knock-on effect. Yeah, but it's always myself and Tower covering these events. We do have a few guests from time to time that pop into the comms box that give us some help. Yeah, exactly. Too many free beers over the weekend. It's been a long week for me. I've been here in Leeds since Thursday, Friday last week. It's down for the 30-30. Played a few events before coverage of the main. It's been a fun week for me, as I know it has for a lot of players as well. It's been a great festival, atmosphere here every day. You just feel it when you walk in the casino. And the buy-in is £750, and a few of you are still asking the question. £750 for 20,000 chips. Once you lose them 20,000 chips, you are out. You will have the option to re-enter, but it's a 3-day tournament. Tomorrow is day 2, Saturday, and then Sunday we will play down to a win-up. There'll probably be around 30 players remaining for the final day, and then we will play down until we crown an eventual champion. Reigning champion is in the field. Brett Angel won it back in 2019 before the pandemic hit, so there was no Leeds leg last year, but reigning champion is back to defend his crown. As we see the 9-8 deuce 2-diamond board. So Mitchell 2 overs gut shot Ammonpreet here, bottom end, gut shot to the dummy end of the straight. Going to get called in one spot from the Queen 10. And coming in for barrels here, bet a 1.3k, and the Queen 10 of Mitchell now. Can't do much but just get out of the way. Can't see him calling this one. I know we are getting nearly 4-1 on our money, but we're out of position. Not a lot of good things can happen, and there is the fold as expected from Mitchell. How are we doing? It's payday, says any boxing fans. Who have we got tomorrow?
Is that Adam Neal?
Yeah, it is Adam.
Oh, you right? Singing a song. I didn't even know he was fighting. Jay told me. Apparently it's that Anthony Joshua fella who's fighting against Usage. How are we doing, pal? How's Adam doing? Hope he's well. I'm going to see you in Luton. Have you got time for us anymore? Doing all these gigs and all these festivals and all that. I actually think Usage can spark Joshua out. It's whether he connects or not. Luton is locked. It'd be great to see you there. Awesome. Nice one. Can't wait for Luton. Luton should be an absolute cracker yet again. When will the eventual winner's prize be? What will the eventual winner's prize be on Sunday?
I'd probably say around £100,000. The way we're tracking, it's very similar to the last event we had with the same buy-in. So
Yeah.
I'm guessing around a £500,000 prize pool. First place probably taking.
We'll find out for sure around about
It's-
1 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just an approximation, but I'd say around that sort of figure, give or take 10k, around 100k would be my guess.
Looking forward to Luton, 7th till the 17th, or the 6th till the 17th of October. Edinburgh next week, and if you can't make Edinburgh, there's 30-30s in Reading, Leicester and Blackpool.
And boss, got a fan or a friend or family member in the chat. Skinny 6000. Go on, boss. Good luck, bud.
Go on the boss. We like to say good luck to boss. Considering the Welsh cakes turned up this morning.
You get that little bit of extra run good when you bring us a bit of food in. That's how it works. Lewis has a question. How do I take my game to the next level to be able to compete in these fields? You can compete in these fields whenever you want, to be fair. These live poker fields are very, very good fields. You look at it and you may think £750, they all must be really good, but believe it or not, you do get quite a lot of players in these fields that just enjoy playing the game recreationally. They're happy to just take a shot, but just keep getting better, keep playing. Maybe read a couple of books or audio books if you're not a fan of reading. There's loads of stuff out there now. There's courses online, there's YouTube tutorials. Just keep at it, keep your study going, and if you're still new to the game, put the work in, and what you put in you usually get out. But you've got to understand, in this game it's all about long term. It's nothing to do with short term. It's all about making the correct play over and over again And then what that's going to do, that will make you money. There's going to be times when you get unlucky. There's going to be times where opponents suck out on you, or maybe you make a mistake or bad plays. But once you start plastering them leaks and keep playing more and more hands, you kind of get into like a subconscious realm in your head of you know what to do in each situation. But for me, a big thing is experience. Get that sample size up, keep playing hands, lots and lots of them. Sometimes the best way to get good at something is to lose money at it. Like when I started this game, you've got to lose a bit of money first in, especially PLO. When I started PLO, you've got to lose a bit of money first before you start making money at the game. Yes, you get them sort of kid geniuses, the Charlie Carrells, the Adrian Matthiases, the Mustafa Kanets that just come into the game when they're 18 and just crush souls and been doing it for years upon years. But not everyone's blessed with that. Sometimes you do need to put the work in and a little bit of study. I've got to admit myself at the moment, I'm not really one that studies so much anymore. In the games that I play, they're all live cash. A lot of it's exploit rather than theory, but you do need that game theory for a base of fundamentals, something to work with at first, like understand ranges you're supposed to be opening, supposed to be free betting, things like that, stack sizes. There's so much that go into this game that people don't actually understand from a standpoint of someone who is alienated from poker, and they just think a lot of it comes down to luck, who's the luckiest player. But it's so much more than that, especially on a structure like this, a 60-minute clock. There's so much that goes into it. So ace 3-7 is the flop. So Chris with a top pair, decent kicker after electing not to free bet the ace queen on the button versus hijack open. We are going to be free betting this hand fair amount, but obviously going to incorporate some flats in as well. And going to check call here. This is one of the benefits of the flat. We're a bit under repped. Our opponent, from his perspective, is going to have a stronger range of hands on this board, but we are near the top of ours, especially our flat range on the button. This is going to be near the very top of it. And it's James here, king on the turn, potential double barrel candidate for him. We've picked up some equity with a gut shot. We've just got jack high, could potentially come in, try and fold out some pocket pairs, some 7x, and maybe price out some flush draws. And just going to check fold.
Edinburgh next week for the team. If you fancy joining us while you're watching the live stream, wherever you are in the world. Can't wait to get back to Edinburgh.
Do have a package satellite running for that as well. Should mention that. Get into that in a minute, because we've got a little hand brew in here. There's going to be some chips put in the pot between Amanpreet and Chris. Amanpreet, the original opener here. Chris once again electing not to free bet the ace queen, so just keeping it passive. Early stages here today. We are very deep, but I'm going to have to call this one. But is pretty locked here in this spot. Has actually picked up a good turn card for his hand. Probably not from his perspective, but from ours we can see the whole card. He's picked up a few extra outs now, but I'd like to see him check this one back, perhaps. Not really too many bad rivers other than a diamond. But got to be wary. Once Amanpreet bets into 4 players on the flop, I just don't think he's going to be c-betting at a high frequency with like a Queen 10, Queen Jack hand, unless it's off diamonds. But once his Jack of diamonds rolls off on the turn, then combos are reduced drastically. But he's gone for a really small bet, Chris, so that's just so he can check back the river. So Amanpreet's going to check, playing flow, and Chris now going to check behind. So that makes sense, perfect sense. If we are going to bet turn, we're going to opt for a really small size so we get the free showdown, and probably actually lost minimum there, Chris. So although we can see the pot going the way of Amanpreet, that would be a small win for him. Could have potentially lost a few more chips in that pot, but opted for that small turn size to get the free showdown.
Oh, you didn't get that? No, okay. So, yeah, so would have been loaded on that one. Yeah, no, on the turn. So on the turn, maybe would have been. Yeah, would have been like a really long.
Amanpreet with the Mickey Blacks, Kellett with the 5s. Should be calling. Yeah, just makes that call. Queen, Jack, Ace. Terrible flop.
For everyone.
For everybody playing.
Amanpreet's probably still favourite to win this hand though. If he does opt to come in for a continue, he's going to have a few bets on this board, being the under the gun opener. But 3 air clubs on the turn. And now it's probably just going to check all the way down to the river unless Kellett is going to take initiative here. He is going to take initiative, and that is what good players do. And no one else is interested. You pick up on that. It's been checked to us twice. Let's have a go and see if we can just take it down there, and picks it up with the second best hand. Got Amanpreet to fold the bigger pair.
Tim Chung just walked in. Don't forget the Edinburgh packages online this week. £1,500 package, £750 seat and £750 expenses, which is literally a re-entry. £225 buying feeders for £30. Check out the satellites this weekend.
So King Queen of Spades for James. Makes it 600. And Ian going to pill the Jack 10 in the hijack, deuce 3, 5 rainbow. and also to sit at the table and play, it's £1,500. No, it's £750, but you get 2 re-entries if you want them or need them each day. So we have 3-day ones that you can play to try and make it to day 2. If you lose your £20,000 starting stack, you can buy in again for another £750. And then if
the package is worth £1,500.
Yep.
The normal package includes your mini buying, which is £250, and the main buying, which is £750. Plus expenses, but because Edinburgh is a shortened festival due to the pandemic and the rearrangement of dates, the package is still worth £1,500, but there's only the main event to spend it on.
And Alex, for now, if you win a 30-30 satellite, can you play the 30-30 event? Of course you can. If you win your 30-30 satellite, you should have a ticket in your account for any 30-30, and you can use that as you please at whatever stop.
I wonder if that means any 30-30 event. Yes, they don't run out. If you win a 30-30 satellite and you've got your token in your account, you can play any 30-30 event, not just the next one. So the satellite's running mostly online. There are live satellites when we play a GUKPT, but this is the main event that you're watching on the TV.
And blinds are going to be going up, moves us into a level 4 of the day. After this level, that's when we head out on the hour dinner break. There will be an hour break for the players, just to have some food. It is a long day in sort, 10 levels, finishing up around midnight.
Are we more gin rummy players or poker players? This guy to my left wins quite regularly. He's a very, very good poker player. I play Snap, and Pontoon. That's about it. Is gin rummy when it's 3 of one and 4 of the other? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, I used to play that with my parents back in the day. But no, Jay is a very good, well-respected poker player. Plays all the side events, commentates on the main events, but does very well. He's got trophies in his cabinet. Me, on the other hand,
I'm sure.
I can count to 21.
You bubbled the tag team event in the Goliath.
We did.
That was a little.
If you're multitasking and watching the poker and the Ryder Cup, how are we doing? I heard that Rory McIlroy and Ian Poulter were 5 down after 5.
5 down after 5? God.
Yeah. I don't think they turned up. They might have been late, so they just forfeited the holes. There you go. Me and Catty be alright. She only knows how to play Snap.
Get heads up, Snap going.
Heads up, Snap.
Preet, Jack 10 in the cut-off, raises to 700. Mitchell could definitely incorporate this one into his free bet range against a cut-off open, but just going to opt to flat on this specific occasion. And, Kellett with the King 3 suited, he is going to take initiative, and that's the difference in levels there. Kellett, seasoned pro, knows cut-off versus button, going to be wide ranges. He's got the king blocker in there, it's a suited king, and comes in for the free bet bluff pre-flop and takes it down uncontested. And if Mitchell took that spot in it instead, it would have been his pot, but Kellett gets it done. Nice play from him. I like seeing stuff like that. Very good balance about the game.
3-5. They were 4 down for his goal. No one's out.
I'm gonna dust off. I'm gonna dust off my old Wham hoodie and go and play a game of poker tomorrow. Oh, what about Frankie Says Relax? I think I had that on a T-shirt. Or Choose Life.
Golf's more popular in more countries, but not popular.
Yes, you see, relax, don't do it. Absolutely spot on. No Choose Life, big white T-shirt, no arms. I was there. King, Queen, King. Here's the flop. First bet wins.
A lot of the time, these pots go to the pre-flop aggressor, but
yeah,
not
to trick it down.
Yeah, not opting to c-bet on this one. 10 on the turn. And Mitchell, if it's checked to him twice here, he might actually come in for a bet here in the cut-off, but Mohammed is actually going to be the one taking the initiative and gets that one through. Bet of 1k.
Game went on anyway. The game went on to half 11 at night. As we were moving on to court at half 11 at night, we've got over the tannoy. Next on is the doubles. It's half 11 at night. You'll start to get mad. No, I didn't stay. No, I can't stay on.
And for all social media guys, you can find us on Facebook at Grosvenor Poker, on Twitter at Grosvenor Poker as well, and for all live stream coverage, YouTube/GUKPT
And the founders on YouTube.
Yeah, and Twitch.tv/GUKPT. I don't think especially like a day 2, day 3, it can go pretty mad sometimes, but the chat, it's been pretty mad today on YouTube. But you can watch all the stream back as well on all YouTube and Twitch. When we do finish the stream, it is posted up, so if you miss any of the action, you're more than welcome to go back and watch it. As Mohammed with the boots is such a good sight. When you look down and you see the aces, a hand you want to get dealt, makes it 800. And James in the cut-off, not going to be going anywhere here with the King 10 of clubs. Chris is in with his pair. And
King 6, 7,
wow,
2
this
spades.
is action. Biggest flop of the day for us here in Leeds. We've got an overpair, we've got top pair, and we've got bottom set, all
Black's
in
baby.
the mix. Mickey Black's been on fire this week. I think his set of sixes is just coming out like no tomorrow. So Mohammed, bet of 2k. James is going to call, and if I'm Chris here, tower up with our 10.8k stack. There it is. There's the jam. We can credibly represent spades as a bluff. We can rep 8-9 suited as a bluff. When you shove for value in these spots, think about the bluffs that you can have as well. If it was King 7-6 rainbow,
the pineapple man gets a call.
Yeah, the aces are putting it in here, and James has got an easy fold now, and Chris is in great shape to get a double up. We've gone all in and a call. Set for Chris. Mohammed with the aces, so Chris fading an ace or running spades. Here we go, and it's a 9 of clubs on the turn, changes nothing, so just fading an ace now to get the double, and it's the 10 of spades, so the pocket sixes of Chris Vernon in seat 6 is going to double up. The man with a pineapple hoodie takes a big chunk of Mohammed's stack. He's left with 9.3, and Chris going to be more than happy with that one.
Nice pot for Chris Vernon, aka Pineapple Man, in seat 6.
The fruit machine.
The fruit machine has just hit the jackpot.
Really good flop for him.
Never judge a man by the hoodie.
To be honest, I used to wear some outrageous ones back in the day when I was playing. I don't know if you remember, Tower. The attire was a bit different. We go 4 or 5 years back. So here we go again. Lazar getting in his last 3.7k. He's really short, so gets it all in with ace jack. Mohammed calls with the 7s. Back to back all ins here. Level 4 of the day. That's unheard of. And ace jack needing to hit backdoor wheel, backdoor Broadway, or an ace or a jack. And there's the backdoor Broadway
There's
possibility.
More outs.
So ace, jack or 10 needed to keep his tournament alive, or we're going to lose 2 in 2 hands. And it's the jack of clubs on the end. So the ace jack
Felt like he had half a deck.
of a Lazar is going to double up, and Mohammed taking a big hit and then a little small hit. He's now pretty short. 5.6k is the stack he's working with. I think that's sub 20 big blinds. Yes, at 1-3, 18 bigs for him. But Lazar gets a double. Gonna need another one at some point.
Still buying into the main. If ever you want to check how many players are playing live right now, Grosvenor's Poker Live app updates every time the Card Room Magic system updates. It tells you there's 175 in so far. That's 305 in total, and £205,000 collected so far. Rest of the day to buy in. Amazing numbers.
So Kellett 3-do suited in the hijack, lets that one go. Is a suited connector, late position, but hijack just a bit too loose with the nut low of the suited variety. I think cut off, he might have elected to open it some of the time into this particular big blind, but leaves room for Chris to come in for an easy open with the ace-9 off here in the cut-off. Want to be opening pretty much all your ace-x once folded during the cut-off. Going to be a lot of suited connectors in there, all pocket pairs, have a wide range of hands. Ian going to flick in the call with a king-8 off, and Mohammed with the old computer hand, queen-7 off in the big blind. 3 away to the flop, 10-4-4 rainbow. So complete whiff for everyone. It's going to be a situation where a lot of the time the pre-flop aggressor is going to take this one down, which is Chris. He's got the betting lead, so he is going to come in for his continuation bet and gets 2 quick folds and takes a nice little one down with just ace high.
And Westwood, we need to meet up. Pineapple griddle with rum and brown sugar on melted butter. I'll tell you what, we need to meet up with you. That sounds delicious. Oh man.
And don't forget as well, guys, we're going
to
30-30s coming up over the next few weeks.
Indeedy. What we got going on?
Let's see what we got going on. Obviously, Tower mentioned the leg for Southampton's now changed to Portsmouth back end of October. And coming up next week, we got Reading South, Leicester and Blackpool. And then week 6 for our 30-30s is Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh.
All 50,000 guaranteed tournaments. They've all been taking round double that.
Yeah.
And some have been even bigger. £400 buying for the 30-30s that travel around the country. Pick, choose, and don't forget, if you do win an online 30-30 ticket, You can choose wherever you want to play, and they never run out. They never get cancelled, or they never get taken away from you. If you don't want to use them this year, save it for next year. There is plenty of places to play, and also they have an online flight of the 30-30s as well, so plenty of chances to go in and play. But the next ones are Reading, Leicester and Blackpool, whenever you want to play.
So top set for the Aces, making an appearance again, this time for Amanpreet. And top set for him, the Nuts. And going to come in for a small bet here. Lazar has caught a piece in the form of bottom pair, but got to be thinking as Lazar, we are up against the under the gun opening range. It's going to be the strongest range of hands at the table. Going to be up against a lot of ace-x. There's going to be hands like kings, queens in there, pocket jacks, pocket eights as well. Just quads, just quad aces on the turn.
Quads, please. Thanks very much.
And if we're Amanpreet here, I'm either going to be betting like 400, or I'm just going to snap check it back. And a little live tell there from him. It looked like a disgusted check from him on the turn. Like, oh, I hate that ace on the turn. I'm just going to snap check back, and Lazar should be check folding this river now. We're up against under the gun opening range. We don't even beat hands we were ahead of on the flop. Hands like king, queen, king 10, all those type of hands that flop a Broadway draw that are going to continue this flop and probably check turn. We now go behind to them. So from Lazar's perspective, we're just going to have to check fold this one. Cannot be calling it off with an 8. The only hand we really beat would be a hand like 10-9 suited. Only 4 combos of that. And I think after some deliberation, thinking about this, Lazar's going to make what's a pretty mandatory fold. And there's the fold, and shows the quads. 4 aces.
I would always show the quads no matter what happens. Carpet Catcher, good afternoon on Twitch. Do we ever play games in Newcastle? The 25-25s, 30-30s and the likes get played up in Newcastle. We used to have a GUKPT years ago up in Newcastle, but I think it's the size of the card room that's the problem. Now we're getting hundreds of runners. Newcastle used to be on the map, but unfortunately not anymore. We do like Newcastle.
Yeah, afternoon Carpet Catcher and Cooler Fish. 2 pair of aces, yeah. The old Del boy, he had 2 pair. He had a pair of aces and another pair of aces.
So the update on the Ryder Cup is we're losing 3-1 at the minute.
They've just got such a good team. They have. Some of the names just... So under the gun open from Mitchell with the ace-4 of clubs. Ace, king 5, 2 hearts, flops top pair. Both of them do. Both of them opt to check as well. And that's the check mark on the turn for Amanpreet. Well, should be the check mark, assuming River's not a king, but has the check mark in terms that he cannot lose this hand. Worst case scenario, he can chop with a king on the river, but he's going to fire here out the big after turning 2 pair. Goes from quad aces to aces up, not running too bad. And going to come in for what is some value here, and he's going to get snapped off, because if we're checking this back on the flop as Mitchell, we've got to call this twice. Check back to try and induce some bluffs. On this occasion, it's not a bluff. We just got to pay it off, and can't fault Mitchell there for the call on turn and river. I play it exactly the same way. Just because we can see the whole cards doesn't mean that he's made an incorrect decision. As I always say, it's all looking at it in a vacuum over the long run, how these decisions are going to add up for you. And the way he's played that hand is perfectly fine. And smiles between the players there as well, which is good to see.
Do we play in Liverpool? They used to, the 25-25s, which were the big events, apart from the GUKPT before the pandemic struck, travelled around, and there is talks that the first 25-25 coming back live will be in Liverpool at the Albert Dock, the Leo's Casino. So you have to keep your eye on social media for the tournaments coming back in Liverpool.
Getting this down. That was tight before. We are in trouble.
Layerish flop whiffs everybody, so it's checked all the way down. Still, Trish now comes out with a lead. As he's got top on the turn, and that should do it. Shouldn't be any resistance.
Snap check forwards. So
So you don't need me, Tal. Yeah, I'll spot on. Spot on.
Brandon, change it 5 minutes for you.
So Ben with room to open here. One's folded to us in the low jack. Looks like he's made it 7. Has 700 is the open size. Oh, someone just knocked the flop cam. He's just walked straight into the stream there, and I've just seen it go. It definitely wobbled. 100% wobbled. We'll have a look when we go to the flop, but Amanpreet has just walked straight into the stanchion.
Why would you even do that? How can you even walk into something that's been there? And, like, how far do you need to push your chair back?
It definitely wobbled. It definitely wobbled. We'll find out. We'll find out when we go to the flop. Ah,
wow.
It's okay.
We're lucky.
It's okay.
Amanpreet, you've got off lightly. The heavies would have been round.
Yep. The old tech team behind the scenes would have been on the case straight away, but it looks okay.
Yeah.
But there was definitely a little wobble.
Yeah, because there's a camera obviously looking at 6 to 5 to 9, so we need to just check that as well. That one's fine. That's 1 to 5.
Yeah, so I like this from James a lot. This is really good from him. It's just understanding ranges and when we're supposed to lead, and this is one of the situations where we are supposed to have all the 3x. We've also got 2 pairs in there as well. We've called out the big blind. Our range is going to be the widest out of these opponents, so I'd like to see him go bet here, because Lazar's stack size is probably the way Lazar's been playing. He's just going to be moving in with his straights on the turn or hands he wants to continue with, but with diamond draws, which is a large part of his range, that's what we're trying to target to fold out. Even with a jack of diamonds here, but if we're James here, I'd really like to see him move in with a jack 7. He's checked, and Lazar's going to win it with king high, and maybe a little miss spot there for James. The way Lazar's been playing, I think it's probably just going to be bet, setting him all in, and it's going to work almost always, because Lazar's just going to be shoving with his straights.
We've introduced Chiesa to Only Fools and Horses.
Have we?
Because he's just watched the poker scene from that show.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's Chiesa, it's not just that episode either. There's some great episodes. All of them are really
the writing
good watch.
in that and the acting, just the best sitcom for ever, basically. He's just watched it. Fantastic stuff. So we're on level 4 of the day. Around about 38 minutes to go until the 60-minute break. Oh, Jan, you're right, Boise. John Chalice unfortunately passed away this week. Chiesa, the guy that played Boise, who was in the in that scene on the poker, the big tall guy, posh dude, John Chalice, passed away this week.
Ace, Jack, 4, 2 hearts. Both Kellett and Mitchell catching middle pair. Outflop the 10s of Ben. And checked over to Mitchell here on the button, who looks like he's come in for a bet with his middle pair. Definitely a hand that we can be checking back. Absolutely. Kellett sort of sandwiched in between better and opener here, so just lets the Jack 9 go, and Mitchell actually taking it down with the worst of it there.
Frankie, new day.
Trigger in the same room that he's had for 15 years, with 14 new heads and 23 new handles.
yeah, that's a class line, ain't it?
I've had this broom 15 years, I'll let you know.
The best one's when they all go to France, they all plan to meet up, and Rodney don't know about it, and Trig walks in there, and Dell goes, "What are you doing here, Trig?" And he goes, "You told me to meet you here." that's one of the funniest moments as well. Oh god, there's so many though. There are so many. Yeah, old Dave, old Trigger.
Imagine trying to recreate that. No, not a chance we'll be any good at that. That is just TV pure gold.
Let's stop here. My favourite seats up he's been up
You get hit.
every year.
And Westwood says the best scene is when David Jason goes to lean on the bar.
Yeah, that's great as well. They're all good, ain't they? Though? There's so many. There's I can name 20 or 30.
Watch your trig, hang on trig.
You know, keep it cool, keep it cool, Trig, keep it cool.
It's the actual bit where he turns around and looks for him. Oh. Yeah, Boise and Greaves, Jimmy Greaves. Very unlucky not to play in the World Cup final with Jimmy Greaves. Unfortunately, it passed away as well the same day.
Yeah, Chiesa, that's the one. Batman and Robin.
Oh, we could definitely recreate that one.
we would create that one. Do that at the Goliath next year, maybe.
I think one of the last times we were in Leeds, Superman turned up. Are we going to video clips of Superman from Leeds in the background? Do we know where they are? Why not? Stick them all on.
Open in the cut-off, back to the poker. James, 5-4 of spades, opens this, and Chris hasn't been free betting too much from this table. Maybe at this stage just opting for a strap, just keeping it passive, and opts to just flat the ace-10 of clubs here. And Ian, free bet to 2.1k, and Chris. James gets out of the way, and Chris makes the call out of position with the ace-10 suited and heads up to the flop between these two, working with an SPR of about 1.3 here, so could potentially go in on some flops, but this isn't going to be a flop where we are going to see the money go in. If Ian opts to continue, it should just be hand done, and he does opt to continue, and it'll be a quick fold from Chris.
Yeah, the chandelier scene. Yeah, the chandelier episode, that was phenomenal.
Grumpy Granny, what's going on with the dealer and the headphones? So basically, there's someone sitting behind the feature table that you cannot see. The dealer will let them know the bet size of the players as it's made. He then speaks into the headset. The person sitting behind the scenes puts the action into a computer so it comes up nicely on the graphic over the play for everyone watching. So that's why he's got the headset on, just to relay the information of the sizes of the bet to our action tracker sat behind the feature table.
So everything comes up graphic wise when it says fold. You can it follows in time, and he's passing on the relay so we can see the graphics on the TV.
So Amanpreet just going to flat the ace-5 suited versus Mohammed's under the gun open. Mohammed was playing 10 big blinds here. Bit of a misstep from him. I know we can see it's actually run into ace-queen himself, but with 11 big blinds we shouldn't have any opens under the gun. We have two options, all in or fold. Shouldn't really ever be opening off of this stack size, but opted to open, and it's actually going to save him some money on this particular occasion. But it will raise folding off of 11 big blinds. It's just never going to be good in the long run, but it's going to stay alive because of it. And Amanpreet is going to make the call because he's fairly deep with Ben and does have position as well. So to the flop, look at this, would have flopped the flush as well. The King Jack of clubs, just open shove under the gun.
I know.
11 big blinds, raise fold.
Raise folding with 11 bigs, not the best way to play poker.
And Ben comes in for a continue, 2.8k, and Amanpreet has flopped top pair, top kicker on this 5 high board, so he's not going to go anywhere. He's going to make the call with position on his opponent. Six of diamonds on the turn. Bit of an irrelevant card, Tower. You from like a perspective of someone new to poker, you'd think, oh, there's 4 to a straight now, any 4 makes a straight, but these ranges in a 3-bet pot, early position open, 3-bet out of the blinds, there should be no 4x in there. You should be aware of that, and this is going to go check check, and the ace-5 suited of Amanpreet is going to be the best hand, and shows it. And Mohammed sitting there thinking, oh, I could have trebled up. I could have flopped the flush and trebled up if only I went all in.
So 30 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a 60-minute break.
And if you have just tuned in, we have a big promotion, David Hay Knockout Series, £40,000 to be won. It's free to enter. Next 7 Wednesdays leading up to the grand final on Grosvenor Poker Online. There is a free roll occurring. If you win that free roll, you will get an invitation to come and play at the grand final the day before the main event kicks off with David Hay. It's going to be an 8-man sit and go. There's going to be 7 qualifiers from the online tournaments, and David Hay, myself and Tower are going to be covering all of that. So get yourself involved, guys. It's free to play. You could be in London with us at the start of December playing David Hay.
20 streamed live as well.
Yeah, 20k added. It's free money. It's a great promotion the team have put on for us. It's going to be fun to watch when we eventually get there. But good luck if you are playing. And the great thing about it, you can play on Wednesday. You don't get through. You've got another 6 attempts at it. So have a look at that. All information on Grosvenor Poker. But great promotion from the guys there.
Underpants.
Right, guys, we were talking about Batman and Robin, and one of our Andy has found a video for us. He's plugged it into the stream. Should we have a look, Tower?
No.
So this was from Leeds.
It was in Leeds.
Leeds a few years ago.
Let's have a look. What is it? What do you think?
What's going on?
That's really
No. Way up.
Just been to Leeds with the GUKPT.
Yeah, any good?
Met a Super Europe goal, but no good.
Not a Monday.
Goliath next week though.
Yeah?
Saturday for 8 days.
Yeah.
Should be an absolute corker, but to be fair, shouldn't be playing it with what I've got.
What have you got?
£4.20.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it.
What's just happened? What just happened?
Some of the things they get you to do, Tower, unbelievable.
Right.
So Lazar finds the pocket queens, moves all in here for his 23 big blinds over an open. And how long ago was that taken, Tower? What, was 3-4 years? I definitely weren't here.
No, a bit longer than that.
Longer than that?
Yeah, I reckon. Last, 15 maybe. Maybe 16. Yeah, I know, 5 years probably.
Amonpreet has made the call here. Must be monstrous because Lazar's been playing so well here. He's got that ace king at worst, Tower. Ace king, kings, aces or jacks he's going to have here, Amonpreet. If he hasn't got one of them hands, I will be shocked because Lazar's been playing so tight. I'm expecting to see jacks, kings, aces or ace king. If I see something else, I'll be shocked. Oh, he's got the boots.
He's got the boots.
He's got the boots. So the aces are holding. Just fading a queen. Backdoor spades not a thing. So Amonpreet could be sending Lazar Dedyov to the rail. Lazar needing a queen. And it's a 4 on the river, so we are going to lose Lazar Dedyov from the tournament.
Lazar.
And Amonpreet increases his stack up to, what, around 65k now?
Thank you. Please.
What got me on that Superman video, I couldn't understand why Superman didn't fly over the speed bump. Oh. So we've got 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. We're lost Lazar in seat number 1. I think we're still trying to catch up. That must have been
My mate's got a
10 minutes to go until the lunch break of 60 minutes.
Oh, God, we got all old clips coming out today, everyone.
Have we got one more to
We've
show
got one
before
more.
dinner?
I'll tell you what, because it's day one and it's early stages, a little treat.
Is it
We'll
in?
throw another one
It's
more.
not in, is it? Yes.
Should we throw one more?
One
I'll tell you
more
what.
before the dinner break.
We'll watch this hand because Kellett's got pocket tens, and then we got one more treat for you. An old video. I wasn't even around here. It's.
Don't worry about it. We've got one more. before the dinner break, which is in 6 minutes' time.
I'm winning, innit?
So there it is. Yeah, are we in, Andy? Nearly.
We've got around about 7 minutes to go until the end of this session. And then it'll be a 20 minutes. I'm looking at half past, it's quarter to 20, just over 20 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Yeah, sorry about that with the giggles. I sometimes can't control it when I see something so ludicrous. Tower just there flying beside the car. There's one of you on the Big Dipper in Blackpool as well, ain't there?
Absolutely.
So King 9 suited for James under the gun off of this stack size, not opting to open. If he was chipped up, would be fine to open that. Kellett has got an easy open though. Jack 10 suited makes it, looks like 1200, 700, sorry. And Ben, King Queen, just going to make the call in position on Rich. Mohammed's coming along with Queen Jack. Coming in for the old pill here off of 8 big blinds. Sorry, 9 big blinds to be fair to him. Still should not be calling off this stack. As I said, 2 options when you're this short. It's all in or fold. That's going to be the best play. And Rich flopping bottom 2 here. And Ben flopping the nuts, and Mohammed short, and he's got a pair and a gut shot. So I'm going to see Mohammed put his money in. And Kellett not opting to continue with his bottom 2 here, but going to be happy with that turn and not opting to fire again. What are these instincts from Kellett here with the Jack 10 suited? Is he just confident that Ben's got a monster here? Has he picked up something on Ben? It's a bet of 1.3k. And as I said, Mohammed was always going to get it in with his stack size eventually with a pair and a gut shot, but action back round to Kellett now. And how are we proceeding here against Ben's stack size? And opts to come in for a raise, and Ben's going to love that, sitting there with the nuts and leaving himself. If he calls for 2.7, he's going to have an 8.1 back, meaning he's got an SPR of about 0.7. So Ben just might elect to move all in here now. With the King Queen of Spades, there's a lot in there, but he is just going to call. He says call. He's going to keep his range wide. He wants to have some hands like Ace X of Spades here and potentially get Rich to put more money in on the river. But Ben just feels like he's got a lock on this hand, and the Deuce of Hearts on the end. And action over to Rich, who's going to feel fairly confident about his 2 pair, the way this hand's played, but obviously thinks something's up and might actually be able to find the hero fold now. Ben's got 1 move here. He's got to move all in for his 8.1k. Don't need to go any other size, and there's the all in. And Rich is going to hate his life here, because the way this pot's played after Rich raises turn and he gets flat, Ben's not going to be doing this with like a ace 5, ace 6, ace queen even that didn't elect a free bet. They're not going to be in there. So once Ben comes in for this, he's basically repping 2 pair plus, and he's not going to have a hand like Jack 4, Jack Deuce or Deuce 4. So all the 2 pairs are we're actually behind,
Good
and
fold.
that's why Rich has folded the 2 pair there. It's a great fold from him, really good to see, but just breaking the hand down and thinking about the hands we're up against, and we just know we're never going to be in front once he takes that line with a player all in. And well played Kellett there, lost the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Could have lost chunks on that run out there, Tower, and he's lost
Mohammed's
the
gone.
bare minimum.
Kellett made a good fold.
Very good fold.
We've got just the last treat. We've got about 20 minutes to go until the end of this session.
One more treat.
One more treat. Do you want one more treat?
Let's
One more
have a look.
treat.
Go on.
So next hand blinds 2-4, 2 in the small
Is that
blind
Johnny
and
Mike
4
dealing?
in the big. Rory making the raise.
Rory's picked up a big one here. Kings.
Oh my goodness, well, there's a
Jeff-
raise from him.
yeah.
Jeff's going to get out of the way.
Yeah, because that, look at that flips in the middle.
Doesn't care about
Oh, hey.
Dale's wandered in and he's got aces.
What do we do with the
Aces.
fact? Well, the lot's
He's in the
going
cup.
in.
No.
There it is.
It's all in. Dave over in seat 7, Jack
Yeah.
4 off, that's in the muck.
Sue's flicking him in the middle. They're going nowhere.
No, there's no way she can get involved with those. And look at this fella, short stack, no chance. 7-5.
Yep, straight. Oh, TV fold there. Slides him into the middle. And Rory's thinking, hi, here we go. Great chance. Yeah, I'm all in.
He's
Thank
all
you
in as
very
well.
much.
And he's been slapped in the face by what a cold deck. He's going to get the bad news very, very soon. On their backs, gentlemen. Dale's
you
got the
very
aces.
much.
Look at Rory. I cannot believe
How
with the
quick
kings.
can he turn the aces over?
Oh. Dale's got him. Look at this. This is just such a big chip.
Flop 'em. Kings against aces.
All the other players want to call him for the king. I think. Is there a king on the flop? There is. Oh, but there's an ace as well.
Ace, king, 4. Wow.
What a deck. Poor Rory. He's calling for one out here. There's no chance.
Rory's
of
shouting
coming.
for the king. And the king only. Oh, there it is.
There it is on the river.
Oh, what a hand.
Oh, wait a second.
Who's this? Whoa. Where's he come from? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, he's Superman.
It's not a bird. It's not a plane. Superman doesn't
What's
like
happened
it.
now? I deal with his hand. Courtesy of Superman. Oh my days. Oh my days. What the things you do. The things you do. Here we've got this for you. Come and do this. What you got? Oh no, it's only Superman. No, it's only Superman. Unbelievable. Oh, that is so funny. Back in the day when they make you do absolutely just. What do you think of that? Eh?
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's great. But it's
so funny. Oh.
It's funny. It's funny. The editing as well was great. Just the way you come in and then come back out. But,
brilliant. The old footage from the stuff we used to do on that was at Goliath actually. That was back at Goliath years ago. Oh dear. Aye, the things we used to do. The thing they make you dress up as, here, Tower, wear this. And off we went. Hey, I tell you what, that suit only just fit. Aye, the stuff they make you do for a bit of TV time. Thanks, Anne. Anne Westwood is leaving us, been watching. Thanks, Anne. All the best. I'm sure we'll see you around wherever you may be. Oh, don't forget, we always say whenever we turn up in town, whatever town it may be, always come and say hello and who you are when you're chatting away to us. We always like to put faces to names. wherever you go and wherever you may be. Always come and say hello to us. We have just under 15 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a 60-minute dinner break.
Yep. When we return as well, rotation of the featured table. We will have a new featured.
Be a new one.
Ace 4-4, 2 hots. So top pair for Kellett here. Just opted to call James's raise pre-flop. James going to continue, and Kellett going to have an easy call. No need to raise his spot, just want to be calling. I say, see the call.
No, do they get pie and peas for the dinner? No, they get
the options today.
4 options today.
You got
one of 4.
You got veggie burger and chips. You got hot dog and chips. You got falafel burger and chips, and you got a beef burger and chips.
Hope we like chips.
Yeah, if you don't like chips, you're in trouble.
It's a complimentary bit of food. Obviously, there's an extensive menu if you don't want the complimentary nibbles.
Thanks, Maisha. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Sorry if I haven't, but thanks for tuning in. Glad you've enjoyed the coverage. We are here all weekend.
And at least you've met Superman twice.
Yeah, that's it.
Superman was on form today. Cassius says, chaps, we're in Edinburgh. Will you be? Yes, we will. We're on his way next Wednesday.
Yeah, we'll be at Maybury Casino, Grosvenor Casino.
Oh, sorry, where in Edinburgh
Yeah.
will you be? Sorry, apologies. The Maybury Casino, down south Maybury. We'll be there on the Wednesday, do apologise. It is the old Grade 2 listed building on the corner of South Maybury, across from the Marriott Hotel. Used to be an old Gala casino, but now it's owned by Grosvenor.
As we go 6-way to the flop, Queen 8-3, 2 spades. So James and Kellett both flopping a top pair. Not much else for anyone else. Paul does have middle pair. Open fold, open fold. Oh no, it must have been a bet. Paul just bet 1.6k and gets it done with middle pair, gets 2 top pairs to fold. Obviously, people are aware, the good players at the table betting into a field like that, a lot of the time it's going to be a strong range, but mixed it up there with middle pair, backdoor flush draw.
Rip Cheater is stuck on the M1. Oh dear. Whereabouts on the M1 are you, Mr. Rip Cheater? Friday afternoon in the United Kingdom, you will be stuck on a motorway somewhere. And if you're not stuck on a motorway, you'll be queuing for petrol.
Afternoon, Clive. Clive tuning in from the Philippines. Says good luck to Ian Bosley.
Old Boz.
It's got Amon opening ace-5 suited under the gun +1. Kellett.
He's not done much on the feature, has Boz?
Yeah.
I'm down to 11.
Kellett with the 3-bet here with the pocket queens, and Amon not going anywhere with the ace-5 suited. Guessing there's an ace in the muck. Go to the flop. Ace 10-4. And continue from Kellett, and Amonpreet will not be going anywhere after flopping top pair. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
Yes.
9 of spades on the river. And Amanpreet going to check. Rich will check this one behind. We're never getting called by worse in this spot. Yes, we've got the king of spades, but yeah, he just checks it behind, and he's going to, unlucky for him, he'll see the ace-5 suited, and the kings are going to go into the muck. Not much we can do.
Every time you've got the kings.
Always an ace on the flop.
Always an ace on the flop.
Starting to believe your tower.
So somebody said, is there any spaghetti bolognese on the menu? Not today. So there's plenty of people eating, I'll tell you. Nice little bit of a snack for the players. Like I said, there's an extensive menu to choose from if you want to eat around the room or even nip out next door or go somewhere.
Yeah, everyone gets every day. The hour dinner break, there is a free buffet provided. Obviously, they're the options, but if you do come down and play, you don't fancy them, there is a menu on the casino, there's restaurants around. But all the players do have the option of taking their free meal. Mitchell makes it 800 with the Queen Jack. Raises. And James here, King 10 of hearts, like it. Good hand selection to come in with his free bet with 2.6k. Very nice playability. We've got position on the opener. And going to get this through. Mitchell, oh, he shouldn't be continuing here with Queen Jack off against his stack size, but going to make a loose pill here out of position. Maybe wants to see the flop first. Well, flops the rest of it on Jack 5-4 2 hearts, so he's flopped top pair and instantly just puts James all in for 8.1k effective. There was 5.9 in the pot, so it's like 1.3x pot here. And it's like, what on earth is he supposed to have here? What is this from Mitchell? Against this particular holding that James has, it's actually like pretty effective, this line, with a flush draw here, because the price he's now getting on a call is just not good enough. And over the long run, though, we're going to just be burning money as Mitchell taking that line there. And in the short run, it's worked out, but definitely not recommended for that particular line. Call a free bet out of position with the Queen Jack off and then donk for 1.3x pot all in effective.
So the Canes fan watching in North Carolina. Panthers D played all right last night, beating the Texans. Good to have you on board. Hopefully join us for the rest of the weekend as well. We'll give you quite a few chit counts from the dinner break at the start of level number 5. And then a few more pans around the room and information regarding how many players are still in. When we get back for the start of level 5 in an hour's time. Around about 4 minutes left of this session. Yeah, the turbo's definitely on at 9 o'clock. There'll be plenty of space for it by the time we get there. We know London and Coventry were absolutely mad busy, but Leeds not hit the heady heights of 600 runners. So there will be plenty of space for the 9 o'clock turbo.
So just saw Kelly getting unlucky with kings. He's now got queens.
545. Yeah, 545. Darzan, it's the best poker live stream he's ever watched. You rock GUKPT. We'll be back from Norway after your break. Awesome. Norway, good evening. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we'll be back at 5:45. It's a 60-minute break for everybody. This is happening in 2 or 3 minutes' time. But thanks for the kind words. And the Irish twin watching in Ireland. And we cannot wait to go over to the IPO at the end of October and live stream the fabulous event,
Irish Poker Open.
That is the International Poker Open. The Irish Open's in April, at Easter.
I thought they had two different comms tower. I thought it was. I thought the IPO was called the Irish Poker Open, and the Irish Open was called the Irish Open. International Poker Open. So Paul turns aces up, comes in with a bet, takes it down, and we're probably going to be on the last hand of the session.
We did hear yesterday there was an event coming up in Galway in January, which looked pretty decent. We've done it.
PK done it.
So as you can see, everybody else is standing up.
Yeah, it's the last hand of the session. Don't forget we are back at 5:45. We'll have a new feature table as well, so some fresh faces on there for all of you that will be tuned back in.
Superman is off for his dinner break.
So you got an hour up to relax before the live stream returns at 5:45. Last hand, Ben raising it up with ace queen. After, it's not a limp under the gun from Kellett for sure, that is a fold. So Ben's in the hand with ace queen, and he's flopped aces up, top and bottom. Three of hearts on the turn.
Jan says, bye Mr. Pineapple Man. The front machine is off. And that leaves us heads up.
Yeah,
Armanpreet not seen his holdings. He could have ace-6.
Yeah, heart draws are a big part of his range as well. Tower, he's going to have some heart draws, some ace-x that he's checked back. Hands like king, jack, king 10 are going to be in there as well. And value bet from Ben here on the river. Everyone else is off for their dinner, and Armanpreet looks like he's got the body language of someone that wants to fold.
He will be. Anybody that spins a card under each other never calls.
Oh, there we go. There we are.
Told you, folds.
Shows him the ace. Shows him the ace.
Thanks everybody. Great chat box. We will see you back in 60 minutes. If you're still here, thank you very much. We'll see you then. If not, adios, and we'll see you again from Leeds.
See you then, boys and girls.
See you in an hour.
Welcome to Break It Down. Today I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Andy Hills, where we are going to take a look at a hand from London GUKPT, level 1 of the day. Blinds are 25.50, and we get to the river where a player is faced with a very tough decision. So action starts with an open to 200 under the gun. It gets called in 3 spots, and then a Jarislaw in the big blind, 9-8 suited, gonna come in for a 3-bet here. Thoughts on this, Andy? This early on in the tournament?
Well, as we can see, there's been a lot of calls of the gun raise. You could say there's been a little bit of disrespect for that raise. So a squeeze play is going to work a certain percent of the time. As we see, it didn't work that very well in this instance. And suddenly we end up playing this enormously bloated pot on level 1 of the tournament. You know, you're playing 20k deep. It's a lot of big blinds, but suddenly we're playing for effectively quite shallow stacks once we get to the flop.
Yeah, 3.3k in the middle already. Gets called in 2 spots. Sebastian calling with the king queen suited, and Simon going to peel the 6s under the gun at +3. Does have position in the hat, and we will take a flop.
So I definitely don't mind the hands that have peeled here. They're getting some good implied odds, even if they are behind. You know, we can flop flush draws, the sixes can flop a set.
And the flop does bring action. King 4-3, 2 diamonds. Jaroslaw, after 3-betting out the big, expecting to continue here, flopping a flush draw, just 9 high at the moment. Sebastian not going to be going anywhere though. Second nut flush draw and top pair.
It's interesting. So Jaroslaw has almost got what looks like the dream scenario.
Yep.
The king high, somewhat dry board, where you even have some equity. Although, as we can see, he doesn't have any equity because he's dominated by a higher flush draw, which is quite unlucky, I would say. So I do like the c-bet, even though we can see he's drawing nearly dead.
Now this is where the hand starts to get very strange. Simon with the overcall on the flop here with sixes.
I would say that's quite outrageous.
Yeah, we've got to be letting it go.
I don't know what his thought process is for overcalling here. Now, I would actually say it would be a dubious call, let alone a dubious overcall in a 3-bet pot. Even if you have the best hand with sixes, the guy who's 3-bet is supposed to carry on blasting to represent the king.
So the turn rolls off the Jack of Hearts. Jaroslaw with just 9 highs, still with a flush draw.
A lot of the time you continue to represent, but maybe he's been a little bit put off by being called in 2 spots.
Yeah, 2 spots makes it a bit more difficult to double barrel in this particular scenario.
And the Jack does hit their ranges, you know, like I'm expecting, just as we can see King Queen suited as peeled, King Jack suited is right in the middle of both players' ranges, I would say.
So then this leaves room for Simon. Once checked to him, he's going to fire 4k into 7.8k, just over half pot. And Jaroslaw with the flush draw and a player behind, 1 card to come.
I think he has to lay this down.
Yeah, he's going to have to fold.
He has to ask himself, what have the other guys called on the flop with? Now, although we can see he's been called by sixes, which I think is outrageous, in the long term, I think he's going to get shown sometimes better flush draws, often a king, and of course, when 2 people call, you've got to fear the set, the set of 4s, the set of 3s.
Exactly that. So now Sebastian with the King Queen can't fold in this spot. Top pair, second nut flush draw, does make the call. 15.8k in the middle, effective stack now 13k.
Now, although you said it's a mandatory call, at the same time, it is a bluff catcher at this point. Unless you're against unless you're against an inexperienced player who is betting worse kings for protection on the turn, which I think is an objectively bad play.
Yeah.
He does only beat a bluff. So really, when Simon bets the turn, he's representing King Jack, a set of 4s, a set of 3s. I don't really think he should be betting anything else for value.
And on this particular river now, King 10 suited even gets there. So all King X were actually behind to Sebastian that Simon can have here in a 3-bet pot. So the only real hands we're actually ahead of facing this jam are just flush draws, really. You don't expect Simon to ever show up with sixes here.
Sebastian, as you say, only has a bluff catcher. He's only losing to King Jack 4s and 3s, in my opinion. But Simon does represent those very credibly.
Yeah. Yep.
Sebastian's beating missed flush draws, but of course he does have 2 of the diamonds himself. He's beating a missed straight draw, like 5-6 suited. But you've also got to ask yourself whether you believe Simon would pull the trigger in this spot.
Yeah, exactly that.
Just because somebody could have a busted flush draw or straight draw doesn't mean they're going to bluff at 100% frequency.
Especially the 3-bet pot as well. He's going to have less like flush draws here, Simon, just because he's not going to be like necessarily peeling his 7-8 suited hands like that.
Some people do play a little
weighted towards the Broadway cards, which Sebastian has in his hands to block some of them potential combinations of flushes. But long in the tank.
The question that I have to ask is, what would have happened if it hadn't been a jack on the turn? That was actually quite a good card for Simon to rep, but maybe if his overcall on the flop was, maybe in his mind he thought he was going to represent diamonds. That wasn't going to work out very well. So what happens if it comes an 8? Or a 7 on the turn? Like, you know, if he now bluffs, he's only really representing very specific hands.
Yeah,
and he's
like
repping much thinner than when the jack is a much better card to rep.
But Sebastian long in the tank with the King Queen. Last hand he'd ever expect Simon to show up with here is pocket sixes. Maybe Simon called on the flop. He may have just been thinking about his hand. There's only one overcard with the sixes, but it's a spot where you should usually be folding sixes, shouldn't make the overcall.
Yeah, if he overcalls there, it should be because he thinks he can get some bluff through on later streets. I don't think he's got enough showdown value with sixes there. So I don't know what his thought process was for calling, but as we can see, if he was thinking of repping diamonds, that wasn't going to work out well.
And Sebastian looks uncomfortable body language wise, eventually does let it go, and the bluff from Simon with the pocket sixes gets through.
He got the jack he wanted on the turn and he repped it well.
There you go. Well, thanks to Andy for joining me for Break It Down today. How would you play that hand? Welcome to Break It Down. I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Katie Swift. We're going to take a look at a hand that occurred on the bubble of GUKPT main event London 2018. Clive with pocket kings and Scott with pocket tens. Pre-flop action taking place. Clive opening the kings. Probably should mention as well, Katie.
It's worth mentioning that actually both players during this hand, they haven't played much. They've been quite tight. Clive certainly hasn't been opening, let alone under the gun early position. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000. He's making it 15k, so nice size. Gets round to Scott, who's on the button with tens, who decides to flat, so perfectly fine. It is the pure bubble, so changes the play slightly.
It's around 2k for a min cash as well.
And they've both got similar stacks. They've both got around the 23, 24 bigs each.
So a Jack 10 6 rainbow flop. Scott flops the world, flopping middle set on a rainbow board, and
Clive decides to c-bet 20k. So again, nice size. And Scott looks very relaxed. I think he looks very confident. He checks back his hand, sees they're still there.
So we can talk about benefits of calling and benefits of shoving here. He's got two options, Scott. He can either flat with the tens or he can shove. And what do you prefer? He
does opt to shove. I think both are fine.
Yeah.
I think that if he's very, very strong, it is a rainbow board. There are some draws there. If Clive has opened with the ace king or ace queen type of hand, then he's obviously got a big draw, which is possible from that position. However, because it's a pure bubble, he may not be opening ace queen under the gun, so you can kind of rule that out. Ace king's an option, and Scott obviously doesn't want to give any draws value for getting there. So I quite like the shove because I think he takes the pot down there and then.
What the shove does though, it does narrow our range, like especially on a money bubble. Our bluff frequency should be very low. Well, you expect it to be low, especially how Scott had been playing as well.
Exactly
so
that.
For value, he's got 9 combos. He's got 3 combos of jacks, 3 combos of tens, 3 combos of sixes. I don't think we can give him Jack 10 suited. He may pull that on the bottom.
I don't think on the bubble that Scott's the sort of player. If it's obviously player dependent, and Scott definitely isn't the sort of player that will be peeling with Jack 10.
Yeah, especially
I
against
don't
the
even
tight
think
open.
Jack 10 suited he would be. He's quite a tight player, and he wouldn't be peeling that on the button. So I think you can kind of rule that out.
So,
sixes are possible, tens, jacks, and we know that Scott wouldn't be jamming with something like 8s or 9s either, so
he's not going to jam ace jack on this flop.
Possibly queens do this. I think aces he gets it in pre-flop. Even maybe queens he might decide to
I think
jam
queens,
pre-flop.
I think queens going pre. Ace jack he would just flat on this flop.
I think Clive needs to think all those through in his head, and he gives him credit for actually then deciding he has got the set.
Yeah, so it's coming up with bluffs though, Katie. That's the thing. Like, if Scott is going to have a bluff on the bubble, the only real bluff here is king queen and up and down straight draw.
And you're blocking the kings. So
we've got 2 kings our hand, so that halves the combos of king queen out there. So effectively he's got 2 combos of bluffs, 9 combos of value, and then the factor that he's been playing tight, Clive's been playing tight. It's being aware of your perceived image at the table as well. Taking all these factors into account, I really can get behind folding here on the bubble.
I think as well, you don't know people's personal situation. He may have qualified online, so
That's
that
very
min
true.
cash of £2,000 odd for the min cash could be quite significant to him. That, you know, he's only one pair at the end of the day. It's kings. There's still 2 cards to come. He's still got a healthy stack. The ICM as well is that he looks around the table. There are people there playing with much shorter stacks than him. So I think just folding it is fine and moving on to the next hand, hoping that someone else goes out and that you lock up that min cash can be the factor there. If that was post bubble, I think it's a different situation. I think it goes in and he gets the bad news. But
so we see Clive make a great lay down, and Clive actually did go on to min cash that event, so that fold took him there. But thanks to Katie for joining me today. Fun hand to break down. This has been Break It Down. How would you play that hand? Welcome to Break It Down. Today I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Rick Trigg. We're going to take a look at a hand that occurred GUKPT main event Edinburgh 2019, where we see Paul with aces and a tough decision on the turn. Action starts with an open from Paul with the boots in the hijack, makes it 2k. Dean peels with the 8s on the button. That brings Nathan along in the small with the ace-3 suited, and gives Neil an attractive price to defend the big blind with the king-5 suited, and we go 4-way to the flop. Everything seems normal here, the way it's played. We get the king at 7-6, 2-heart flop.
This is where I think the biggest mistake of the hand happens, where he bets too small, 4 ways. Even with a hand as strong as aces, you're going 4 ways. You want to be betting closer to pot than a third pot or just under half pot that you chose to bet. And this causes a lot of problems where you're pricing a lot of people in, and they can peel for backdoor draws and stuff. And
especially the prices the blinds were getting as well after a call before. Like ranges are very wide here. It's going to be very hard to define a specific range of hands for both Neil and Nathan in this pot. But Paul does get called in at 2 spots, and we will take a turn.
Now this turn looks worse than it actually is, for a few reasons. When Nathan decides to lead, he should only lead with hands that are vulnerable here for value, and the rest should be draws. So 8-7, 8-6 that have made 2 pairs now want to lead, but they want to lead a big size in. They don't want to lead this kind of stabby size that he uses, that's like 35-40% pot. He wants to be betting more 60-70% pot. 3 ways if he's going to choose to lead this turn. He's never got 5-9 in this spot. He never has. He can have some 4-5 suited, but not many, not often of the time. So this just kind of looks like what it is to me. He'd never bet a king here, I don't think. There's no point. The call is, I would rather see the king 5 move in now to try and like sandbag the other guy out the pot with a strong hold in. But he gets him out anyway, so the aces decides to fold.
So the aces do fold, and that's what we're going to talk about. Ace rolls off on the river. Either way, would have river top set, but do you think a bit too tight to be folding aces on the turn there, to that size especially?
I don't think it's terrible, but I think he should have taken a bit more time and looked at both of the guys' ranges here. Nathan's bet to me didn't look strong at all, and the call, maybe he levelled himself into thinking the call was really trappy and really strong. But I think the guy's most likely holding the big blinds was King X, and Nathan's got a lot of draws there. He would never have King X. He could have maybe like 7-9 or something like that, like a semi-draw or just a flush draw.
The thing is as well to take into account Neil's stack size. If he had a 2-pair plus hand facing Nathan's lead, he's just going to
put it in for protection. 6-8, 6-7. So even a set might put it in there if you're not a
if
you're not a strong player.
I think most sets are going to put it in that spot. So
there's only 11.5k back. The pot's big enough. Just put it in and protect yourself and look for one caller. You know, they want a caller with an overpair and a flush draw. You don't want two callers in the spot with a vulnerable two pair. So I think he would put in most of his hands. His hand kind of looks like
what it is. King X, yeah, King
a
X,
bad
like
King X or a King X with a gut shot or a straight draw or King 10 or something like that. That'd be a hand that I'd look to put him on. But I think the big mistake was the flop sizing and the fact that he just folded so quickly. 20 seconds. Take your time and think about what each player could have.
Because if he actually thinks about it, he'll be aware that Neil's pretty capped. We should be well ahead of his range. Like, he's so capped to King X, he's going to shove all his 2X. So it's only really Nathan we're worried about.
And he'd have 40,000 back, and so we can still win a pot against Nathan and might lose the 11k more if it goes to the river.
Yeah, exactly that.
He's not going to be crippled unless he loses the pot to Nathan, you see. And Nathan there, to me, just looks like he should be betting bigger with the hand that needs protection instead of just his little lead out that looked weak to me. So
we saw Nathan take the pot eventually. He did river a top pair, but the main talking point in that hand was the aces, how they were played. Thanks, Rick, for joining me. This has been Break It Down. How would you play that hand? Welcome to Break It Down. Today I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Andy Hills, where we are going to take a look at a hand from London GUKPT, level 1 of the day. Blinds are 25.50, and we get to the river where a player is faced with a very tough decision. So action starts with an open to 200 under the gun. It gets called in 3 spots, and then a Jarislaw in the big blind, 9-8 suited, gonna come in for a 3-bet here. Thoughts on this, Andy? Early on in the tournament?
Well, as we can see, there's been a lot of calls of the Northern race. You could say there's been a little bit of disrespect for that race. So a squeeze play is going to work a certain percent of the time. As we see, it didn't work that very well in this instance. And suddenly we end up playing this enormously bloated pot on level 1 of the tournament. You know, you're playing 20k deep. That's a lot of big blinds, but suddenly we're playing for quite shallow stacks once we get to the flop.
Yeah, 3.3k in the middle already. Gets called in 2 spots. Sebastian calling with the king queen suited, and Simon going to peel the 6s under the gun at +3. Does have position in the hat, and we will take a flop.
So I definitely don't mind the hands that have peeled here. They're getting some good implied odds, even if they are behind. You know, we can flop flush draws, the 6s can flop a set.
And the flop does bring action. King 4-3, 2 diamonds. Jarislaw, after 3-betting out the big, expecting to continue here, flopping a flush draw, just 9 high at the moment. Sebastian not going to be going anywhere though. Second nut flush draw and top pair.
It's interesting. So Jarislaw has almost got what looks like the dream scenario.
Yep.
The king high, somewhat dry board, where you even have some equity. Although, as we can see, he doesn't have any equity because he's dominated by a higher flush draw, which is quite unlucky, I would say. So I do like the c-bet, even though we can see he's drawing nearly dead.
Now this is where the hand starts to get very strange. Simon with the overcall on the flop here with 6s.
I would say pot, that's quite outrageous.
Yeah, we've got to be letting it go.
I don't know what his thought process is for overcalling here. Now, I would actually say it would be a dubious call, let alone a dubious overcall in a 3-bet pot. Even if you have the best hand with 6s, the guy who's 3-bet is supposed to carry on blasting to represent the king.
So the turn rolls off the Jack of Hearts. Jarislaw with just 9 highs, still with a flush draw.
A lot of the time you continue to represent, but maybe he's been a little bit put off by being called in 2 spots.
Yeah, 2 spots makes it a bit more difficult to double barrel in this particular scenario.
And the jack does hit their ranges, you know, like I'm expecting, just as we can see king queen suited is peeled, king jack suited is right in the middle of both players' ranges, I would say.
So then this leaves room for Simon. Once checked to him, he's going to fire 4k into 7.8k, just over half pot. And Jarislaw with the flush draw and a player behind, 1 card to come.
I think he has to lay this down.
Yeah, he's going to have to fold.
He has to ask himself, what have the other guys called on the flop with? Now, although we can see he's been called by sixes, which I think is outrageous, in the long term, I think he's going to get shown sometimes better flush draws, often a king, and of course, when two people call, you've got to fear the set of fours, the set of threes.
Exactly that. So now Sebastian with the king queen can't fold in this spot. Top pair, second up flush draw, does make the call. 15.8k in the middle, effective stack now 13k.
Now, although you said it's a mandatory call, at the same time, it is a bluff catcher at this point, unless you're against unless you're against an inexperienced player who is betting worse kings for protection on the turn, which I think is an objectively bad play. He does only beat a bluff. So really, when Simon bets the turn, he's representing king jack, a set of fours, a set of threes. I don't really think he should be betting anything else for value.
And on this particular river now, king 10 suited even gets there. So all king X were actually behind to Sebastian that Simon can have here in a 3-bet pot. So the only real hands we're actually ahead of facing this jam are just flush draws, really. You don't expect Simon to ever show up with sixes here.
Sebastian, as you say, only has a bluff catcher. He's only losing to king jack, fours and threes, in my opinion. But Simon does represent those very credibly. Sebastian's beating missed flush draws, but of course he does have two of the diamonds himself. He's beating a missed straight draw, like 5-6 suited. But you've also got to ask yourself whether you believe Simon would pull the trigger in this spot.
Yeah, exactly that.
Just because somebody could have a busted flush draw or straight draw doesn't mean they're going to bluff at 100% frequency.
Especially the 3-bet pot as well. He's going to have less like flush draws here, Simon, just because he's not going to be like necessarily peeling his 7-8 suited hands like that.
Some people do play a little
weighted towards the Broadway cards, which Sebastian has in his hands to block some of them potential combinations of flushes. But long in the tank.
The question that I have to ask is, what would have happened if it hadn't been a jack on the turn? That was actually quite a good card for Simon to rep, but maybe if his overcall on the flop was, maybe in his mind he thought he was going to represent diamonds. That wasn't going to work out very well. So what happens if it comes an 8? Or a 7 on the turn? Like, you know, if he now bluffs, he's only really representing very specific hands.
Yeah,
and he's repping much thinner than when the jack is a much better card to rep.
But Sebastian long in the tank with the king queen. The last hand he'd ever expect Simon to show up with here is pocket sixes. Maybe Simon called on the flop. He may have just been thinking about his hand. There's only one overcard with the sixes, but it's a spot where you should usually be folding sixes, shouldn't make the overcall.
Yeah, if he overcalls there, it should be because he thinks he can get some bluff through on later streets. I don't think he's got enough showdown value with sixes there. So I don't know what his thought process was for calling, but as we can see, if he was thinking of repping diamonds, that wasn't going to work out well.
And Sebastian looks uncomfortable body language wise, eventually does let it go, and the bluff from Simon with the pocket sixes gets through.
He got the jack he wanted on the turn and he repped it well.
There you go. Well, thanks to Andy for joining me for Break It Down today. How would you play that hand? Welcome to Break It Down. I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Katie Swift. We're going to take a look at a hand that occurred on the bubble of GUKPT main event London 2018. Clive with pocket kings and Scott with pocket tens. Pre-flop action taking place. Clive opening the kings. Probably should mention as well, Katie.
It's worth mentioning that actually both players during this hand, they haven't played much. They've been quite tight. Clive certainly hasn't been opening, let alone under the gun early position. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000. He's making it 15k, so nice size. Gets round to Scott, who's on the bottom of tens, who decides to flat. So changes the play slightly.
It's around 2k for a min cash as well.
And they've both got similar stacks. They've both got around the 23, 24 bigs each.
So a Jack 10-6 rainbow flop. Scott flops the world, flopping middle set on a rainbow board. And
Clive decides to c-bet 20k, so again, nice size. And Scott looks very relaxed, I think. He looks very confident. He checks back his hand, sees they're still there.
So we can talk about benefits of calling and benefits of shoving here. He's got two options, Scott. He can either flat with the 10s or he can shove. And what do you prefer?
He does opt to shove. I think both are fine.
Yeah.
I think that if he's very, very strong, it is a rainbow board. There are some draws there. If Clive has opened with the ace king or ace queen type of hand, then he's obviously got a big draw, which is possible from that position. However, because it's a pure bubble, he may not be opening ace queen under the gun, so you can kind of rule that out. Ace king's an option, and Scott obviously doesn't want to give any draws value for getting there. So I quite like the shove because I think he takes the pot down there and then.
What the shove does though, it does narrow our range, like especially on a money bubble. Our bluff frequency should be very low. Well, you expect it to be low, especially how Scott had been playing as well.
Exactly
so
that.
For value, he's got 9 combos. He's got 3 combos of jacks, 3 combos of 10s, 3 combos of 6s. I don't think we can give him Jack 10 suited. He may pull that on the bottom.
I don't think on the bubble that Scott's the sort of player. If it's obviously player dependent, and Scott definitely isn't the sort of player that will be peeling with Jack 10.
Yeah, especially
I don't even think
open.
Jack 10 suited he would be. He's quite a tight player, and he wouldn't be peeling that on the button. So I think you can kind of rule that out. So 6s are possible, 10s, jacks, and we know that Scott wouldn't be jamming with something like 8s or 9s either, so
he's not going to jam ace jack on this flop.
Possibly queens do this. I think aces he gets it in pre-flop. Even maybe queens he might decide to.
I think
jam
queens,
pre-flop.
I think queens going pre. Ace jack he would just flat on this flop.
I think Clive needs to think all those through in his head, and he gives him credit for actually then deciding he has got the set.
Yeah, so it's coming up with bluffs though, Katie. That's the thing. Like, if Scott is going to have a bluff on the bubble, the only real bluff here is king queen and up and down straight draw.
And you're blocking the kings. So
we've got 2 kings in our hand, so that halves the combos of king queen out there. So effectively, he's got 2 combos of bluffs, 9 combos of value, and then the factor that he's been playing tight, Clive's been playing tight. It's being aware of your perceived image at the table as well. Taking all these factors into account, I really can get behind folding here on the bubble.
I think as well, you don't know people's personal situation. He may have qualified online, so that min cash of £2,000 odd for the min cash could be quite significant to him. That, you know, he's only one pair at the end of the day. It's kings. There's still 2 cards to come. He's still got a healthy stack. The ICM as well is that he looks around the table. There are people there playing with much shorter stacks than him. So I think just folding it is fine, and moving on to the next hand, hoping that someone else goes out and that you lock up that min cash can be the factor there. If that was post bubble, I think it's a different situation. I think it goes in and he gets the bad news. But
so we see Clive make a great lay down, and Clive actually did go on to min cash that event, so that fold took him there. But thanks to Katie for joining me today. Fun hand to break down. This has been Break It Down. How would you play that hand? Welcome to Break It Down. Today I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Rick Trigg. We're going to take a look at a hand that occurred GUKPT main event Edinburgh 2019, where we see Paul with aces and a tough decision on the turn. Action starts with an open from Paul with the boots in the hijack, makes it 2k. Dean peels with the 8s on the button. That brings Nathan along in the small with the ace 3 suited, and gives Neil an attractive price to defend the big blind with the king 5 suited, and we go 4-way to the flop. Everything seems normal here, the way it's played. We get the king at 7-6, 2 heart flop.
This is where I think the biggest mistake of the hand happens, where he bets too small, 4 ways. Even with a hand as strong as aces, you're going 4 ways. You want to be betting closer to pot than a third pot or just under half pot that you chose to bet. And this causes a lot of problems where you price in a lot of people in, and they can peel for backdoor draws and stuff.
And especially the prices the blinds were getting as well after a call before. Like, exactly. Ranges are very wide here. Yeah. It's going to be very hard to define a specific range of hands for both Neil and Nathan in this pot. But Paul does get called in 2 spots, and we will take a turn.
Now, this turn looks worse than it actually is, for a few reasons. Nathan, when Nathan decides to lead, he should only lead with hands that are vulnerable here for value, and the rest should be draws. So 8-7, 8-6 that have made 2 pairs now want to lead, but they want to lead a big size in. They don't want to lead this kind of stabby size that he uses, that's like 35-40% pot. Yeah. He wants to be betting more 60-70% pot. 3 ways if he's going to choose to lead this turn. He's never got 5-9 in this spot. He never has. He can have some 4-5 suited, but not many, not often of the time. So this just kind of looks like what it is to me. He'd never bet a king here, I don't think. There's no point. And the call is, I would rather see the king 5 move in now to try and like sandbag the other guy out the pot with a strong hold in. But he gets him out anyway, so the aces decides to fold.
So the aces do fold, and that's what we're going to talk about. Ace rolls off on the river. Either way, would have river top set, but do you think a bit too tight to be folding aces on the turn there, to that size especially?
I don't think it's terrible, but I think he should have taken a bit more time and looked at both of the guys' ranges here. Nathan's bet to me didn't look strong at all, and the call, maybe he levelled himself into thinking the call was really trappy and really strong. But I think the guy's most likely holding the big blinds was King X, and Nathan's got a lot of draws there. He would never have King X. He could have maybe like 7-9 or something like that, like a semi-draw or just a flush draw.
The thing is as well to take into account Neil's stack size. If he had a 2-pair plus hand facing Nathan's lead, he's just going to
put it in. He's just protection. 6-8, 6-7.
So
even a set might put it in there if you're not
if
you're not a strong player.
I think most sets are going to put it in there in that spot. So
there's only 11.5k back. The pot's big enough. Just put it in and protect yourself and look for one caller. You know, they want a caller with an overpair and a flush draw. You don't want 2 callers in the spot with a vulnerable 2-pair. So I think he would put in most of his hands. His hand kind of looks like
what it is. King X,
a bad King X or a King X with a gut shot or a straight draw or King 10 or something like that. That'd be a hand that I'd look to put him on. But I think the big mistake was the flop sizing and the fact that he just folded so quickly. 20 seconds. Take your time and think about what each player could have.
Because if he actually thinks about it, he'll be aware that Neil's pretty capped. We should be well ahead of his range. Like, he's so capped to King X, he's going to shove all his 2X. So it's only really Nathan we're worried about.
And he'd have 40,000 back, and so we can still win a pot against Nathan and might lose the 11k more if it goes to the river.
Yeah, exactly that.
He's not going to be crippled unless he loses the pot to Nathan, you see. And Nathan there to me just looks like he should be betting bigger with the hand that needs protection instead of just his little lead out that looked weak to me. So
we saw Nathan take the pot eventually, did river a top pair, but the main talking point in that hand was the aces, how they were played. Thanks, Rick, for joining me. This has been Break It Down. How would you play that hand? Welcome to Break It Down. Today I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Andy Hills, where we are going to take a look at a hand from London GUKPT, level 1 of the day. Blinds are 25.50, and we get to the river where a player is faced with a very tough decision. So action starts with an open to 200 under the gun. It gets called in 3 spots, and then a Jarvis Law in the big blind, 9-8 suited, gonna come in for a 3-bet here. Thoughts on this, Andy? Early on in the tournament?
Well, as we can see, there's been a lot of calls of the undergun race. You could say there's been a little bit of disrespect for that race. So a squeeze play is going to work a certain percent of the time. As we see, it didn't work that very well in this instance. and suddenly we end up playing this enormously bloated pot on level 1 of the tournament. You know, you're playing 20k deep. That's a lot of big blinds, but suddenly we're playing for effectively quite shallow stacks once we get to the flop.
Yeah, 3.3k in the middle already. Gets called in 2 spots. Sebastian calling with the king queen suited, and Simon going to peel the 6s under the gun at +3. Does have position in the hat, and we will take a flop.
So I definitely don't mind the hands that have peeled here. They're getting some good implied odds, even if they are behind. You know, we can flop flush draws, the 6s can flop a set.
And the flop does bring action. King 4-3, 2 diamonds. Jaroslaw, after 3-betting out the big, expecting to continue here, flopping a flush draw, just 9 high at the moment. Sebastian not going to be going anywhere though. Second up flush draw and top pair.
It's interesting. So Jaroslaw has almost got what looks like the dream scenario.
Yep.
The king high, somewhat dry board, where you even have some equity. Although, as we can see, he doesn't have any equity because he's dominated by a higher flush draw, which is quite unlucky, I would say. So I do like the c-bet, even though we can see he's drawing nearly dead.
Now this is where the hand starts to get very strange. Simon with the overcall on the flop here with 6s.
I would say pot, that's quite outrageous.
Yeah, we've got to be letting it go.
I don't know what his thought process is for overcalling here. Now, I would actually say it would be a dubious call, let alone a dubious overcall in a 3-bet pot. Even if you have the best hand with 6s, the guy who's 3-bet is supposed to carry on blasting to represent the king.
So the turn rolls off the Jack of Hearts. Jaroslaw with just 9 highs, still with a flush draw.
A lot of the time you continue to represent, but maybe he's been a little bit put off by being called in 2 spots.
Yeah, 2 spots makes it a bit more difficult to double barrel in this particular scenario.
And the Jack does hit their ranges, you know, like I'm expecting, just as we can see King Queen suited is peeled, King Jack suited is right in the middle of both players' ranges, I would say.
So then this leaves room for Simon. Once checked to him, he's going to fire 4k into 7.8k, just over half pot. And Jaroslaw with the flush draw and a player behind, 1 card to come.
I think he has to lay this down.
Yeah, he's going to have to fold.
He has to ask himself what have the other guys called on the flop with. Now, although we can see he's been called by 6s, which I think is outrageous, in the long term, I think he's going to get shown sometimes better flush draws, often a king, and of course, when 2 people call, you've got to fear the set, the set of 4s, the set of 3s.
Exactly that. So now Sebastian with the king queen can't fold in this spot. Top pair, second up flush draw, does make the call. 15.8k in the middle, effective stack now 13k.
Now, although you said it's a mandatory call, at the same time, it is a bluff catcher at this point. Unless you're against unless you're against an inexperienced player who is betting worse kings for protection on the turn, which I think is an objectively bad play. He does only beat a bluff. So really, when Simon bets the turn, he's representing King Jack, a set of 4s, a set of 3s. I don't really think he should be betting anything else for value.
And on this particular river now, King 10 suited even gets there. So all King X were actually behind to Sebastian that Simon can have here in a 3-bet pot. So the only real hands we're actually ahead of facing this jam are just flush draws, really. You don't expect Simon to ever show up with 6s here.
Sebastian, as you say, only has a bluff catcher. He's only losing to King Jack 4s and 3s, in my opinion. But Simon does represent those very credibly. Sebastian's beating missed flush draws, but of course he does have 2 of the diamonds himself. He's beating a missed straight draw, like 5-6 suited. But you've also got to ask yourself whether you believe Simon would pull the trigger in this spot.
Yeah, exactly that.
Just because somebody could have a busted flush draw or straight draw doesn't mean they're going to bluff at 100% frequency.
Especially the 3-bet pot as well. He's going to have less like flush draws here, Simon, just because he's not going to be like necessarily peeling his 7-8 suited hands like that.
Some people do play a little
weighted towards the Broadway cards, which Sebastian has in his hands to block some of them potential combinations of flushes. But long in the tank.
The question that I have to ask is, what would have happened if it hadn't been a jack on the turn. That was actually quite a good card for Simon to rep, but maybe if his overcall on the flop was, maybe in his mind he thought he was going to represent diamonds. That wasn't going to work out very well. So what happens if it comes an 8 or a 7 on the turn? Like, you know, if he now bluffs, he's only really representing very specific hands.
Yeah,
and he's
like
repping much thinner than when the jack is a much better card to rep.
But Sebastian long in the tank with the King Queen. Last hand he'd ever expect Simon to show up with here is pocket sixes. Maybe Simon called on the flop. He may have just been thinking about his hand. There's only one overcard with the sixes, but it's a spot where you should usually be folding sixes. Shouldn't make the overcall.
Yeah, if he overcalls there, it should be because he thinks he can get some bluff through on later streets. I don't think he's got enough showdown value with sixes there. So I don't know what his thought process was for calling, but as we can see, if he was thinking of repping diamonds, that wasn't going to work out well.
And Sebastian looks uncomfortable body language wise, eventually does let it go, and the bluff from Simon with the pocket sixes gets through.
He got the jack he wanted on the turn and he repped it well.
There you go. Well, thanks to Andy for joining me for Break It Down today. How would you play that hand? Welcome to Break It Down. I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Katie Swift. We're going to take a look at a hand that occurred on the bubble of GUKPT main event London 2018. Clive with pocket kings and Scott with pocket tens. Pre-flop action taking place. Clive opening the kings. Probably should mention as well, Katie.
It's worth mentioning that actually both players during this hand, they haven't played much. They've been quite tight. Clive certainly hasn't been opening, let alone under the gun early position. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000. He's making it 15k, so nice size. Gets round to Scott, who's on the bottom of tens, who decides to flat, so perfectly fine. It is the pure bubble, so changes the play slightly.
It's around 2k for a min cash as well.
And they've both got similar stacks. They've both got around the 23, 24 bigs each.
So a Jack 10-6 rainbow flop. Scott flops the world, flopping middle set on a rainbow board. And
Clive decides to c-bet 20k, so again, nice size. And Scott looks very relaxed, I think. He looks very confident. He checks back his hand, sees they're still there.
So we can talk about benefits of calling and benefits of shoving here. He's got two options, Scott. He can either flat with the tens or he can shove. And what do you prefer?
He does opt to shove. I think both are fine.
Yeah.
I think that if he's very, very strong, it is a rainbow board. There are some draws there. If Clive has opened with the ace king or ace queen type of hand, then he's obviously got a big draw, which is possible from that position. However, because it's a pure bubble, he may not be opening ace queen under the gun, so you can kind of rule that out. Ace king's an option, and Scott obviously doesn't want to give any draws value for getting there. So I quite like the shove because I think he takes the pot down there and then.
What the shove does though, it does narrow our range, like especially on a money bubble. Our bluff frequency should be very low. Well, you expect it to be low, especially how Scott had been playing as well.
Exactly
so
that.
For value, he's got 9 combos. He's got 3 combos of jacks, 3 combos of tens, 3 combos of sixes. I don't think we can give him Jack 10 suited. He may pull that on the bit.
I don't think on the bubble that Scott's the sort of player. If it's obviously player dependent, and Scott definitely isn't the sort of player that will be peeling with Jack 10.
Yeah, especially
I don't even think
open.
Jack 10 suited he would be. He's quite a tight player, and he wouldn't be peeling that on the button. So I think you can kind of rule that out. So sixes are possible, tens, jacks, and we know that Scott wouldn't be jamming with something like 8s or 9s either, so
he's not going to jam ace jack on this flop.
Possibly queens do this. I think aces he gets it in pre-flop. Even maybe queens he might decide to
I think
jam
queens,
pre-flop.
I think queens going pre. Ace jack he would just flat on this flop.
I think Clive needs to think all those through in his head, and he gives him credit for actually then deciding he has got the set.
Yeah, so he's coming up with bluffs though, Katie. That's the thing. Like, if Scott is going to have a bluff on the bubble, the only real bluff here is king queen and up and down straight draw.
And you're blocking the kings. So
we've got two kings in our hands, so that halves the combos of king queen out there. So effectively, he's got 2 combos of bluffs, 9 combos of value, and then the factor that he's been playing tight, Clive's been playing tight. It's being aware of your perceived image at the table as well. Taking all these factors into account, I really can get behind folding here on the bubble.
I think as well, you don't know people's personal situation. He may have qualified online, so that min cash of £2,000 odd for the min cash could be quite significant to him. That, you know, he's only one pair at the end of the day. It's kings. There's still 2 cards to come. He's still got a healthy stack. The ICM as well is that he looks around the table. There are people there playing with much shorter stacks than him. So I think just folding it is fine and moving on to the next hand, hoping that someone else goes out and that you lock up that min cash can be the factor there. If that was post bubble, I think it's a different situation. I think it goes in and he gets the bad news. But
so we see Clive make a great lay down, and Clive actually did go on to min cash that event, so that fold took him there. But thanks Katie for joining me today. Fun hand to break down. This has been Break It Down. How would you play that hand? Welcome to Break It Down. Today I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Rick Trigg. We're going to take a look at a hand that occurred GUKPT main event Edinburgh 2019, where we see Paul with aces and a tough decision on the turn. Action starts with an open from Paul with the boots in the hijack, makes it 2k. Dean peels with the 8s on the button. That brings Nathan along in the small with the ace-3 suited, and it gives Neil an attractive price to defend the big blind with the king-5 suited, and we go 4-way to the flop. Everything seems normal here, the way it's played. We get the king at 7-6, a 2-heart flop.
This is where I think the biggest mistake of the hand happens, where he bets too small, 4 ways. Even with a hand as strong as aces, you're going 4 ways. You want to be betting closer to pot than a third pot or just under half pot that you chose to bet. And this causes a lot of problems where you price in a lot of people in, and they can peel for backdoor draws and stuff. And
especially the prices the blinds were getting as well after a call before. Like, ranges are very wide here. It's going to be very hard to define a specific range of hands for both Neil and Nathan in this pot. But Paul does get called in at 2 spots, and we will take a turn.
Now, this turn looks worse than it actually is, for a few reasons. Nathan, when Nathan decides to lead, he should only lead with hands that are vulnerable here for value, and the rest should be draws. So 8-7, 8-6 that have made 2 pairs now want to lead, but they want to lead a big size in. They don't want to lead this kind of stabby size that he uses, that's like 35-40% pot. He wants to be betting more 60-70% pot. 3 ways if he's going to choose to lead this turn. He's never got 5-9 in this spot. He never has. He can have some 4-5 suited, but not many, not often of the time. So this just kind of looks like what it is to me. He'd never bet a king here, I don't think. There's no point. And the call is, I would rather see the king-5 move in now to try and sandbag the other guy out the pot with a strong holding. But he gets him out anyway, so the aces decides to fold.
So the aces do fold, and that's what we're going to talk about. Ace rolls off on the river. Either way, would have river top set, but do you think a bit too tight to be folding aces on the turn there, to that size especially?
I don't think it's terrible, but I think he should have taken a bit more time and looked at both of the guys' ranges here. Nathan's bet to me didn't look strong at all, and the call, maybe he levelled himself into thinking the call was really trappy and really strong. But I think the guy's most likely holding the big blinds was King X, and Nathan's got a lot of draws there. He would never have King X. He could have maybe like 7-9 or something like that, like a semi-draw or just a flush draw.
The thing is as well to take into account Neil's stack size. If he had a 2-pair plus hand facing Nathan's lead, he's just going to
put it in for protection. 6-8, 6-7.
So
even a set might put it in there if you're not if you're not a strong player.
I think most sets are going to put it in there in that spot. So
there's only 11.5k back. The pot's big enough. Just put it in and protect yourself and look for one caller. You know, they want a caller with an overpair and a flush draw. You don't want two callers in the spot with a vulnerable 2-pair. So I think he would put in most of his hands. His hand kind of looks like
what it is. King X,
a bad King X or a King X with a gut shot or a straight draw or King 10 or something like that. That'd be a hand that I'd look to put him on. But I think the big mistake was the flop sizing and the fact that he just folded so quickly. 20 seconds. Take your time and think about what each player could have.
Because if he actually thinks about it, he'll be aware that Neil's pretty capped. We should be well ahead of his range. Like, he's so capped to King X, he's going to shove all his 2X. So it's only really Nathan we're worried about.
And he'd have 40,000 back, and so we can still win a pot against Nathan and might lose the 11k more if it goes to the river.
Yeah, exactly that.
He's not going to be crippled unless he loses the pot to Nathan, you see. And Nathan there to me just looks like he should be betting bigger with the hand that needs protection instead of just his little lead out that looked weak to me. So
we saw Nathan take the pot eventually. He did river a top pair, but the main talking point in that hand was the aces, how they were played. Thanks, Rick, for joining me. This has been Break It Down. How would you play that hand? Welcome to Break It Down. Today I'm joined by Grosvenor sponsored pro Andy Hills, where we are going to take a look at a hand from London GUKPT, level 1 of the day. Blinds are 25.50, and we get to the river where a player is faced with a very tough decision. So action starts with an open to 200 under the gun. It gets called in 3 spots, and then a Jaroslaw in the big blind, 9-8 suited, gonna come in for a 3-bet here. Thoughts on this, Andy? Early on in the tournament?
Well, as we can see, there's been a lot of calls of the undergun race. You could say there's been a little bit of disrespect for that race. So a squeeze play is going to work a certain percent of the time. As we see, it didn't work that very well in this instance. And suddenly we end up playing this enormously bloated pot on level 1 of the tournament. You know, you're playing 20k deep. That's a lot of big blinds, but suddenly we're playing for effectively quite shallow stacks once we get to the flop.
Yeah, 3.3k in the middle already. Gets called in 2 spots. Sebastian calling with the King Queen suited, and Simon going to peel the 6s under the gun at +3. Does have position in the hat, and we will take a flop.
So I definitely don't mind the hands that have peeled here. They're getting some good implied odds, even if they are behind. You know, we can flop flush draws, the 6s can flop a set.
And the flop does bring action. King 4-3, 2 diamonds. Jaroslaw after 3-betting out the big, expecting to continue here, flopping a flush draw, just 9 high at the moment. Sebastian not going to be going anywhere though. Second up flush draw and top pair.
It's interesting. So Jaroslaw has almost got what looks like the dream scenario. The king high, somewhat dry board, where you even have some equity. Although, as we can see, he doesn't have any equity because he's dominated by a higher flush draw, which is quite unlucky, I would say. So I do like the c-bet, even though we can see he's drawing nearly dead.
Now this is where the hand starts to get very strange. Simon with the overcall on the flop here with 6s.
I would say pot, that's quite outrageous.
Yeah, we've got to be letting it go.
I don't know what his thought process is for overcalling here. Now, I would actually say it would be a dubious call, let alone a dubious overcall in a 3-bet pot. Even if you have the best hand with 6s, the guy who's 3-bet is supposed to carry on blasting to represent the king.
So the turn rolls off the Jack of Hearts. Jaroslaw with just 9 highs, still with a flush draw.
A lot of the time you continue to represent, but maybe he's been a little bit put off by being called in 2 spots.
Yeah, 2 spots makes it a bit more difficult to double barrel in this particular scenario.
And the Jack does hit their ranges, you know, like I'm expecting, just as we can see King Queen suited is peeled, King Jack suited is right in the middle of both players' ranges, I would say.
So then this leaves room for Simon. Once checked to him, he's going to fire 4k into 7.8k, just over half pot. And Jaroslaw with the flush draw and a player behind, 1 card to come.
I think he has to lay this down.
Yeah, he's going to have to fold.
He has to ask himself what have the other guys called on the flop with. Now, although we can see he's been called by 6s, which I think is outrageous, in the long term, I think he's going to get shown sometimes better flush draws, often a king, and of course, when 2 people call, you've got to fear the set of 4s, the set of 3s.
Exactly that. So now Sebastian with the king queen can't fold in this spot. Top pair, second up flush draw, does make the call. 15.8k in the middle, effective stack now 13k.
Now, although you said it's a mandatory call, at the same time, it is a bluff catcher at this point. Unless you're against unless you're against an inexperienced player who is betting worse kings for protection on the turn, which I think is an objectively bad play. He does only beat a bluff. So really, when Simon bets the turn, he's representing king jack, a set of 4s, a set of 3s. I don't really think he should be betting anything else for value.
And on this particular river now, king 10 suited even gets there. So all king X were actually behind to Sebastian that Simon can have here in a 3-bet pot. So the only real hands we're actually ahead of facing this jam are just flush draws, really. You don't expect that.
We'll come back and say hello before we just turn around. Hello everybody.
Good evening everyone.
Just say hello and wave to you all before we get back to the action.
Back from the dinner break. Players have had an hour's off. We're coming back for the 3rd session of the tape. 3rd session. Players are taking their seats. New featured table as well. And reigning champion, defending his title, going to be in seat 5.
Is he in?
Yeah, Brett Angel's going to be on the table.
Two-siders, two-siders, two-siders. So, we are just about ready for level number 5 of the afternoon. Hope everybody's good, wherever you may be around the world. Bonjour. All right. How are they doing, cock? All right. So we should be chip stacks running across the bottom. A few of the chip stacks from the around the road. Hey, Woody's in the building. Chris Wood just come to join us.
Yeah, run you through. We got for the next couple of hours. In seat 1's going to be Mike Allen. In 2, Paul Noble. In 3, Dan Carter. In 4 is Tim Chung. 5, Brett Angel. 6, Chris Wood. 7, Adam Chadwick. 8 is George Wyatt. And 9 is Andy Taylor.
Yes.
And there's the big stacks going across the bottom of your screen for the first couple of sessions of the day. Joe Newby is our chip leader on 80,000. Sharon in the mix there with 67k. We saw Amanpreet on our featured table before the break. Looks like Riggy's having a better day today after busting Ace King beat Ace King yesterday.
Yeah.
And Colin Moyer and Elliot Cattersan also up there with decent stack sizes.
Hughes is watching in Turkey. It's amazing. I'm impressed. I like Turkey. The last holiday I had was Turkey. Oh, last holiday I was Tenerife. I was in Turkey before that. Love Turkey.
What a life.
Right, so Turkey is lovely. Ishmael, the last time I went to Turkey. So hope everybody's alright, and we are now back for the next session of 2 hours. Claire Morgan, good evening. Claire Morgan says, hey Talon and hey Jay.
Yeah, the guy in the pineapple hoodie, he's still in the field. Every 2 hours we switch our featured table around, so everyone in the field has at least a little chance of getting on it for friends and family to watch them for a couple of hours. But the man that was in seat 6 previous session, he will still be in, he'll just be on an outer table.
Yeah.
But we are going to be concentrating on this featured for the next 2 hours.
Is that Murph? Andy Taylor, the Murph, is in the building. He was 60 kilometres, about 40 miles from Ishmael. Lovely place, Ishmael. Really nice. Well, I hope you're having a fantastic holiday. I'm guessing it's a holiday. Oh, we're having a fantastic holiday now that Turkey's in the green section.
And we got an all-in and a call tower.
Straight away, over to the table, short stack.
Yeah, Andrew's opened the 10-6 of spades, late position, and he's called it off because of the
He's
pot
got
odds
pain
that he's
by the looks
getting.
of it.
Well, Paul's actually got ace-6 off. So he's in a great shape here to get his double up, Paul. Just got a fade of 10, first hand back after the dinner. Jack 9 deuce, 2 hearts.
Big chance to double up here.
Yeah, deuce
Big,
on the
big chance.
just fading 10s. Oh!
One of them.
Free outer on the river, 6% job.
One of them.
And he's out the door. Imagine that, you waited 1 hour to come back. First hand, you get it in good.
Very
your
good.
opponent finds the free outer on the river.
You get it in very good. Unlucky. Murph scrubs in some more chips. And Nick Taylor in seat number 9. What's happening now? Change your deck after one hand. Only done one hand.
Yeah, you left me out there, mate. It was nice, yeah.
Good evening. If you are watching on Twitch as well, social media wise, you can watch us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. You can also give us a little follow on Twitter at Grosvenor Poker. But we are streaming on all platforms. If you do fancy watching in different places, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and I know there's a few people that still watch on the GUKPT website, but they are the main platforms that we're streaming from this year. So we've got Andrew here opening hijack with a jack 10, and Mike chooses to flat the ace 10 of diamonds, and Dan should be squeezing this more often than not. Pretty sure we saw Dan on our feature table yesterday. Could be wrong, could be someone that looks similar. But Dan does opt to squeeze to 3.9, just over 4x after an open and a call. Love the sizing he's opted for here. And Andrew now's got a really easy fold for him in the hijack. Not going to be peeling jack 10 off out of position to this free bet. But he can come in for a 4 bet maybe, but with his stack size I'd be surprised to see that. But looks like he is going to make the call here. Or is it a 4 bet? It is a 4 bet.
9,000 and something.
It is a 4 bet from Andrew. So, Andrew, if we are going to proceed, look at this. Gets the ace queen to fold. 4 bets the jack 10 off. And that
sweet
is a nice move from him. He can't call there out of position, but he comes
could be an interesting table.
He comes in with the option, maybe 3 bet from the button he thought may have been a bit loose. Obviously these guys have probably had a lot of time with each other on the outer tables, got to know how each other play, and if Andrew comes to that conclusion that he could get Dan to fold a large proportion of his range coming in for the 4 bet, then very well played, sir.
Keynes fan says, do the dealers stay with the same tables as they rotate locations? No, the dealers rotate tables, the tables stay exactly where they are, but we just swap a full table to a different full table every 2 levels. So the dealers rotate from table to table, maybe on an hourly basis or however long it may be, but the players stay exactly where they are on table that they're allocated to, and then it's the dealers that rotate around.
So pocket 8s for Andrew, under the gun +2, going to raise to 900, and Mike here jack 10 suited. This one looks like he is 3 betting this time. Very nice hand to do it with, really nice playability. Going to hit lots of flops with this particular hand. We also get the betting lead for ourselves and have position on the original opener. And action on Chris here with the pocket 6s, and with his stack size here cannot do anything but fold if we think Mike's going to be getting out of line often than maybe sometimes at a very small frequency. We can come in for the 4-bet jam, but correctly gets out of the way, and that's going to leave room for Andrew to make the call and go heads up versus Mike out of position. So to the flop. Ace 9 5 all spades. When you 3-bet the Jack 10 of spades and get that flop, you are loving life, and not going to get any action from the pocket 8s of Andrew with no spade there. But nice pick up from Mike. Like to see players incorporating 3-bets in with hands that aren't just the premium holdings. Makes you very difficult to play against.
Yeah, there's no individual person. The only time somebody new comes onto the table is either balancing the table so the same number of players around the table, or it's a new person coming in when one gets eliminated. You always have to have a certain number of players, usually minimum of 8 on a table. Oops, sorry.
Roberto asks, how many tables do we have, entries wise?
There are 200 and a lot. 198, 203 total. There are 140 players left, and we play 9-handed tables.
So 140 players
So
left, so
15.
9 divided by 140. So we've got 15 tables, 16 tables at the moment. But as the day goes on, the tables do whittle down, tables break, players come over to other tables. But at the moment, there are 16 tables out there.
Later tonight, in 3 hours' time at 9 PM, the Day 1C, which is the turbo leg, starts. 20-minute levels, 20,000 starting stack. Exactly same structure, finishes around about 1 in the morning, and then we're back for day 2 tomorrow, starting at 12. And there's a side event of a bounty comp that starts tomorrow at 6.
So lovely flop here for Brett. Once opening the King 5 suited here in the cut-off, flopping middle pair, second nut flush draw. So wants to come in for a bet, start getting some chips in the pot with such a big hand in this spot. George, unaware of his holding here in the big blind, but it's going to be a flop that can favour his range, and George is coming in for a raise here. And straight away here as Brett, we need to be aware of the hands that the big blind's going to defend with. He's going to have 3-4 in there for a flop straight. He's going to have 2 pair combos, hands like 6-2 suited, 5-2 suited, 6-5 off is going to be in there as well. So need to be wary as Brett that the big blind does have a whole catalogue of bluffs here in this particular spot, and Brett just comes straight back at him with the 3-bet and takes it down with a pair of 5s. But George was obviously just going for that raise from a range perspective. Thought we're going to fold out all Brett's ace highs, king highs that continue this flop, and unaware of George's holding, or if I didn't pick it up on that occasion, but I still like the play whatever he had, just understanding how ranges work.
One Eye Pete's just texted me.
Yep.
What's the password for tonight's free roll? What free roll and what password? There's never a password on a free roll apart from ours on a Sunday.
Yeah, there is a free roll running tonight. There's a free roll run that runs every day on Grosvenor Poker. It's only a £50 free roll. Don't forget on Sunday though, we do have a live stream free roll. We give out the password for that on Sunday, and if you win that one, you get a free ticket into the £50,000 GUKPT closer, which starts Monday at 7.
One-eye Pete, saw him in Coventry while we were down there. Good to see him as always. And we'll see him twice next year. Once for the GUKPT leg and then once for Goliath in August.
So Mike opening ace-4 suited under the gun. Cully just come to the feature. Makes the corners direct left. And Andrew got an easy hand to defend within the big blind, and it's three-way action.
King 5-8, 2 clubs.
So this is top pair for Andrew. Cully with middle pair. Mike, ace-4 of hearts here, 1 heart on board. May lean to c-bet in this particular flop. And I can definitely get behind it. I know we can see he's probably going to get called in both spots, but no, Cully makes a good disciplined laydown after catching a pair. Weren't the flop he was looking for with the 8-7 of diamonds, and Andrew obviously not going to be going anywhere after flopping top pair with his king 6 of diamonds. And a 3 of diamonds on the turn. So will draw for Mike picked up here. And I wouldn't even mind seeing a double barrel here from Mike Tower. I'd actually really like to see that. I know from our perspective we can see the whole cards. It's not going to work, but from range perspective, oh, he's going to fold a king. He is going to fold a king. Wow, that makes that bet so much more profitable if we're getting our opponent to fold top pair. But I was going to say all the gut shots, a few flush draws, 8x and 5x are always going to fold to that double barrel in that spot after we've opened under the gun, so we can come in for the bluff, and we actually get top pair to fold in that specific spot, so it becomes even more of a print bet for us. Nice play from Mike in seat 1.
Yeah, even when you're on a train, right?
Coventry was our last leg a couple of weeks ago. First time back in Coventry. Great to be back in the old Rico Arena, which is now the CBS Arena, where Coventry City and Wasps play.
So 10, 5, 6, 2 diamonds. Top pair for Andrew. Bottom pair for Mike. 3 overcards to the pocket freeze. King on the turn. So that's going to be top 2 for Andrew now in the small blind. And expect him to start trying to get value from his particular hand here. We've absolutely smashed this turn card. Top 2 pair. Just going to be so hard to be behind in this particular spot. And action going to be on George with the pocket freeze. Can't see how George is going to continue here, and after some deliberation makes the correct lay down, and nice little pick up from Andrew. Yeah, it can be very complex poker for someone watching it for the first time. There's a lot more to it than people originally just think. There's a lot of strategy, a lot of game theory.
You'll definitely learn so much listening to this fellow who's talking right now, Jay.
Yeah. So much to delve into, so much. Any questions, any words, any vocabulary you don't understand, or just any poker questions, fire them away. Any questions about music or anything else in the world, the Tower's your man for that one. Anything before the 2000s, Tower will know the answer.
The schedule for Luton is already out for the event after Edinburgh, Wednesday 6th of October. The main event satellite. It's on the Poker Live app as well, and it goes live on the rest of the social media platforms tomorrow, 6th of October, until the 17th.
Adam, mate, Broxbourne. That is where you find me. Well, you probably won't actually, because I'm never there. But originally, that's the thing. I'm probably there 3, 4, 5 days a month, if that. Very, very rarely. But yeah, that's where you'd find me. So what a turn card this is. Action alert.
Flush draw. Full house. This could be curtains.
Yeah, it's
the Murph with the boat.
5.5k from Andrew here. And this is actually really good from Andrew. He's same as what I spoke about before. He's just understanding hands, like once he calls flop, like a lot of flush draws are in there. Overpairs probably aren't going to fold again to another barrel. So he's just building the pot with his nutted hand here with the top boat, 10s full of 2s. King on the river doesn't change anything. So action going to be back over to Andrew here. Adam's actually pretty short in terms of pot size.
Adam's checked.
And there's the all in.
All
and
in
there's
the
a
call.
And he's going to get the bad news. A full house beats a flush, unfortunately, and that is just a cold, cold deck. And Adam going to head to the rail. Adam Chadwick has the option to re-enter if he wishes, but that is just a bit of a cold one for him. A flush versus full house. That is what we call a cooler.
Yep, got him covered as well. Murph stacks more.
Sheet open, 10-7.
So another one bites the dust. Brett's still trying to work it out. Yeah, hey Bob. Bob on Twitch. Murph is a good player. Saw him in Manchester when we were there a month or so ago.
Ace King suited in the cut-off for Andrew. Makes it 900. Comes in for the full 3x. And it's raise and take for Andrew. After just winning a nice pot, he's up to 56k. And we do have a big promotion running, guys, across the bottom of your screen there. Free to play, over 40k worth to be won. 7 tournaments running, 3 rolls they are every Wednesday from next Wednesday through to the grand final. When we are there back end of November, early December, you have a chance to play an 8-man sit and go with the boxer David Hay. 7 people will get an invite to that tournament. You've got to win one of our 3 rolls. There's going to be 7 running every Wednesday from next Wednesday. And good luck. I'm sure everyone listening to the stream will be competing. Me and Tower will be commentating on it as well, to have a chance to be on the featured table in front of all the lights, playing against former world heavyweight champion David Hay. And as you can see there, it kicks off at 8 p.m. this Wednesday coming, the 29th.
Best thing about it is it's free to enter. Great incentive. Get yourself involved. Sure, we'll all have at least one go at it.
Or 7.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hurricane Higgins. You might be thinking of Cully Sadu.
Cully Sadu.
Why he's so familiar. He has got millions and millions of earnings on the circuit over the years.
GUKPT Manchester winner in 2010.
Yeah. Definitely a notable face in the poker world, has been for many years now. Got some big results in his time. DPPT runs.
Called Jinder Sidhu from Birmingham.
2.7 million in cashes, Kali Sadu. Now that is some resume. His biggest cash coming second, EPT Barcelona, higher roller back in 2015 for 640,000 euros. Now that is some payday, as Cully takes that one down, flopping flush, draw and gutter. Evening Blue. There'll be no golf spoilers here.
You can let us know all day long as well, as long as you want.
To be honest, with the Ryder Cup it's different. Obviously it's all on in the casino. I'll watch the highlights later when I get back to the hotel. But
yeah, we were 3-1 down at the start of the after the 4 balls, and we could be 6-2 down by the time it's finished today. What level is now on the big blind, says Sam. Well, at the start of every hand, Sam, it tells us, but it also tells you how much it is to play.
Yeah, we're at 200, 500, I think. 2-4 that should be.
2, 3, 3.
First level's 100, 100. Second level's 100, 100, 100. Third level's 1, 2. Fourth level's 200, 300.
200, 300 with a 300.
Last level was 100, 300. This level was 200, 300. Right. And yeah, that's right, Jim. Won't be no payout structure until tomorrow.
Correct. About 1 PM, we reckon.
What did Superman have for lunch, says Penny?
An hour.
An hour, yeah. Superman.
Superman had an hour.
Ace 10 for Mike. Under the gun +1. And Tim looks like he's come in for a free bet here. Or they call them chips. They look like calling chips actually. Yep. 1 green, 3 blues. So just a flat from Tim. He's got 6s, and Chris will make the call with the 7s in the small blind. And action going to be on George, who defends the big with Jack 4 of spades. So 4 players going to this flop. 4, 3, 3. Rainbow. So everyone catching a piece here except Mike. Over pair for Tim and Chris. George has top pair. And Mike going to continue with the worst hand out of the lot. Can't blame him for it though. We are 4-way, yes, but we are up against small blind and a cut off of Tim. The only person that should really hit the 4 or 3x you expect to be the big blind, so he's going to c-bet this spot. And Tim makes the correct fold with the pocket 6s, just gets out the way. And action going to be on Chris here with the pocket 7s. Sam says, roughly what time will the bubble be? Well, tomorrow when it's day 2, it's usually level 6 or 7 when the bubble will burst when we get into day 2. So probably about 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow is when we'll see that go. But back to the action here, because Mike's just pinged the 10 on the turn, giving him top pair, top kicker, so 2 pair 10s and 3s. Like his decision to check though. Obviously we're going to be put in a bad spot if we do come in for a bet and get raised by the big blind. They're going to have plenty of 3s there defending out of the big blind in their range. And this 7 on the river is going to be beautiful for Chris. Look at him stone face there. He's just rivered 7s full. And got George here who's got a pretty clear check. Okay, I thought he checked Chris. He's actually going to come in for a lead of 3.3. George will make the fold, and Mike should be calling this. I know I say he should be calling it when he's behind, but going to have to make the call here as Mike a lot of the time with the ace-10. And there's the call, and the pocket sevens, River in the boat, is going to take the pot, and Mike has to call in that spot the way the hand's played, getting that price on the end, and can't blame him for making that decision. It's all about, if we call there over and over again in that particular spot, I'm sure we will be making money. We're going to have the best hand more often than not. It's just unfortunate for us that the sevens ping the 2 out on the river versus our hand.
Claire Morgan says she really enjoys poker. Good friend of yours, Kyle Irving, plays tournaments around the world a lot. Is that Kyle Irving from Canada? Indeed, Jim Marlowe answering all the questions. 6-12 with a 12 tomorrow with a 20k starting stack if you want to buy directly into day 2. That's not classed as a day 1. It's 3 flights in total. Day 1A yesterday, day 1B now, and day 1C runs at 9 PM, which is a turbo flight.
As we see the Queen 9-3 2 club flop. So Tim with the best of it. Just going to check back his 8s. There are 2 overcards, 4 of spades on the turn. So now Tim going to try and get some value. Equity denial purposes going to be betting for there as well, but King 5, no more doing in that hand.
55,000 the big stack is Murph, seat number 9.
Needs all the info he does.
Hurricane Higgins, any big names in the field yesterday or today? Well, why have we got 2 minutes? Why the dealer riffles the cards?
Loads.
I thought that was going to be the chip counts from yesterday. But Tom Hall was one of them.
Yeah.
He was the short stack that bagged up. Obviously, huge name in the UK poker scene and probably European as well, but he is short stacked. We haven't seen Warps or Midi this week, have we? Neither of them two. I'm trying to think who's in the field.
There's plenty of previous GUKPT winners in the field.
But you've got the man in seat 4 obviously as well, Tim Chung. He's well known on the UK poker scene. Very established player. Plays very high stakes cash games, I believe.
Ludo's in the building. Ludo Gaelic.
Oh, it's Ludo here.
Ludo's
there
playing.
You are. I didn't even know Ludo was here.
Bobber's playing. Ludo is in the building. Colin Gillen's playing. He's the best player in his house.
So nice there from Mike with the King Queen. Love to see it. Incorporating the the pre-flop bluffs in with that particular hand. Nice bit of poker. Yeah, our Claire says our dad and her brother play poker with him, and she'll be joining them in December. Well, watch the stream. You might get a few little tips. You never know. Go and crush. Just turn up and suddenly you know how to play, you take all the money and there we are. Yes, Paul Leveridge as well. Stu Rutter is in the field, another notable name. Hadn't seen Stu for 3-4 years on the circuit, and then since the pandemic's finished, he's come back on the scene. He's been supporting the GUKPT since we have been back. So easy defend for Cully with King Jack off in the big blind after Brett opened the suited connector early position. Ace Jack 2 rainbow. So if we're Brett here, from a range perspective, we want to be c-betting this one high frequency. We're going to have lots of bets here on the ace high board. We've also got some fair backdoors here with our 10-9 of clubs. There's a club would bring us a flush draw, an 8 would bring us an up and down, a queen would bring us an up and down. So potential some double barrel candidates on the turn, but that probably isn't one of them. So might just see the white flag raised here from Brett, but he's just going to bomb this in terms of range. 2k into 3.5k, so 60% pot here on the turn from Brett. Just going to continue the story that he's opened early position. He's got the ace king, he's got the ace queen, he's got the ace jack, jacks, ace 10 in there as well. So just really amping up the pressure there with position versus Cully, simply because he has all those hands that Cully shouldn't really have there defending out the big blind. So good awareness from him, a nice little pick up with the worst hand. So Andrew, ace king in the cutoff. Popped in for 3x, raises to 900. And going to get some resistance from Dan in the big with an ace himself. He's going to defend this one, and we're going to the flop.
Flop time. King, Jack 8, all hearts. Top, but bit of a dodgy flop with the nut flush draw for Dan in C3.
Yes, Andrew going to continue here. Might size up a little bit more because of the wet board texture. Almost for 1.4, so has opted for over half pot. I think if we saw a King Jack 8 rainbow, it'd probably be a smaller size, but we're going to charge some single heart hands like the one Dan has. Actually has the ace of hearts, so drawing to the nuts here, and boom, there it is.
Instant service.
Well, second nuts from his perspective. Obviously there is a straight flush out there, but can't be too worried about that. It's only 2 combos and the ace on the river, so the ace king does make top 2 pair. And Dan here now with the ace of hearts. Want to see him come in for some value. No need to get trappy in check here, because it's hard for our opponent to have a heart in this spot, simply because we've got the ace of hearts. He's opened early position, so the only hearts he can really have are the queen and 10 of hearts because of the specific hearts on the board. So no need to come in for a check raise in this spot. We just want to come in for a bet, maybe try and get a call from a hand like Dan has in this particular spot, and we have got a call from that. And a nice sizing choice from Andrew, from Dan, sorry. Andrew getting the maximum, I'd say, in that particular river situation. Yin says, is cut off an early position? No, the cut off is the second latest position you can be in, second best at the table pre-flop. The later the position, the better. The cut off is the position that is to the right of the button. So where the dealer button is, Cully's on the button at the moment in seat 2. That would make Mike the cut off, and it's abbreviated on the stream for graphic purposes to CO. So Ali going to open to 700, and Andrew in the hijack with pocket 7s makes the call, and Mike with deuces in the cut-off going to do the same thing here. Fine to just pill this as a pair, no need to free bet, just going to make the call. And Cully, pocket 8s here, all this action in front of him and a lot of dead money. It comes down to whether we just want to flat or potentially squeeze this particular holding. Dan with ace-9 off in the small blind here. And makes a good discipline late now. And that's a good fold from Dan. A few people might be watching thinking, oh, well, he's folded a decent ace there. But with all this action in front of him and in the small blind's a worst position at the table. You're always going to be acting first on every street.
Who feels confident?
You want to, you want to be playing tighter hands. And Tim's actually got 7s as well in the big blind. So 2 players with pocket 7s.
And the flop with 5 players.
Well, he hasn't whiffed Ali. Ali's actually.
Well, Ali's got Ali's up now and down. Yeah.
Ali's up and down with 2 overs, so it's not the worst flop for him. But this one's going to check through 5-way. You want to be less inclined to put money in the pot as a bluff with a 5-way flop or even 4-way. There's going to be plenty of hands out there, but that's a lovely turn for Cully, turning a set. And once checked to us here as Cully, we've got a pretty clear bet. We're going to feel comfortable. We've got the best hand and want to start charging some draws, high equity to single spades hands as well as some 9x. And we are going to get some resistance from Ali. He's not going to be folding with the 3rd nut flush draw, up and down straight draw and 2 overcards. Oh, just quads, backdoor quads,
just
perfect, perfect.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
It's a good job it didn't go 9-10 jack on the flop.
Yeah, backdoor quads, and Cully not going to be getting action, but done the old 12.50 to 1 shot. Perfect. And Ali just not going to be able to do anything but let this one go. He's going to save some face and act like he's got a decision for a few seconds, but I can't see him waiting more than 10 seconds before this one's dished straight into the muck.
No. Check flop, check turn, check river. You're certainly not check calling. Flick it in the muck, Ali. Let's move on.
The Urger Tower.
Yep. Level 5 of the day. 9 PM is when the turbo starts.
Pocket 5s for Chris, raises to 800. Mike with 9-8 of clubs here in the hijack. Can't see him folding this one tower. I think against Chris's stack size though, we're just going to call here with position. Maybe against a later position raise or someone who's a bit deeper. Could potentially come in for a free bet. Saying that, we are playing 200, 300. My brain keeps thinking it's 200, 400 for some reason because the last blind level was 300, but yeah, sorry, it's 200, 300 this level. It's actually a bit deeper than I originally first thought. And Brett, I was about to say, Brett probably wants to fold this one, but he's getting a really good price and looks like he's opting for 100% defend when getting an attractive price.
King 10-3. A rainbow. Yes, the diamond's on the turn, checks all the way around. And just a set on the river as the 5 of spades hits for Chris. He actually was still in front before the river. He's never folding now, but I don't think he's going to get any body to call his bet, no matter what size it is.
Yeah, not getting no action, as Tower mentioned. And we are covering the main event, but we do have plenty coming up as well.
Do we?
Have a little look
What
there.
we
We got some 30-30s coming up. Look at that. Next week, 29th to the 3rd of October, Reading, Leicester, Blackpool. That's where we're going to be holding them £400 buy-in, so a bit smaller than this tournament. If this is a bit out of your remit, you can go ahead and play one of our 30-30s, 30k starting stack, 40-minute clock, great structure, really good tournaments. The week after, we are off to Portsmouth, Manchester and Glasgow, same as before, £400 buy-in. Guarantee on all of these is £50,000. That is guaranteed, whether we make the money for it or not. And the final week for our 30-30s, Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh, that is the 10th to the 14th.
Indeed. Great events. The 25-25s that were on before the pandemic struck will be back either late in the year or early next year. Wheatley, Poker SNCO says, what are the COVID rules for GUKPT this year? Play or don't.
Yeah, that's it. You can wear a mask if you like, as you see Tim doing in seat 4.
Nobody's going to say anything if you wear a face covering. The next event in Edinburgh, with mandatory face coverings to be worn walking around anywhere. At the table, you don't need them on, but you can wear them if you want to. Walking around the casino, walking around outside, I don't believe as well. Quite mandatory. Scotland is totally different to England regarding rules and regulations regarding the restrictions and COVID, and just be aware that you will need a face covering to get into the casino if you're going up to Edinburgh.
And Wheatley asks, how does the table see the cards in the hand? So you see the magic, yeah, you see the box, the little circle that the cards are on now. Each card has a chip in it, and underneath where that circle is, there's a little scanner. It scans the chip, it sends it to, like, it's a bit too technical for me, it's not my side, but it sends it to space.
Sends it to Andy,
sends it to Andy.
Types it in as quick as he can,
imagine.
and he shouts from the table, it's a 4 diamonds!
No, but there's software involved, and it just scans it. It will come up as the card there is. All decks are pre-registered, so their individual chip has its own individual card, all 52, and that is how we know what the whole cards are. But that is also why we are on a half-hour delay, because it stops any sort of bad etiquette or whatever from happening, whatever you want to call it. It means that people can't be on their phones, get a text from their family. He's got this hand, he's got that hand. We are on a half-hour delay, so the pictures you are seeing did happen half-hour ago. However, me and Tower are live, so we get to interact with everyone in the chat boxes.
Quick word here from Tom. Face covering is not mandatory outdoors, but required indoors. Thanks, Tom. That's when we get up to Edinburgh next week. Face coverings mandatory indoors. And we'll be up in Edinburgh next week, and then 2 weeks later down in Luton for their GUKPT.
So Andrew, early position open, 9-7 suited. Chris gonna just flat here in the small ace 10. 7-5-3 rainbow. So flops top pair. I'm going to come in for continue here, and Chris, you're just ace high and out of position. Going to have to muck this one, you expect. He is going to come in for the float. See that he can perhaps pick up a pair on the turn. The turn is the 5 of spades. And action back over to Andrew. He is going to fire again, and Chris now will have to get out of the way. I would have just liked to see him potentially fold that one on flop out of position. Ace 10 suited with a backdoor flush draw, yeah, probably going to pill, but this particular ace X with no backdoor possibilities, we'll just like to see the fold on the flop, but facing this bet now on the turn, just got an easy decision, and going to be a fold after some deliberation, you expect.
Probably stop it from going.
215 runners played today so far, 345 total. $231,000 collected so far. Around about 25% of that will go to the winner.
Chris 7-5 of spades on the button. We'll be opening this one. Makes it 700. And action on George in the big blind, who should be free betting this one. You expect tower somewhere around 2.8. That sort of remit, around the 4x mark, give or take. And up to 3.5, so just a smidge below 4x. Do want to size up slightly, guys, when you are free betting out of position. And that's what George has done here. Chris, is it going to actually make the call here with the 7-5 of spades? 10-10-8 rainbow. Check from George, and action on Chris after he pays for his bit. And not opting to come in for a little bluff with the 7 height. He has picked up a gut shot here now, and the thing is Chris, we need to make the decision here. If we're going to bluff turn, we've got to go for it, because now George has checked twice. Like, he's going to be weighted a lot towards ace highs, hands like he has, like an ace jack, ace queen, ace king type hand. So if we're Chris here and we want to fire, say like 2-3k, we need to be willing to go through with it on the river. So, because there's just not too much merit in betting and then checking behind and giving up, because the ace highs are probably going to call once after flop action. So we need to make that decision here now if we're going to run this bluff or not. Always need to be thinking a street ahead, and that's just the white flag. Chris has just said to himself, I'm going to see if I catch a 5, 6 or 7 on this river. If I don't, I'm done with a hand.
9 of clubs.
And George going to check once more, and Chris is going to check back. You expect, but he might come in for a bluff. He knows he's never going to be good at showdown. He knows what George's hand is now. He should be aware that George is going to have a hand like this, ace high. So when he comes in for this bet, from George's perspective, what are we meant to beat here? And like, what's he meant to have? Chris doesn't play a 10 like this. He's probably going to bet the 10 at least on the turn. If he's got a hand like a pocket pair, he's probably going to bet that on the turn as well for equity denial. So once he comes in for this river bet, he's basically trying to say that he's caught this 9 on the end, because Queen Jack with a gut shot should be betting at least turn, if not flop. And George might sniff this one out. Might just sniff this one out, because we do beat like the King Jack, the King Queen, the Ace Queen, the Ace Jack, the Ace King, but opted to just fold that one. And Chris just taking advantage of that, I guess. He knew what George's hand was. It was pretty face up the way the hand had played, and thought, you know what, I'm going to just get him to fold ace high, and that's exactly what he done. Maybe made it look like a value bet going that small, trying to get a hero from ace high, and unfortunately for George, It's hard to put some money in with just ace queen there.
Got some good news and bad news.
Oh no.
Bad news.
What's the bad news?
Pineapple Man's out.
Oh.
Good news is we entered. He's back in.
He's back in.
He's back in.
Another £750. And he's got himself back in the field. As Khalid just made 4 8s.
Got him again.
Got him again.
How long have you been in Turkey, Hughesy, if you don't know what the price of beer is in the UK? I thought you was on holiday in Turkey. I didn't realise you were over there. King 9-5, 2 spades, as we see a flop.
Yeah, not much for anyone here.
No, good to ball, but Cully's got the blockers.
Brett just taking initiative. Smelt the weakness coming for the bet with the ace high. The blinds are going up in 5 minutes, and that will take us to the halfway point of the day. Live coverage for everyone tuned in. If you want to stay with us till the end, we'll be finishing up around 12:30 in the morning, 12:30 AM GMT. I should mention as well, as I know we do have viewers watching from all over the globe now.
They do. Hughes has been in Turkey 10 years. Very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. Well, I ought to be there soon. Even if it's just for a week. Here's Andrew from Chef. Andy Taylor in seat 9. Murph is from Manchester. You've just been promoted.
What have been promoted to?
T-boy.
What was I before?
Just
just boy without the T. I will go and get the
fill
cups
that up
of
with
teas in.
and a bottle of water as well. Thank you very much. Off you go. Good lad. Look after the elders. Oh, yeah. Would you like a pen and a piece of paper, son?
I'm going to need a tray.
Did Pineapple Man lose to a big pair? I love it. Oh, Cully turns a big turn card. It's a jack of spades, but it pairs on the river. Still gives him the best outs. He could get bet off this because Ali bets and Cully just cannot pull. Did you miss anything? Was the question? No. Not. We missed it. We've had the dinner break. We've come back. We've had an elimination, and now we are back. 200 and I think it was 15 the last time we saw it. Playing the main events. $219 total, 349 altogether. Right, that satellite from last night's still live on the app.
I know, all past good one should have been a manager, I should have, yeah. One bit left the app.
Oh, right.
First time I was seeing that.
King 10-6, the latest flop, 2 diamonds. Aces for Andrew, who raised to 900 pre and gets called off Cully, who hits a pair. Murph, the nickname of Andrew Taylor, so if we say Murph it's C9. Nine of clubs on the river. Check call from Cully. He'll check again.
Uno T.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Last
Cheers,
French.
Rodney.
There's none, so Daniel's going to bring him over.
Awesome.
The valet of the year.
Valet of the year. So he goes check, check. And the ace is win from Murph. Level 5 of the day. 9 PM tonight in just over 2 hours time. Start of the turbo. I really should say 9 PM GMT, as everybody's watching from everywhere these days. Which ones? 3 o'clock game. Which can't be on every week. Which can't be on every week.
So Chris opening early position with a 10-9 suited.
The game at 12:30. TV rights. Hello. Lenny, how we doing? Lenny, big Preston North End fan. Yes. Lovely. Top one. 12:30, it's on BT Sport.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, 10 turning trip 7s, not getting any action though from the 10 height.
Yeah, Sunday. Oh, they're Saturday night. Yeah, that's on Sky. Massive Preston North End fan, old Lenny. He sure is. Stay away from them tomorrow. Who have you got tomorrow, Lenny? Who are you losing to tomorrow? Away at Birmingham. So I'm guessing it's away if you're saying stay away from them. Shout out to Martin Dean. Afternoon, Martin Dean, wherever you may be. Whichever part of the world you are. See, Claire Morgan's got it right, losing to Birmingham. Haha! Deadlock watching the old videos on the VT in the background. You are not wrong. Yeah, what is that all about your stream? Live streaming slot machines. Oh, Lenny?
Does it?
Yeah. Got to be sponsored or something like that. Good luck with what you're doing, Lenny. Whoever's doing it for you.
Yeah, Martin's in Norway.
Martin Dean is in Norway. Awesome. That's somewhere I've never been.
Norway.
No way you in Norway. No way. One of my very good friends, Alan Asterud, is from Norway. Big Liverpool fan.
Cully Ace King.
Somewhere I've never been. And really should. But your beer's expensive.
Is Phil allowed to play?
I know, yeah. It's like Phil's brother in C3.
It is. It's a spit of him. Where is he? Well, that's why we can't see him. He's obviously on the feature table. Changed his name. So open from Cully, called by both blinds. Brett with a freeze. Queen 8-7. So pocket three is actually the best hand. Cully not choosing to continue this one. I'm going to check it back and finds the ace on the turn. So now expect Cully to come in for some value here with the ace king. Try and get called by some queen hex perhaps. There will be queen hex out there even though flop was checked through. Both players assuming they're playing in float. They'd probably play a queen the same way, then check it over to us on the turn because we have all the ace x. But little pick up from Cully there.
Yeah, Lenny, we'll have a chat about it. I do watch now and again. Now you've started. I just wish you'd stop vaping on screen. Absolutely loathe that. But
vaping.
I know. And it's not to do with me because it's him vaping. It just looks. I don't like it. That's just me. I don't like watching anybody vaping or smoking on telly. But I don't know why. Just old-fashioned. But yeah, he's doing well. Lenny will speak to you about it. We will definitely speak to you about it when we get to Blackpool in a month's time.
So A7 suited for Mike. Going to want to open this one. Raises to 1k, folds round to the button. Then Brett not going to be getting involved with the 10-6 offsuit. That should be going straight into the muck. And action on Chris. He's going to fold this one. And big blind Ali with 10-4 off. That's going into the muck. Shall we have a little look what's going on, Tower, in the outer tables?
Let's have a look.
Shall we see if we can
Let's
see any
have a
familiar
butchers.
faces? Let's have a little look.
Let's have a little look.
Who have we got? Who have we got?
Bobber. Paul McTaggart. Paul McTaggart will be up in Edinburgh in next week, and he will be there as well as Colin Gillen. Colin Gillen sat on the outer table. In fact, there he is. Best player in his house. So he keeps telling me. What a room that is. Look at that. Stu Rutter down bottom left. And Masood's giving somebody a right good old thumping. Get out, get out here. Some big players in that room. Cole Shaw, Raggy. Looking around, what a sight they stand on the same table as Steve Jelinek. What a lovely sight that is, as we see all the way around the poker room.
It's nice for everyone watching at home. You see what's going on. It's not just the featured table, it is packed out there.
Not your standard card room with the 2 floors and the hole down, looking down on the pit at the top. I'll tell you what, excellent stuff, really good.
Do like a good old pan.
Yes, I like that. I like we get instructed and he goes tss, like the frying pan.
Is Jamie Nixon playing today?
I don't think he is. Is he playing? Is Jamie Nixon playing?
I'm not sure. He might be coming back for the turbo. He busted late last night.
He did bust late last night, didn't he?
Black Nala says in 2013 I thought I was okay at poker and won a seat for a series. Day one, Steve Warburton on my left and Paul McTaggart on my right. Nearly never played again.
Wow. And our main guru, you don't see him on TV, Andy Booth. He owns Cardroom Direct, he owns all the live streaming, and he provides all the equipment, and we set up with a great team. He's got a fantastic poker story regarding Steve Warburton and his first time he ever played live, but he'll never tell you it unless he's had about 8 beers. It was on the ship. Was it Romanello? Was it? I thought it was Steve Warburton. Oh yeah, it was Romanello. Yeah, I do apologise. It was Roberto Romanello because Roberto was a massive name at the time. Whenever we get him in front of the camera, we'll tell you the story.
So George getting the job done with the free bet with the ace king. No action.
While playing Countdown, I got a 495 letter word. Oh, Andy Booth, the old striker. When Andy Booth the striker for Sheffield Wednesday back in the day.
Tim here flats the aces versus early position open. I'm a big advocate for this. When we're short, we want to take the risk versus reward factor. We want to try and get ourselves some chips, a double up, rather than free betting and potentially folding out the under the gun opener. We're just going to flat here as Tim, Queen 4-3 rainbow, lovely flop toss to see when we played these aces deceptively, and he's continuing to do that, and it's checked all the way through. 8 of hearts on the turn. I really love stuff like this, and Tim just thinking how to get maximum here with the aces. And if Cully bets here, like, expect Tim to come in for thin value raise, but this is going to be a value bet now. Once Cully's checked, we're not going to be checking again as Tim. We want to try and get paid, but it's what we're going to get paid by, that is the question. So bet of 2k, and Brett with the King Jack suit, see if we let this one go. And I think Cully will pay this off. I think Cully's going to pay this one off with the pocket sevens the way it's played, and it's just nice hand. Tim's played it perfectly. He's probably got maximum there. You sort of raised the eyebrows from Cully, like, oh, I wasn't expecting to see aces. Check twice.
Yeah, Paul Leverage says, yeah, and Huddersfield Town. To be fair, I remember Andy Booth being at Huddersfield Town rather than Sheffield Wednesday, to be fair. He was a prolific striker for Huddersfield Town. Obviously Sheffield Wednesday ruined his career, but I do remember Booth playing for Huddersfield rather than Sheffield Wednesday, but he must just like playing in blue and white stripes. They might just like the stripes, but they're both playing blue and white stripes.
Yeah, Claire. I think it was played to perfection, actually. I think if Tim free bets pre-flop, everyone folds. So I think he got maximum in that particular scenario. The way he checked it down to the river and then went for his value, I'm definitely feeling like that was the maximum he could have got in that situation. As Tim opens next hand to 800, Brett going to flat the ace-queen on his direct left. Optional free bet as well. Can free bet this, but choosing to just call and play a pot in position with the ace-queen of hearts. Cully's going to come in the big blind as well.
King, Jack, Ace, 2 diamonds.
So,
any flops to it, anybody?
In terms of range,
like everybody.
Cooper 1 for Tim, he's the opener. Expect him to have the jacks, the kings, the aces, the ace king, the ace jack, queen 10 suited, they're all in there. And that's why we see him come in for a bet, and Brett will make the call. Actually has Tim pretty locked here. Tim going to be drawing to a chop most of the time. Can obviously hit a king as well, but king is the only card that will win him the pot. 10 would chop it up. And Tim not getting sticky, makes a nice fold.
So GUKPT Day 1B well underway. 9 PM tonight GMT. The turbo will start. That'll be on the outer tables. Obviously we concentrate on Day 1B itself with the 60-minute levels. Through till round about 12:30 tonight, and then back tomorrow at 12:30 in the afternoon. We get 12 hours to do what we want. What do you normally do?
Sleep.
Yeah, it's about the same as me.
That is literally it. Sleep. Get back to the hotel, edits the pillow, off we go. Wake up and we're back here.
At least tomorrow, the breakfast is at a normal time, rather than 9 a.m. Who gets up at 9 a.m. to eat breakfast?
Normal people, I think, Tower.
Normal people with normal jobs.
Us people in the poker community, we are a different breed. My breakfast is usually 2-3 p.m.
Absolutely.
Most days.
Absolutely. Get the Cheerios out at 2 p.m.
So Mike attacking this open from Chris with the old GTO aces. This is the sort of nut bluff 3-bet hand. We've got the ace blocker in there. We're going to have around 30% against all other hands in the deck except aces, which we block. We halve the combinations from a 6 to 3 because we have an ace in our hand. And not only that, we can just take it down here against our opponent the times that we are called. Decent playability, suited, we can flop straight draws and can sometimes take it down with our continuation bet. And Chris obviously not going to be folding pocket nines, just opting to see whether to 4-bet or flat there, and King Queen 7 rainbow. And this is one of the boards that we're just going to be betting high frequency as Mike. After 3-betting this hand, there's a heart there as well. We're going to have all the King X, Kings, Queens, Ace King all in there, King Jack suited perhaps. And this is just going to be a board that favours our range more than it does our opponents. And nice play there from Mike. I really like seeing stuff like that. People actually choosing the right hands to 3-bet bluff and then still going with it on the flop like that. Just thinking about range, knowing that C-bet's going to get through more often than not. And Mike picks up a nice pot with just ace high.
Claire Morgan's already called the bluff. She says at least you could have a couple of pints. He's called the bluff already.
I'm too old for that now.
Knows us too well. Knows us. I keep asking for Horlicks on the night time, but it keeps coming out looking like Guinness. Is that because he's that's because it is Guinness. All right, okay. All these years. Last event Yuzi went to was Blackpool 2008. Does Neil Channing still attend the events? Right, I think that was last time we saw Neil Channing as well. Does Neil? Blackpool 2008. What's your real name, Yuzi? Tell us your full name. You played Blackpool 2008, the year Brian Clark won it. Yuzi was watching in Turkey. Been in Turkey 10 years. And his last event he played was Blackpool 2008, the year Brian Clark won it. The most famous quote from Blackpool that I get told every time I go to Blackpool was when we were doing the live streaming. Well, we weren't doing the live streaming then, we were doing the videos. And I got the camera in my hand and I got the microphone in my hand, because I'm a multitasker, you know. And we're doing it. And there was a big hand, yeah. and I shout, and I shout, "It's not over! It's not all over until the fat lady sings!" And I shout, "And there's plenty of them in Blackpool."
You can't say that, Tower.
It's 2008. You can say what you want. Oh, I remember that. I get reminded by the same person every day. It's not over until the fat lady sings, and there's plenty of them in Blackpool. I'm reminded every single time I go into Blackpool about it.
Someone's asked in the chat whether they can watch the stream back. Yes, after the day's finished,
yes.
All the day's action gets uploaded to YouTube, and you can watch all the live streams back. Day 1, day 2, day 3. You can go and watch a GUKPT from 4 years ago if you really fancy that. It all gets uploaded to the YouTube channel, so we'll be able to watch it all back. I've said this a few times on stream, but still your favourite line for me, my first year doing the commentary was at the Goliath that year, and the guy busted first hand, he was walking out of the room a bit disheartened, and you've got your microphone, camera pointing in his face. How's it feel to be the worst player in the room? You can't say that to someone.
I never said that.
You did say that.
I never said that.
It's there, Vegas, for the year.
Might have
Just travelled to Coventry and.
And me and Craig Mullins have stayed friends ever since. And he watches the live streams and we're still laughing jokes about it.
Oh, it is funny. It is funny.
So Tim Hughes is in Turkey, and the last event he played was at Blackpool 2008. Well, I hope you're enjoying your life in Turkey. But yeah, that's when he used to back raise and everything, isn't it? Re-raise. Made him run.
Yeah. Jack 3-3, Rainbow the flop, 2 pair. Jackson freeze, king kicker for Ali, and not much else for either opponent. So be very surprised if this one got to a turn. A lot of the time it's going to go bet from Ali and 2 folds from his opponents, like that. And move on to the next hand.
Hi, Giedris.
Go on,
Sorry,
Tower.
Giedris Gustas says, what's the guarantee? The guarantee, there wasn't a guarantee on this event, but there's £220,000 in the prize pool as it currently stands. £220,000 as it stands. And it's just going to get bigger. What were you going to say, young man? Sorry?
I know Brown Warrior said that's some shuffle from the dealer, and one of the best on tour, the man at the moment dealing.
So, it's gone up actually, it's 230,000. What's happening over here? There's
Cracker
fingers
Jack.
flying and all. Cracker Jack! Cracker Jack! Did you catch it? Then you can play Cracker Jack. What's Cracker Jack? Roll there. Very multitasking, can't do that.
George opens the Queen Jack of Spades, makes it 800.
Is that what you get for 750?
And Brett. It's definitely I'm not sure why Brett's flattered here. Haven't really got any reasoning for it. I'm guessing Brett will have a reason, but a little bit leaky this. King Deuce suited, calling early position open out the small blind.
Or the plan?
Don't think it's ever going to be good in this situation.
No.
George seems like he's a very competent player, and Chris behind him's been playing pretty solid as well, so I don't see any reason why we should be in this pot with King Deuce suited, but Brett obviously wanting to get involved. Maybe feels like he's playing well, his reads are good, he's making good decisions post flop, but from just a normal standpoint, these type of hands just want to be folded in the small blind. A lot of bad things can happen in the small. Obviously we still got the big blind to act behind us. We're going to be acting first on every street. Big blind then gets a more attractive price to defend once we flatten the small, meaning that we're going to be going three-way very often, so we're splitting equity three ways. It's just a position where you want to choose a particular range of hands to flat, but obviously against late position opens it could be better to free bet and then flat in the small. But I'm sure Brett would have had his reasons, but could be a little bit leaky that from him.
See the Brown Warrior, I had to explain to 2 people yesterday what Cracker Jack was. Oh, I could strangle an action man. See, when Stu Francis did Cracker Jack after Roy Castle, they did the game at the end where he had to hold everything, and look, Carla was stood there, she got loads of stuff in her arms, and I said, oh, it's like watching Cracker Jack. She went, what's that? I'm like, oh no. Then you know you're getting old, you see. Kids programmes aren't what they used to be, you see. You have set programmes every day. It's Friday, it's 5 to 5. It's Cracker Jack. Oh. Cabbage. Exactly. See? Couldn't believe it. It was a great day. Friday, it's 5 to 5. And all the crowd went, it's Cracker Jack. It was great. What interaction do kids get these days on television? They don't interact with Peppa Pig, do they?
Well, I know what it is now, Tower, so if it ever comes up,
Absolutely. When you get live, I'm sure you were YouTubing it last night.
Yeah, that's what I've done. I got back to the hotel and watched whatever Cracker Jack was.
Yeah, I know you were watching YouTube last night. Lions 2-4 with the 4.
Next leg, guys, we are off to Edinburgh.
Yes!
There it is, bottom of your screens. There's a package satellite going on Sunday. £1,500 up for grabs, 750 seat plus the expensive 225 buy-in. That's happening on the satellite, on the feeder, on the client, and you can win a ticket for GUKPT Edinburgh plus expenses. So basically 2 bullets. If you really want to use it that way, you can get them for 225 on Sunday.
Have we got the festival structure up there?
Yeah, shall we get it up after this hand for everyone?
We'll
get it up. We'll let that run across, and we'll put our mutts on the screen for everyone to see with the Edinburgh schedule. And Tim coming in for free bet here with the Ace-King suited after Andrew opened the King-Queen suited under the gun. And action going to come back round to him. King-Queen of clubs, lovely looking hand, great playability. We are out of position to good opponent though, and if we do make the call here for 3k, SPR for this pot's going to be about 1.25, 1.3, so need to be wary of that as well. If we were a bit deeper, we could potentially pill this hand, but regarding stack sizes here, going heads up against Tim out of position with that SPR, I'm going to be folding this particular one. If Tim's got 40k, yeah, let's get involved. But I think with this particular stack to pot ratio, it's just going to be best to fold this one as Andrew. Or we could, if we think Tim's getting out of line, we could come in for the 4-bet. I much prefer that than a flat here as Andrew. Tim, very capable player. We'll have some 3-bet bluffs in this spot, but there is the fold. And Cully's going to do the exact same thing, and Tim's going to pick that one up. But nice fold there from Andrew. The last thing I wanted to see there from him was a call. Just aware of stack sizes in that particular situation.
One of your besties was on Tiswas 5 times, says Penny Smith. Tiswas was great. Champion the Wonder Horse, Zorro, then the Flashing Blade on a Saturday morning. The Brown Warrior's just a little bit older than me, I reckon. I reckon he's late 50s, the Brown Warrior. That's just before me. You know, so Donna watching, says that's the deal he got to do with Andrew's guns. He's a big lad, old Murphy, isn't he? In seat number 9. As you can hear the noise in the background, it means that the guys are on a break live. They are on a break live. We're on a 30-minute delay, as you know.
I'm not having it. I've not seen Phil for about 4 hours, and every time I look at Dan in seat 3, I'm sure it's Phil. I'm sure he sat down, he's had a pop at the tournament.
I think you're right.
He's using an alias. How is this not? Look at him.
Brother, how is this not? We thought Phil was working the floor. We didn't realise he was sat in seat 3.
And we haven't seen him in 3 hours.
We haven't seen him in 3 hours.
It's
flicked the wonder. Hey, Oi, get off you.
Let's have a look.
Get off you.
We're going to go. We're going on, Tower. We're going on. Be prepared. We are going. We'll do it next hand. We'll do it next hand. I'll put the Edinburgh schedule up. We'll wait a hand.
We're just looking at Murph's guns. Oh, yeah. No.
No,
I'll put it.
There it is. Right, shall we have a look what's going on next week? Next week in Edinburgh.
Hello, there we are. Look at that.
There
That schedule right there is absolutely great because it's a shortened version of GUKPT. and the full festival is not on because of restrictions regarding we changed to Coventry. It's a great effort from the team, and that is the full schedule in Coventry. It really is.
And we've got a side event added as well for
yes,
this
we've got
one.
the bounty on.
So the bounty on Saturday, that's £125 to play. That will be busy, we are hoping, but satellite on the Wednesday if you want to try and get in for the fraction of the buy, and there's also one on the Thursday as well. We're not too sure what the turnout's going to be like yet in Edinburgh, but we are hopeful that we will get quite a few runners.
Oh, we've got a dice.
Oh, a dice.
6. Number 6. Don't know what we're doing. What we got? What we're rolling down? I'm rolling
I
down.
told Adam the list of drinks was 1 water, 2 water, blah blah blah, 6 champagne. He's got it on a 6. Couldn't you have caught like a 3 for a sparkling water?
Who's buying the drinks?
You can have
Should we get a camera on?
No, who's buying the
roll it properly. Okay, roll it.
We'll put a camera on.
Stick the camera on.
Put the camera on.
We've got a game going on at the minute, just while we're watching in the middle of the program. What? Let me just have a look at this. Right. Let me just have a look. Where's the list? I can see them with my glasses. When I put my glasses on, I'm all right. 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 Roll number 1, it's water. 2's water. 3's sparkling water. 4's a gin and tonic. 5's a cocktail, and 6 is champagne. Who's buying them?
I'm buying them.
Right. Are you ready? Ready, Boothie?
Yeah.
Ready? We're shaking the dice. We're back to the tables. We've got an aces against ace queen.
Cully's going to be out the door. Cully's out the door.
Cully's
Come on,
out
let's
the
sort
door.
this out. Let's sort this out.
The dice rolls. Oh, the dice rolls. 4.
What's that? Gin and tonic.
Gin and
Gin and
tonic.
tonic.
Gin and tonic for the team. It was a 4. It was a 4. We rolled a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's the dice game. That's what happens in a £750 comp. You enter. They have a six drinks, and it ended up as a gin and tonic. So there you go. Claire Morgan shouts, "Come on, the 6." That's a great game, isn't it? Salamir says, "Can't wait for Edinburgh. Hopefully you get a good turnout." I think you will. I really do think Edinburgh will get a great turnout. Yes, it's only the main event and the satellites and a game on Saturday night, but it's good that they're ending up going back after being cancelled or postponed because of the restrictions up in Coventry, up in Scotland, sorry. So there you go. So we ended up with G&Ts. And these guys are playing £750 tournaments for £250,000 in the middle.
There's going to be more than that come tomorrow, Tower. I reckon we're going to surpass 400k. Definitely a possibility. So we've got 20 minutes, 25 I should say, left of this session. Then we will head out on another 15-minute break, everyone. And then there'll be some new fresh faces on the featured table when we get back. We're going to grab someone from the outers. I'm going to rotate the tables. This table will be going to the outer tables, and one of the outer tables will be coming over to the featured. Jack 10 suited for Andrew in the hijack, wants to be opening this hand, makes it 1.1, just under 3x. And Tim not defending the 10-6 off, that's gone into the muck.
Just done it.
Raise to 11. Be ready to just plump them in or something.
We are expecting Edinburgh to be very successful, even though there's not as many side events, but the turnout will be great. I'm convinced.
Now Andrew's checked back 2 pair here, bottom 2, and Brett flopped the nuts. And a jack of clubs on the turn. Brett going to come in for a lead, and Andrew going to make the call with his 2 pair holding. Does have the boat draw to potentially suck out on his opponent, but not going to like this river. 9/8's now been counterfeited, and Brett trying to think whether he's going to go for value here or whether he's going to check, and it's going to go check, and Brett's thinking, how's this pot not bigger? How have you not see? Look, he shook his head. How's he not see bet here? You got bottom 2. Where's the continuation bet? Where's the rest of my chips? That pot could have been a lot bigger, but Brett, the way it's played by Andrew, there's not much he can do, but Andrew's actually dodged a little bullet there, because if he bets flop and Brett raises, he's going to be in a whole host of trouble. A rounder on Twitch says, hi everyone, what's happening and where are we? We are in Leeds. This is day 1B of GUKPT main event. We are about halfway through the day. We're about to head out on a break, but action's been very good today, and we are here all the way through till Sunday. We'll finish up today about 12:30 in the morning. That is GMT, 12:30. And we'll be back tomorrow for day 2 and back on Sunday as well to crown an eventual champion. And we've got heads up action here between Tim and Mike. Mike going to peel the king queen suited out of position facing the 3-bet from Tim. Heads up to the flop we go. Queen 5 deuce rainbow. There's Mike flopping the best of it. Tim going to come in for a small bet here, you expect, with his pocket jacks. Yeah, I know everyone, we do get some spam in the chat, but Tower's on the case straight away.
Yeah, we're trying...
Deleting it all.
We do try and delete it as quickly as possible.
9 of diamonds on the turn.
I think everybody knows what technology is like these days when they've got bots working all the time.
And action on Tim here, who checks behind. And the river is the 7 of spades, so the king-queen of Mike gets the check mark here, and it comes down to him whether he thinks he's going to get some value from Tim. Is he ever going to get called by a worse hand in this particular scenario? Jacks and 10s are in there. Tim is tricky enough to check back kings or aces on the turn for sure and try and get his value on the river, and Mike's got to decipher whether Tim is going to have a hand like jacks or 10s that often hit, and comes in for a bet of 3,000. So he's gone absolutely tiny here, really trying to extract the maximum.
1 minute.
And Tim getting this price here, if he finds the fold, I'd be really impressed. I'd be really impressed. He is definitely capable of finding the fold here, 5.5 to 1 on his money, but it's so hard to do. We don't have to be right too often. But what's going through Tim's head is what line does Mike take this with? Like this looks like a queen, king queen suited, queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, and eventually Tim pays it off. And the king queen of Mike is the best hand, and really nice sizing on the river. Tim might have been able to make the hero fold if Mike did size up there, but nice sizing choice from Mike Allen against that particular opponent. Tim, very good thinking player, and Mike will be aware that it does look a lot like when we take that line that we're just going to have a queen at worst, simply because on that flop, once we call, we just shouldn't really have any bluffs or floats, but opted for a tiny size that puts a hand like jacks or tens in a really, really tough spot.
Right. He's conveniently disappeared, but we're so I have to hand him over.
Oi, oi.
I mean, don't tell him, but it was meant to be just for me, but obviously I'm happy to buy everyone a tea.
Cheers, Stu. Thank you. Gin and tonic. Look at this.
Right, see you next break.
Right, cheers. Hopefully we roll a 6 next break. Cheers. Thank you.
I'm taking that dice off him for reasons.
She's not getting nice.
Stu right there, what a guy. Just come and brought the whole team some gin and tonics. You might have to have mine as well, Boovie, because I don't really drink gin. No. I'll wait till the break. I'll wait till the break. We're nearly on break. If I want to have a little taste, I'll have one on the break. Back to the action. Mike flopping a top pair, and just going to get a fold from Ali. It's just king high. Look at this. I've already said that you just loads.
We better not advertise this fact. Yeah. What's happening? What's happening? Well, what a guy bringing us drinks. I tell you what, I'm going to roll that dice again. Everybody's going to be starting taking a dice out with them. I'm glad I've got the water. Everybody's going to be bringing a dice out. I bet Baldy takes a dice out with him next Friday in Liverpool. Whoever's watching the live stream and they're going to Edinburgh, bring your dice. What a top man. That's amazing. I'm glad I didn't roll a 1, it was water. How are the other tables doing and what's the scores on the doors? We'll try and get you some updates at the next break. I know PK does some chip counts and we'll get them for when we come back for level number 7. So we'll give you that and we'll let you know how they go on. So all will be good. Claire Morgan's bringing the dice. I hope we get to taste Claire Morgan's Welsh cakes. That's what I'm going to do.
Usually about 10. Next break. Yeah, next break.
These poker players must have the bladders of a camel.
Not
it's only 2 hours, to be fair. And to need the loo, you need to drink fluid. There's not many people drinking, to be fair. Only us. We drink lots of water and tea.
Haha, Greg Murphy, how are we doing, mate? No all-in glasses this leg, I'm afraid, but we'll see us next week in Edinburgh.
I love the glasses.
You should have loaned them to someone that's playing. Wear them on your behalf.
100. for you.
So Dan flopping a set of jacks, but not getting any action at all. Claire asks, when are you in London for GUKPT? We are going to be in London for the big one, the grand final, the biggest leg of the year. £2,000 buy-in for that one, the main event. That is in the back end of November. It does run through to December, finishing up on the 5th. But we're going to be in London for the grand final. There'll be plenty of side events. We've got the David Hay promotion, and then our £2,000 main event to close off the festival. Yeah, true, from YouTube.
I think you're doing it 10 years later.
It's the way the poker is. A lot of the time, not many females have been in the game, but what has been a great thing about it over the past few years, we've seen a lot more women at the tables, which has been lovely to see. It's really nice when we do have a lady make a deep run in one of these events.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's the same, and that's why
it's getting more and more. I've noticed over the last like 3-4 years, the more and more that poker tournaments are held, the more ladies we see turn up, and it's getting more and more. And Katie Swift, actually one of our sponsored pros, does a lot of work with getting females into the game.
Yeah, it's why at certain festivals you have ladies events.
Yeah, it is.
I'm a great advocate for ladies events. It's a male orientated thing, is walking into a casino and playing cards. But the more and more ladies that do play it, encourage them, get them sat down and just be like, a lot of the girls, in fact, Lynn Beaumont, very respected poker player that's played for years and years and years, final tabled in the World Series, she hates playing ladies events because she just classes herself as a poker player.
Yeah.
And she actually prefers to play that kind of game. But she'll always play a ladies event, but she'd prefer just for it to just be a poker tournament. So,
Chiesa, what does the winner usually get at the grand final? Well,
pissed.
Yeah, exactly that. What Tower said. But I think it's usually somewhere between 160 to 200k. I think Ben Windsor won it one year for the most, which was 180 something, I believe. But it's usually just shy of 200k, around that sort of figure. For the winner of the grand final, so it's a lot of money obviously to take home, but it is a £2,000 buy-in, so it is the biggest comp of the year for us that we cover. We've got a bit of action here, although when this gets the showdown it will end up in a chop, top pair, top kicker versus the same hand.
yeah, Katie's not here. You just mentioned that. Katie's not in Leeds. She's definitely up in Edinburgh, though. She's already said she's definitely up in Edinburgh.
So Dan opting to raise his top pair, top kicker, 10 on the turn. Dan now with the betting lead after opting to raise the flop with this particular hand. Did just flat out the big blind, so I actually quite like it. Obviously, continue range from our opponent. We can get value from some worse Queen X. We can credibly rep bluffs on this 2-heart board. And Andrew just going to keep calling here. Three of diamonds on the end. There goes check, check, and they're going to chop this one up.
I quickly saw like ace queen of hearts and I was like, wait, there's queen of hearts before.
Kaiser said the first answer sounded as good as the money. We might have to put a little beep, beep over that.
Good to have everybody on board. A crazy day in the chat. We've loved every minute of it.
Yeah.
So I hope you've enjoyed the live stream as well. If you're tuning in for the first time, me, myself and Jay and the team are here for the rest of the weekend, crowning a champion sometime Sunday evening.
We hope.
Yeah.
It sometimes can run into the early hours of Monday.
Absolutely. It's never early. Each of the 4 days we live stream, we start at 12:30 and the final day finishes when the last hand is dealt and we have the interview.
Someone says, can you check the deck, please? Just counts the deck out. He says, I've just found that. Queen of diamonds or something like that. I was like, in the women's toilets, it was like, me.
Yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all. Love the accents and the charm. That's what we get said. Where are you from? Proper thick Yorkshire accent. Really enjoyed everybody's involvement. Even if it's the first time you've watched a game of poker and came for different reasons, it's good that you stuck with us.
Yeah,
and we've had a laugh. We've had a good time.
It's been really good. It's different. It's nice as well. Get some different questions, some sort of people that never played the game before. It'd be nice to explain just the fundamentals of the game and how it works. It's good for my mum watching as well. Actually, she still has no idea, so these sort of questions can be good.
Absolutely. Claire often watches the lives. Really enjoyed your commentary. You're a double act. We've been called all sorts.
Yeah.
The Morecambe and Wise. We've been called the Cannon and Ball. We've been called Rennie and Renato. now, if you need to YouTube it if you're under 40, because you won't have heard of it, and Jay definitely haven't. You're the Morecambe to the Wise. You're the Anton Deck of poker and all that. It's great to hear, and I'm just glad that a lot of people out there are enjoying the live streaming. Yes, we do deviate and diverse away from talking poker for 12 hours, but that would be insanely boring if you don't incorporate everything. Plus, we have a lot to advertise and tell everybody about what's happening around the Grosvenor estate. And now we've got the DVD obviously coming up.
Yeah, that's a big promotion.
Looking forward to that one.
That's going to be...
The Knockout Series online starts next Wednesday. If you're not in the United Kingdom, unfortunately you won't be able to play, because Grosvenor Poker is only UK-based players. So it's a bit of a shame for you guys watching overseas. But it's a free-to-play, £3,000 guaranteed free roll, and the winner will get a seat into a live final. That's Pineapple Man got chunks of chips. Well, he's re-entered after he lost to a big pair.
All right. He is on form today. That was quick. Mike in the cut-off, raised to 1k. This is good from Dan, free bet in this hand. I'll talk about it a lot. You're probably bored of me saying it now, but this is the nut free bet bluff hand pre. And good to see that his hand selection's good and just picks it up uncontested pre-flop.
So very close to £250,000 in the prize pool, $250,000. Very close in the prize pool, which is another enormous turnout. Anne Westwood is back. Evening, Anne. Yeah, Pineapple Man unfortunately got eliminated, but has re-entered the tournament, which he can do twice in the same day. So he has now sat back at the table.
And thank you, Donna. Always appreciate it.
Cheers,
Good feedback.
Thank you. 304, 361. Yeah. What's the price pool?
Free bet from Chris.
241,000
blind here.
Yep.
After Brett raised the 10-9 off, and just going to get out of the way once faced with this free bet. Nice pick up from Chris. As we're going to head into probably one or two or more hands. I'll make it 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock.
.30s next week if you can't make it up to Edinburgh, Reading, Leicester and Blackpool. There's a start on the Wednesday, there's an online leg and a satellite on the Wednesday, live in the club. The online leg is at 8 PM and then day one starts on the Thursday live, runs through to Sunday. If you can't make Edinburgh, a £400 comp in either Reading, Leicester or Blackpool, and if you do win an online seat, you can choose wherever you want to play because the ticket will not run out. It doesn't have a date stamp to it, and you can play wherever you want to. And if you bag up on the online leg, you can choose where you want to play. So if you want to go down to Reading, you can, across to Leicester or up to Blackpool. You can choose where you want to play. It's a great idea. And then 2 more separate weeks of 30-30s for this year. Give you most of the details over the coming days while we're stuck in Leeds.
So this is going to be the last hand of the session, everyone, and then we are going to head out on a 15-minute break. We're going to squeeze one more in. I think there's like 20 seconds left on the clock or so. So we're going to squeeze one in before we head out on that 15-minute break. We'll be back at 8 PM. That is GMT. I better need to say that now.
Oh yes. All right, G&T, is that what you said?
G&T, yeah, not GMT, GNT.
So players are starting to stand up. Brett raises with the ace-10 off.
So four-way action, last hand, ace-10 opens in the cut-off from Brett. Chris calls with a pair on the button and both blinds come along. Ace-8 deuce, all clubs is the flop. That's top pair for Brett with the 10 high flush draw as well.
Nice.
So he's going to bet this multi-way here. Can incorporate a check-in with his hand, heads up.
Bring your own flops.
Multi-way just going to fire, and that's going to be that, guys. We're going to be heading out on a 15-minute break. We will see you at 8 PM. We're going to be back then. See you then.
See you then, guys. See you then, 15 minutes. When we started an hour with the tower, Andy from Cardoon Direct, he says, you know what, I'm just going to send a tweet and you never know what will happen. I'll send it to the biggest, the most prolific poker player of all time and see what happens. And then we get a reply saying, do you know what, guys? Why not? So it is my pleasure, and the heart's going a little bit because even though it's absolute great pleasure that to introduce a guy that's got just about 24 million in life earnings. He's 22 all-time moneyless. He's got 15 bracelets. He's the only person to win the World Series main event and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is the great pleasure of mine, and fingers crossed by the end of it, he'll have just entertained us all, to introduce to you guys the one and only Mr. Phil Helmuth Jr.
How's it going, Phil?
Oh, Thank you very much for this, Phil. This is an absolute pleasure. When Andy sent that tweet, he says, "Who shall we get?" And we were like, "Well, why not aim for the top?" And this is as high as you can get for us.
Thank you. Yeah, when you send out a tweet, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We're starting with lockdown because we're obviously in strange times. We don't know what life is going to be like after. Is it ever going to be normal again? What has lockdown been for you? What's it been like?
Well, March 8th, I went to Draymond Green's surprise birthday party. I started skipping tournaments March 1st. I didn't go to the LAPC. I didn't even play in the Bay 101, which was in my backyard, the World Poker Tour here, because my friends were on top of this early and were warning me. But Draymond Green had a 30th birthday party. We all loved him, and we wanted to show him. So we took a private jet down at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We had a dinner in LA. We went to his birthday party, and the jet left again at maybe 1 a.m. So I was back home by 3. But other than that, March 8th, I was locked in. I mean, I the most I did in 88 days is I went 2 blocks away from the house. And even then I felt like, so, the lockdown, I didn't anticipate that I'd be staying in place as much as I did. I didn't anticipate that I would play as much poker. I literally played poker at least 6 days a week. And I'm a guy that plays once every 10 days with my group of friends. And actually I did really well. I won a lot of money, and I joined another advisory board for a company called Prize Picks. And I think that's my 11th advisory board. Some of my companies, it's been fun to watch them, kind of flourish. Not everything goes wrong during a pandemic. Some companies do well. And one of them is Endgame Talent Agency, which, just keeps getting new customers, and we're growing, and it's crazy. Yeah. And so spent some time talking to the company founders that, that I'm on the advisory board of. And so I'm surprisingly busy. And so I can't really say that I've been bored, And then last week, finally, I went over to my best friend's house, Chamath Palihapitiya, and then I went to Cabo, flew down to Cabo for 4 days and flew back. But we were on my friend's jet. So, and then I've been locked in for the last 8 days, back and stay in place.
It certainly is strange times for everybody, and obviously everybody was hoping that the World Series was still going to take place. Even though it's not your fault, is this the first World Series or the potential World Series that you would have missed since you were old enough to play?
Yes, I have not missed a series. I think I missed one World Series of Poker, Europe. And that was in 2018. I just told the guys, I said, I'm not going back. You should go every other year. And I was trying to make a point. I missed it. So I don't miss World Series of Poker ever. I don't miss World Series of Poker Europe ever, and I don't plan on it. So now, of course, today, big news. They just announced that, they're going to have 85 bracelet events.
It's enormous.
From July, online events from July 1st. So I just called the president of the ARIA, Steve Zanella, and he tells me that, we're in pretty good shape at the ARIA. We're really going to be very, safety minded. Yeah. And then, reading some articles about it, it seems like MGM has the best protocols for dealing with COVID. And of course, Wynn's up there with them. But I mean, of all the casinos, we're the best. And so the ARIA, so I feel very safe there. So July 1st, I'll be staying at the ARIA for a month. If they open, they might open the 4th of July. And looking forward, I mean, there's one event per day. So, I think it's, I'm going to be opening up a little bit going down there. And but I do feel like they're taking all the precautions at the ARIA.
Yeah, well, we have seen pictures over the last probably 3 or 4 days about Las Vegas opening up slowly but surely. Things trying to get back to normal as normal can be. It is strange times for everybody. But I'm just going to whiz you back. I'm just going to whiz you back to 1989 when you actually went like that. And then you went like that. And
I saw that picture. I watched the
it's
video.
a clip. If you love the game, it's a clip that you watch over and over again. Obviously, we win it. If we'd have come second, if we'd have finished second to Johnny Chan who won it the 2 previous years, do you think your career would have been a little bit different, or was this the path anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, that final hand, he had ace-7 of spades. I had 2 black nines, but there was a hand before that, where I had ace-10 against 2 10s, and I was lucky, and 2 deuces. I mean, it was a 2-way knockout to go from 4-handed to 2-handed. And if I lose that pot, then who knows? Maybe I don't win. I still think I'd probably have 15 bracelets, but you never know. I mean, it was a very and you have to remember, I mean, there's lots of times, as if you want to be, one of the greatest poker players, you always have your money in, generally speaking, with the best hand.
Yeah.
And you take a lot of beats over the years, a lot of big beats, and but I have to, you got to look back and realize, well, I had ace-10 of spades. Don Zewin had 2 10s. Steve Lott had 2 deuces, and I hit, and we were all in 3 ways. I wasn't all in, but it was a key pot for me to hit, and be thankful. And that's a good question though, because who knows? But I know this. I was already a professional poker player. I was already having tremendous success everywhere, and I feel like I would have continued along those lines.
Yeah, and continuing, obviously, in 1989, you win the lot. But your dad wasn't overly enthused about it all, was he? But did Dad know best?
You have to understand, my dad has a PhD. He has a JD. He has an MBA. So, masters, I mean, that's a lot of letters. I mean, I don't know anyone. There's not that many people on the planet that have more letters than my dad. So, of course, now I'm the oldest of 5 and a guy. So, I mean, I was meant to be on this education path. I was meant to be, I was meant to graduate from college, and I never did. And so for him to then imagine and think that far outside of the box, to professional poker player, and in the 80s, I mean, my dad thought that was like a drug dealer, and so, but he saw me have a lot of success, and he decided to come to the 1989 World Series of Poker main event. Surprised me that he agreed to go. He agreed in December, and he flew out and he saw me in one of the best moments of my life, winning the main event. And you notice when I throw my hands up in the air like this in the YouTube video, when the last card comes off, like I think the 6 of spades, I go like this or whatever, and I turn and I look. You can see me turning because my dad was not in sight for 4 days. That was a 4-day long tournament. He wasn't in sight during the tournament, but I turned because, and there he is running up the aisle to greet me. And of course, security stops him because there's $1 million in cash on the table in 1989. And I wave him through, and within seconds of winning, I was able to embrace my father and give him a great hug. And then I bought a Mercedes-Benz, and then I married a doctor. And then, and so, and I'm still happily married 30 years later. So, and my dad's been to Vegas every year, I think, for 30 years to support me.
You turned him. You got him on the side.
Yep. I had to win the main event.
And 1993 in the World Series was probably one of the most insane runs for you. And 3 bracelets in 3 days. It could have been
not 3. Not 3 bracelets in 3. So the 1993 is interesting because John Benetti won 2 bracelets that year. And Ted Forrest won 3 bracelets that year. And I won 3 bracelets that year. So, probably they gave away 20 bracelets or something, or 18. And we won 8 of them. It was crazy year, 93. And I won 2 bracelets in one day. So that meant that I played the No Limit Hold'em tournament till about 5 in the morning. And I remember my wife was pregnant, and I don't know if she made it till 3 or 4 I think she made it till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's way too much of a trooper. And then the next tournament started at noon. And I was just exhausted because I just won a bracelet. I went for a run. There's no way I could sleep. And I entered the Limit Hold'em event.
Yeah.
And I played poorly at first. And I remember going into the dinner break. I didn't have a lot of chips. But at least I was able to, I ate a half an hour before dinner break, and I went straight up for an hour and a half long nap. And I came back down, and the next thing you know, I started hitting hands. And I think by 11 o'clock that night, I'd won the Limit Hold'em bracelet. So I won one at, I want to say 4 in the morning, and I won one at, 10:30 at night. And it was just a crazy day. And I remember the next day, before that tournament started, that I'd won the event the night before.
Oh yeah, I was sat there before the feature. I was back on listen to me. On the right table. Listen to me. Hey. I got the wrong stuff here, I think. Yeah, somebody was sitting on my either or, just as long as you're on there for a few seconds.
So apologies about that, because Tower forgot to put on the microphone. Do apologies. We're back.
Yeah, we're back.
We're back. I do apologise. He's back. I'm back. I forgot to put the mic on. I do apologise. Talking to myself, as always. You know, when you don't press the button, I've only got one job. So we're here. Dinesh Ahmed in seat number 1. Riggy's in 2. Ludo Gaelic is in 3. Probably the most decorated player in here, isn't he?
Probably
Ludo?
either Ludo or Tom. Tom's probably got more scores online, but live, definitely I'd say Ludo. But yeah, probably the most decorated player in the field.
Yeah.
He's going to be in 3. 5 is Johnny Baker. 6.
Johnny Baker is any 2.
6 is Min Vidas. Is that Cursus?
That looks like Cursus.
Alex Marr in 7. Richie Pearson in 8.
It's not the Richie Pearson we know.
Oh, is it not?
No, not the Richie P. VIP.
And Alan Vinicum in 9. We're going to get off to the table.
Yeah. No shouting, no swearing in the chat box.
Keep it clean in the chat, please.
We love you to pieces.
It's been a good day so far. There's been no swearing. It's been nice and clean, and let's keep it the same.
Unfortunately, we know why you're here, a lot of you, but I hope you're enjoying us too as well. We're having a good laugh.
Yeah, we are.
We're having a good time. I want to shake another. I want to shake another 4. Oh.
What's this?
Oh. Mum, it's golden.
I'll have that in a minute.
No, the best golden. Oh.
Wow, Blue, that is massive.
Bryson just drove the ball 417 yards. Oh my days. Wow. Was it online? I bet Jack's watching the Ryder Cup for the first time. Good evening, Katie.
So Johnny opening under the gun with ace king. Aglet's going to flat the ace jack. 9-5-3. 2 hearts is the flop. And Johnny going to continue here with the ace king. And Alex probably just going to get out of the way here with ace jack. Not much for him there on this flop. And there is the fold. And Johnny going to take that one with the best of it, unbeknown to him. Good evening, Katie. Katie Swift in the chat on Twitch. Good evening, guys. Better late than never. Finally home from work and tuned in. How's it going?
Evening, Katie. Oh, you've been watching the Ryder. I bet you've been watching the Ryder Cup glued to it, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right. Jack's glued to it, she says. Not for the first time. He's watched it a few times before. But good to see you joining us, Katie. I'm sure you've got this on and the Ryder Cup at the same time. We are here for 2 more sessions. We've got about 4.5, well, just over 4 hours left on the day.
Yeah, we have.
This is the penultimate session of the day.
Yeah, every 2 hours we change the tables. Yeah, we all know Sam now. We all know. We are just here to concentrate on the poker. Riggy in seat number 2 is in the top 10 of the National Poker League.
Oi, oi. He's not just top 10, he's 6th, I believe, isn't he?
6th.
Yeah, 6th.
And
He's
it's
right
been,
in the mix.
It's been announced as well, hasn't it, that they're going to be starting to, for every £20,000 collected from now on into the pool, a platinum, a diamond package and 2 platinum passes will be added, which is phenomenal. It's a great effort. Every time £20,000 is collected through the National Poker League events, online and live, you'll be adding additional 10k diamond package and 2 additional platinum packages for the league playoff for every 20,000. So I'm not sure if the 10k package is going to be added to 6th or it's still going to be played off when you get down to London. That is something I need to find out for myself. But it's great from the NPL that they're collecting the money, and the money has been collected, and they've smashed it through the park this year because it's a fantastic offer. How does anybody drive a ball 417 yards? So yeah, we're here to concentrate on the poker. There might be a couple of other issues for yourselves, but we're not getting into that. You know that we've enjoyed it as much as you have. We've let you tag along, and there's been no bannage as yet.
As of yet.
As of yet, just saying. Jim McShane has confirmed that when the next £20,000 has been collected for the NPL, it is added to 6th. So there will be 6 diamond packages and so on and so on. Fantastic, that's brilliant that, Jim. Thank you very much for the confirmation. So every single time 20,000 is collected through the NPL events online and live after Leeds, 1 diamond package and 2 additional platinum packages will be in the league playoff. Brilliant that. Absolutely smashed it through the park since we came back from the horrendous 18 months that everybody has just endured.
Any on-stream carnage today, Katie asks? There's not been too much, Katie,
No,
to be honest with you. We had a very fun hand earlier on in the day. I think it was the first, maybe second session, was it? No, it was the first. The 5-bet on the flop.
Oh yeah,
we saw a 5-bet on the flop, Katie.
We had a flop and we nearly got a 6-bet.
Yeah. But might make the highlight reel. You can find it on all social media down there on Facebook, Grosvenor Poker, on Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and for all your live stream coverage on YouTube and Twitch /GUKPT. How are we doing, Claire? She's joined us on Twitch. I'm on it, Alan. I'm on the case. I haven't actually seen anything on YouTube.
That's rare. Jay says he's never happened before. Jay reckons it's never happened before, but all the time he's been doing the GUKPT.
I can't remember it, a 5-bet on the flop, or even post-flop. Alan, hi Jay, looking to sat for Luton, but only 750 tickets on Grosvenor. I think nearer the time after we do Edinburgh, that's when the satellites will be going up for Luton, Alan, on the client. I'm pretty sure we usually run the satellites out closer to when the festival begins, so look out for them. There will be satellites for Luton, but they may not be up yet simply because we've still got Edinburgh to attend next week.
Literally next week. There are Claire 32 says she's come to the dark side. She much prefers Twitch. Well, you can watch on Twitch and chat in Twitch as well. We see them all. We see them all. What I'd like is for Sam not to shout at us. If you could just turn off the cap locks, we'd love you more. So this is Richie. That's Richard Pearson. I don't know if he's a Richie, but our Richie P VIP is watching the Borough tomorrow. Good evening, Pamela. Hello, everyone. What a nice surprise. Yeah, it was a surprise for us. We woke up in Leeds. GUKPT smashed it again. Nearly £250,000 in the prize pool. And we're still counting. There's still people buying in. He must have been knocked out. Phil's back. $231 runners today.
How many have we got left in still?
119.
Wow, 119 still left in the field at this stage of the day.
364 total.
So Minvidas with the King Queen in the hijack opens to a 1.2, and Alex should be mucking this one on his direct left. I hope he thought about incorporating a low frequency free bet with the King 8 off, but gets out the way, and that will be that.
Talking of Edinburgh next week, have we got the schedule somewhere?
Yeah, should we pop it on?
Have we got the sched?
Dun, 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 dun. That one. There we are. There we are.
There it is. You've learnt that way.
Learnt that way. It's the opposite way than what it looks. So on Wednesday is when it all kicks off. We've got the satellite, £80 to buy into that one. 15k chips, then obviously main event day 1A as well as a satellite on the Thursday. On the Friday it's two main events, day 1B and C. We've got the normal structure as well as the turbo. Back on day 2 if you're lucky enough on the Saturday. There's a bounty event there for the side as well. And then when we crown a champion next Sunday, we will be in Edinburgh playing down to a winner. If you're up there, come and say hello. Don't forget the sweets as well. Me and Tao are always happy to receive some sweets or fruit, wheats and fruit as well from time to time.
Welsh cakes, Welsh cakes. Next week it'll be tonic tea cakes.
It will.
Tonic tea cakes, baby. So out come the players and the cards for level 7. Level 7 and 8.
Pocket nines for Danish. So a call from Ludo in the small with the sixes, and Guy going to defend the Queen Jack. King Queen 10 rainbow. Guy hops out into the lead with a middle pair up and down. This one checks through. 10 on the turn. And Ludo coming in for a bet here. Very aware that Ludo knows he should have a lot of the Broadway holding, plenty of 10x here in the small blind. He's going to have all these type of holdings, hands like 10 jack suited, 10 9 suited, all going to be in there. Some king jack, king queen, king 10, queen 10, whole host of hands, ace jack off. So Ludo just aware here that he can have a whole host of hands in this particular spot and trying to take advantage of it with the sixes. 4 hearts on the river. Is Ludo going to continue with his story? But it's going to go check check, and Ludo shows the sixes, and the queen jack of Gaia is going to be the best hand.
It'll be iron brew and tea cakes next week. It will. It's the only place we go in the United Kingdom where iron brew's on tap, and it's just everywhere. Iron brew. Oh, Sam, don't worry about it, Sam. We're with you on that one. But it's nice to see. Absolutely. If it's your first time watching a live stream, just join in the fun. We talk about poker, we talk about different things, we give you a lot of information relating to what's happening Grosvenor-wise for the rest of the year. And we've also been told that Cassius might be dropping off cakes at the GUKPT Edinburgh for the lads.
wouldn't mind that.
Claire 32 says, are the international tournaments opening up yet? Yeah, there's been quite a few. There's been something in Bratislava.
Yeah, there's a catch game festival over there at the moment,
Yeah.
and there's a tournament on there as well at the same time.
I do believe the World Series Europe is in Rosvedov later in the year. Malta and the Battle of Malta looks like being in May next year. That's been postponed until May next year. 2021 got cancelled. That's regarding that. The World Series obviously starts in Las Vegas at the end of this month. In fact, it starts next week. I think it's next Thursday or next Friday it starts. The World Series of Poker. Not too sure how many Brits will be going over there, but we'll keep an eye on it when we get to when we do get to Edinburgh next week. It'll be interesting to see the numbers. It'll be interesting to see how many countries, because they do like to tell you how many countries are being represented by players from around the world. So it'll be interesting to see how many countries are represented this year.
Yeah.
Because obviously the Brits, it's really hard to get over there unless you put stop for 2 weeks somewhere else. I don't know if anybody else has struggled getting over to Las Vegas for the World Series. It's been very interesting.
Yeah, we spoke about it yesterday, Bowie effect, the sweat on the date to play the main, because early November is what was said, and as Tower said, how do you know when early November is? Is it the 14th? Is it the 1st?
Exactly. If you're going to announce early November, announce the exact date so people can plan things. Do they not think that people plan things, or do they just talk gumph so you just accept it?
So Ludo with ace-king in the cut-off, 3-bet in the open from Richie, and Richie making a loose pill here, king 10 off that position versus Ludo. Ludo going to play very well post-flop in position. Ace 5-3, 2 hearts is the flop, and a check from Richie. Action on Ludo, who decides to check this one back. Got a lot of time for it. Love to see stuff like that, not just coming in for a bet with your top pair, and this is what we've done. We've induced the bluff from Richie, so we've got an easy call here as Ludo now on the turn for 4k, and the 5 of clubs on the river, and Richie now checks it over to Ludo, who's going to come in for some value with his ace-king, try and get called by some worst ace-x that Richie is perceived to have in this spot. Hands like ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10 suited, some suited ace-x as well. There is the bet from Ludo, comes for value but not going to get any from his opponent on this occasion.
Richie will fold. Cassius says tatty scones is a must and maybe caramel logs. Apparently, Tunnocks caramel logs sell 5 million a week. Apparently.
Really?
Yes.
That's a lot.
Apparently so. 5 million a week apparently. Around the world.
Who has the other 500,000 after Scotland? Who buys the other 500,000 after Scotland?
Yeah. And definitely one of the biggest selling biscuits in the entire world. Yeah, Reading 3030 is indeed next weekend. Day 2 is on Sunday, Adam. So if you are planning on working out where you want to play, Edinburgh is on the same weekend, unfortunately. It's just one of those things that clashes because Edinburgh got put back on the map once restrictions had been lifted in Scotland. The one thing you can do is play an online leg of the GUKPT main event for the first time ever. And that is on Wednesday night. And then if you get through, you've just got day 2 to get to on the Saturday.
Sam, we're playing the 200, 500 level. This is level 7 of the day, so we've got this level and 3 more, and that is when we will close up for day 1. We've got Ludo. Now he's got a few more chips coming in with a free bet against the undergun +1 open with the Queen Jack off. Nice to see, much prefer a free bet than a flat there. And Ludo starting to chip up, and that is one man you do not want to have chips. As Tower mentioned, probably the most decorated live player in the field. Got some insane results over the years, not just live but online as well.
Yeah, he's a cracking player and he's such a nice lad as well. Had him in the comms box on numerous occasions over the years.
He's always been great.
His knowledge is next level. The thought process is just next level from Ludo.
So going to hijack, Queen 10 off. Going to raise this one up. Linda 6 is on the button, he's going to make the call. Alex has got an easy pass here in the small blind, and action going to be on Richie Pearson. King Deuce 3, 2 clubs. So not much for anyone here. The 6 is still actually the best hand, but a guy with Queen 10 here, I'd like to see him continue this fair frequency, but opts to go for the low frequency check. I guess he's worried about the range of hands Minvadas is going to peel on the button. He's going to have some King Jack, King 10, King Queen in there. And after this action, as Guy, we've got an easy pass here with the Queen 10. And going to take a turn. Richie calling with his backdoor flush draw, and that is a really good turn. 5 on the turn gives.
Could have warned me. I was drinking my tea then.
Richie turns the wheel, and Minvadas looks like he's going to come in here again with the pocket 6s. You see a lot of players check this spot, and just a flat from Richie, and ace on the end. And now Richie coming in for a lead here, and Minvadas with the 6s going to find it very difficult to call. We do beat flush draws. That is one hand we do beat, a hand any sort of club combo that he can have out of the big blind, but facing this river lead looks very strong. Minvadas not getting sticky with the 6s and makes the correct lay down.
What level are the big blinds? The blinds are 200, 500 with a big blind ante of 500, Sam. Do they change the decks at the start of every new game? And if there's a mark on one of the decks, get changed straight away too? Yeah, if you do see a deck change, it's normally because either one of the cards is not read into the RFID table properly. They don't very often get marked, to be fair. But they do, if they're not registered correctly, or there is something like that that's it doesn't respond to the RFID. What they'll do is they'll re-register the decks at the break. So I think we have something like 20 decks, all of the same. So we change the decks and then re-register the decks, or somebody does. I say we, that's a royal we. I've never registered a deck yet. But,
I've never done it either, so I wouldn't know where to start.
So yeah, so if there is a discrepancy with one of the cards, they'll change it and then change the deck.
So Ludo Ace King makes it 1.3.
JC says Dan Charlton playing. Yes, he made it through. Did you say that? Sorry, buddy.
That's all right. That's all right. I only put it in the chat.
All right. Yeah, he
That's
bagged up 97,000 yesterday.
Ooh, we got a bit of action here.
I don't think we've still got the chip counts from last night, but.
We got Ludo opening Ace King under the gun +1. Minvadas opting to 3-bet the pocket 10s to 3.1k, and Ludo with the Ace King comes in with the 4-bet, makes it 9.8, and action back on Minvadas here. If Minvadas makes the call, there's going to be over 20k in the pot, working with a basically just over 1 stack to pot ratio. Against Ludo, I'd be very surprised if we saw him folding in this particular spot. May opt to go with it here, or potentially flat, see a clean flop, and then go with it on the flop against Ludo's particular stack size. But he is looking to go with it here. So he's going to 5-bet call this off tower. There's the 5-bet from Minvadas with the pocket 10s. And action going to be back over to Ludo here with the Ace King. 5-bet to 17.6k. And we're obviously not 5-betting to fold against Ludo's stack. So if Ludo does opt to move in with the Ace King here, we're going to be off to the races for a flip. The pineapple hoodie guy was called Chris Vernon earlier. He was the man in the pineapple hoodie that seems to have got so much attention today.
Yep. Oh, Ludo's in.
Yeah, and they're going to be a call.
And we're going to get a call. Ludo's at risk-ish. Ludo is at risk, by the looks of that.
Yeah, he's not. You can't 5-bet to fold this spot. If we're going to 5-bet fold, we might as well just flat the 4-bet.
Yeah.
But this is just always going to be got to be going in. He's going to get a count Minvadas, and once he gets that count, he knows that he just can't fold here. We're not 5-betting to fold. 5-betting over half the effective stack to then lay it down. It should be got to make these decisions before as well. I always say think ahead. We've got to be thinking, if we're going to 5-bet this spot, what's our play of Ludo 6-bet rips? And we already need to make our mind up, because otherwise, if we don't, we then get in this situation where we're tanking. We could potentially make the wrong decision in our head because of the unexpected happening, but should have already knew what he was going to do, Minvadas, when he come in for the 17.6k raise. And it just can't fold, just can't. And there it is, and Ludo's going to show the ace king. He's going to see the tens. He gives it a fist pump as well. I'm like, yeah, I'm glad to see that.
He definitely wanted to see ace king and not an overpair to his tens. So Ludo is at risk. Can he win the flip? Or do we see him heading for a re-entry? That's not the best flop.
No, so not a good flop at all.
Oh, more outs. Ace king or a 2.
Can't be a heart though. And it's a 6 of hearts, so the 10s are going to bust Ludo from the tournament. Minvadas takes a lovely pot, rivering an unneeded flush. The 10s busting ace king, and I'm sure we'll see a Ludo fire again, if not in this event, definitely in the 1C turbo, which started at 9 o'clock. It's not even started yet, it starts in half hour's time.
So the hearts play, 4 hearts on the board. Means the 6 of hearts on the river was the wrong 6 to chop it.
Yeah, I know, Adam, it's a weird one. It's a very weird one. Like, Ludo's playing 32k, you put in 17.5 and Ludo ships and don't get snapped. It's like, what is going on? How have I not been snapped here? 8-7 suit, it's got to snap me. 6-7 off's got to snap me. What is going on?
Blinds are now 300, with a big blind anti-off, 600.
No, Maria, we don't think he's out. On one of the outer tables. Has it gone past $250,000 yet? Shall we have a quick scan?
All right.
Sharing it like he's a celebrity. They love me on
£246,560 in the prize pool. 234 runners so far today. 368 runners total. Wow.
Honestly, I think we could hit the 400, 500 mark. Be great if we could get 500 runners again, back-to-back events. That would be insane. It's going to be an ask. It depends how many buy into the turbo.
The problem you got with the turbo is there's only 3 tables available at the moment.
Yeah.
I think it's capped at 3 tables at the minute, turbo. So we shall have to keep an eye on that. Starting in 28 minutes. Has Ludo gone to rebuy? Yes, he has.
Yeah, Ludo Greilich is an unbelievable poker player. I know we just saw him bust there, but in this game it's all about getting that sample size up, playing as many hands as possible when you play well, and you're going to realise it in the long run, and that's what it's about. That's what it comes down to. I know some of you are watching thinking, if he's the best player in the field, why is he out? It happens. You can't when he slips. Let him when he slips, will you? But yeah, Ludo, 3 million in earnings since playing poker, and that's just live. That's not even with the online earnings. He's got 3 million in live poker earnings. He's got 4.1 million in online poker earnings. So that is some resume to have in this game. Great player. Multiple six-figure scores. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 six-figure scores Ludo has in a live poker, and I'm sure there's a few of them online as well. But, really established player. Yeah, for you guys, I'll just cover this hand and then I'll explain it. I know we've got quite a few people watching today new to the rules and what is actually going on, but I will get into that after that hand. I'll answer that question for you. But first, we're going to see the Jack 5 at deuce flop. We've gone 4-way here. There's a flush draw there and a pair for Mividas. And Richie going to continue into 3 players here with the ace king, a bet of 2.5k. Mividas not going to be going anywhere, but still wary of the range of hands Richie can have, and he's actually pinged the king on the turn, giving him the best of it. Offsuit king coming in for a second bet, looking for value from potentially a Jack X hand. Like the size he's chosen, if that's 3k, it's nice. Got a lot of time for it. Really make it hard for a Jack to pass. We want a Jack in there calling after we turn top pair, top kick up. And it's a 6 of hearts on the river. So the ace king gets the check mark, and if we're Richie here, I'd like to see him go around 6-7k. Don't need to go too big, even 4k is okay. Make it really hard for a Jack to try and pass after Mividas calls us on the flop. It does look a lot like he can have a Jack X holding, but in this scenario it's just a 5 with a flush draw, so not getting paid by that hand, but trying to get called by those type of holdings. But a couple of you asking about the money and whether the money on the table is actually a money that people have got. It's not. This is tournament poker. Everyone plays £750. For that £750, you'll get 20,000 chips. Once you lose them 20,000 chips, you're out of the tournament. You have the option to re-enter for another £750, and then all the money collected when late registration closes all goes into one prize pool. There's a payout structure. It's usually top 10% of the field that are left in get paid, and it's usually around 27% of the prize pool going to first place. So could be quite a bit of money up top in this one. Probably not as much as Coventry we were tracking earlier, but it has slowed down as the day gone on, but could still see 70-80k up top for this one here in Leeds.
Queen, deuce, 7.
Richie, after opening ace-9 off under the gun, continues, gets it through, up in the aggression, loose open UTG. Is that Spand I see coming to the table? It is.
Oi.
He's back.
The Spand, Andy back, is back. Andy is back with a stack of 25,000.
Haha, I wish we could, Vic. Roll the dice, get some more G&Ts. If we could, we would. But good to see Andy back in the comp. No pun intended.
We might have to do it one more time. I'm sure that's if Stu still survives. He's got to be in the tournament, to be fair, hasn't he?
So playing 200, 500. We have got 20 minutes left of this level, and then we'll move into level 8 of the day. 10 levels played today, finishing up around midnight GMT. Don't forget about social media as well, guys. You can follow us on Facebook at Grosvenor Poker, on Twitch at Grosvenor Poker, and if you are watching on YouTube or Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, give us a like, and Twitch as well, hit the follow button. You will get a notification every time that we are live streaming. We've got plenty of events coming up. Yeah, we've got plenty of events coming up until the end of the year. But get yourself involved, lots going on. And there's plenty of giveaways and stuff, free rolls going on that we do as well. Free money being given out on the client for everyone that is tuned in. This guy opens the ace queen, and Johnny going to shove for 7.7k. Guy's going to have an easy call once this comes back round to him against this particular stack size. And there's the snap call. Guy knows it's a snap. No need to tank, and Johnny will be happy to see this once he's been called. We've got 2 live cards. Just under 40%, not the worst shape to be in. No help there though.
Not much paint there.
No runners either, so we're going to need to find a king or a jack on turn or river, and the same applies.
Johnny B! Johnny B!
There he is on the river, king of clubs. And Johnny...
He was just texting his mates, I think I'm out.
Oh, I'm in.
Oh, all that text.
Finds it on the end. There it is.
Perhaps you should bring back a bit of Tiswas and custard pie the winner on Sunday. Saturday is Tiswas Day.
Google it. Google it. So Johnny making it 1.2 under the gun plus 2, and Richie on the button going to get involved with the ace 10 off. Folds all the way round to a Danish pocket sevens.
10 deuce deuce.
So both Johnny and Richie flopping a top pair. Richie has him out kicked here on 10 deuce deuce. And we'll make the call. Deuce on the turn, good card for the Jack 10. And if I'm Johnny here, I'm just so confident we got the best hand. We want to try and get value from 3s through 9s.
Yeah.
Like, it's so hard for our opponent to have a deuce here. Like, the only deuce he can have is one deuce. He can have ace deuce suited, and that is it. Has to be ace deuce of hearts. Shouldn't be peeling king deuce suited on the button versus our open. So the only hand we're worried about from our perspective as Johnny is ace deuce suited. We expect our opponent to free bet us with jacks, queens, kings or aces pre-flop. So from Johnny's perspective, we're just always going to have the best hand, if not chopping here with the jack 10. However, from Richie's perspective, we can still have to worry about overpairs.
Dinesh has folded.
It's just gone check,
Just need
check.
to catch up.
They're going to chop this one up.
And then we're going to chop it.
That's definitely Tower, Maria. I don't think that's me. One of the men talking would have a great voice for darts. It's definitely Tower. I can imagine you doing the old 180.
Well, I have been called the John Virgo of poker. If ever you watch the snooker commentating. Penny Smith, that'd be great if it was a bounty today, but it's not, it's tomorrow. So can you save it and use it again tomorrow, and we'll not read it out? $180. I ought to be a bingo caller as well. Somebody says you should be a bingo caller. 4 and 3, 43. 2 little notes, 22. 8 and 3, 83.
I wouldn't even play. I'd just go sit at the bar tower and listen.
Top of the shop, line 90. Yeah, that brings back memories. John Virgo. Where's the white ball going?
It's definitely cue ball, ain't it?
Well, it used to be white ball, then they changed the cue ball. So
I see. I weren't born back then when they probably said white ball.
yeah. Now we.
So I'd like to see a 4-bet here from Riggy Tower. It's cut off versus button, and we're in the small blind with ace queen of hearts. Like, we don't really want to cold call this hand and go 3-way out the small. So if we want to continue it, I'd just like to see him 4-bet, but he's just going to make a tight lay down there.
Yeah.
Like, I understand the lay down EP versus EP, but cut off versus button, it's just might just be a little bit, especially when Span's 3-betting as well. Span's very competent opponent. He's going to mix in some 3-bet bluffs. He's not just going to 3-bet the ace kings, the queens, the kings, the aces. He'll have some bluffs in there as well. And if I was Riggy, I would have just cold 4 there, probably a quarter of our stack to like 11k, just like 2.5x. And if we didn't get it through and we're faced with the 5-bet, then we can fold. But more often than not, the chips would have been coming our way.
Right, good old Jim Bowen. I think Jim Bowen's still with us.
Roberta asks, why do you decide to commentate on poker and not play?
That one's for you.
I thought it could be for you.
Why do we want to commentate on poker? We got into the job years ago, didn't we?
You've been doing it years, Sarah, haven't you?
Years, and yeah, commentary wasn't, obviously, because I'm no analyst like Jay is, commentary wasn't the start of poker for me. We started doing blogging when we first started in 2007. We did 8 programmes for Sky in 2006 when it all started. But we literally started the blog. Then we went from blogging the GUKPT into doing our own videos. But obviously back in the day there were no live streaming and there were no hole cards. So we're doing videos and interviews, which is where we all started. And then it just progressed. And then by the time the live streaming got bigger and better, we needed a proper analyst to sit at the side of the guy that knows nothing about poker. And along came Jay.
Yeah, that was it.
And we've turned into Morecambe and Wise.
That's exactly it. But same for me, really. I just do the comms, but I'm playing pretty much, well, I say pretty much the last couple of months I've had a bit of time off for, say, personal reasons. And but usually I'm just hammering it. Most days I'll be playing. During the pandemic, it was 7 days a week for me online. And it weren't even Hold'em. It was PLO, 5-card PLO. But I just really enjoy this commentary. It really breaks up the grind.
Yeah.
It can be quite
Because
stressful.
you play a lot of cash sessions and go on forever, don't you?
Exactly. It just breaks it up. It's really nice, and it's obviously different style as well. I class myself more as a cash game player than I do tournament player, but I really do enjoy commentating on these tournaments here with Tower. But I still get to play the side events, which is nice. I like to come down for the week, flicking a few side events, see how I get on, and then work 4 days in the booth with the man beside me.
And also Fitgit in the YouTube box obviously got it absolute spot on. Because they're good at chatting.
Yeah.
So yeah, we do try and mix it up. We do get complaints sometimes when we start talking about different subjects other than poker, when the purists are on. But imagine just sticking to the entire game for 12 hours solid and not talk about anything and not interact with the chat box like you guys have been amazing today. Imagine none of that. I don't think we'll be here. We've also got a job to do regarding advertising for the company, advertising what's coming up, what's going on online. So yeah, I think we have a near perfect mix.
Yeah, it works perfectly, I think.
I think we know when to get serious, obviously towards day 2, and when we get serious on day 3.
Yeah, when it is tomorrow, back end of day 2, when we're near the bubble, day 3 on Sunday as well, the final day, it's a lot more poker based because obviously the players playing for a lot of the money when it is crunch time and we get down to it. But usually day 1s are a lot more fun. We have a bit of a laugh, we talk about different subjects, answer all the questions that are going on in the chat, try and interact with everyone as much as possible. But I really enjoy it, I know Tao does as well, and it just seems to work well together.
What was the worst interview we've ever done and why was it so? I don't think I've really got a worst. One of the hardest, believe it or not, was Doyle Brunson. We were at the Irish Open, must be 10, 12 years ago now. And obviously got the questions wrote down, got them ready, got them prepped, and I do a lot of ad-lib stuff anyway because we don't have any scripts as such. And he just couldn't understand the accent at all. I must have had to repeat the same question 3 times just so he could understand, and it was a bit of a tough one talking to Doyle at the Irish Open.
Alan asked me, Jay, what's the score going to be on Sunday? And I'm only assuming you're talking about one match, the North London Derby, and I know we're away.
Where's it at?
It's at the Emirates.
It's going to be 1-0 Tottenham.
I hope you're right, Tower, but I don't know. This is the least confident I've been going into a North London Derby in about 5 years, I think. It's not a good time to be a Spurs fan, unfortunately. I agree, Brad. I couldn't agree more with you. So Spurs are useless. But I think the problem came 2.5 years ago when we got rid of the man that's been the best man ever to be at the club since I've been alive anyway.
Why did you get rid of him?
Because Daniel Levy's an idiot, that's why. Yeah. I hope he's watching the stream now, I hope he hears that. But yeah, getting rid of Potts really ruined it, I think. Just because he had a bad couple of months and we had the new stadium, I thought Levy thought, here we go. Need to get someone new in, we need to be up there all the time. We now got this £1 billion stadium and it's just, personally, it's all gone backwards from there.
Which poker players are conceited and over-exaggerate their popularity? Well, I'm not even, PK, who works with us, does all the social media in the background and puts all our clips on so we can use it. And whenever anything goes wrong, we shout him. He'll know that the only person that's ever refused an interview, ever,
Teddy Sheringham.
Phil Ivey.
I thought it was Teddy Sheringham.
We got Teddy on.
Oh,
we got Teddy
you?
on
Oh, yeah.
board. We got Teddy on board. Phil Ivey at the World Series Poker Europe when they were in London for the 4 years they were down in London, 2007, 8, 9 and 10. And he said no 3 times and we never asked again. We just thought we might as well give up. So yeah, we've had some good times. We've had some. I don't think we've ever really had any failures while we've been doing this job. Whether it be interviewing and doing videos for vlogs and blogs and before live streaming came along. But I think we've done all right for the last 14 years.
No, Chiesa, I'm not talking about Luka Modric. We're actually talking about Pochettino. Just got to say, really good double barrel there from Riggy. Knows the king's the better card for his range. It's going to hit him more often than his opponent once the call swaps. So comes in for the double barrel bluff. Really nice to see. Gets him to fold the best hand. But yeah, Chiesa, going back to that, we're talking about Pochettino. Obviously, Modric was a massive loss. Bale was a massive loss in his prime. But for me, biggest player we've ever lost there has to be not player, but manager Pochettino. What he done for that club in that space of time and how quickly he moved us from the team we were to the team we were when he left, it's just like disgraceful, really, how you can get rid of him in that manner. It's just...
Anne Westwood says, rugby or football other than poker for the GUKPT guys? Well, you're football.
Yeah, I'm definitely football.
And I believe it or not, I'm American football.
Yeah, Towers NFL.
Absolutely love the NFL. And if we weren't at Luton in 3 weeks' time, I'd be at Tottenham watching the Miami Dolphins. Unfortunately, doing the job, being professional, we're in Luton. Just a quick shout out, just to shout the 30-30s that are coming up for the next month or so as they're heading towards the close of the year. Next week, Reading, Leicester and Blackpool. There's an online leg on the Wednesday. You can play the online leg, and then if you get through and bag up at the end of the night, virtual bag, you can then choose where you want to play. You can't keep your bag for another month. You have to play either Reading, Leicester or Blackpool. But if you win an online token via a satellite, you can keep that token for as long as you want. So Reading, Leicester and Blackpool. Then got Portsmouth, not Southampton, as it was advertised at Southampton before. Portsmouth, Bury New Road in Manchester, and Glasgow on the 20th to the 24th of October. And then to finish off the year for the 30-30s, the £50,000 guaranteed £400 comps. They're in Leeds, back here, in Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh. So
you'll
plenty going on.
You'll probably see myself at the Luton one.
Yes.
I will be playing that.
Yeah, excellent.
Always at the Luton legs.
Mr. Shannonite, thank you very much. You'll get notifications when we come on, but you'll get a notification for next Thursday because we will be in Edinburgh bringing you exactly the same coverage from another main event of £750.
It's going to be good.
Yeah, and Sam says, what time do we start tomorrow? All 4 days start at 12:30 on the stream. And then obviously Sunday concludes when we do the final interviews at the end and the roundup to finish off. But that could be any time at all between 6 p.m. and 6 in the morning because we've been just as close to both sides of the scale.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Shannonite. Kind words.
Yeah, subscribe to the channel so at least you can get the subscription going up. Nice one. Thank you very much indeed.
And here in the background there, live, Dina just announcing that the turbo is starting, day 1C. They're going to have 20-minute levels on their clock. They'll be playing 10 levels as well today. They'll be finishing up around the same time as us here on the live stream.
Good luck to everybody who's playing the turbo. It's a 20. Oh dear. Kev Blue's going to. Oh dear. Kev Blue is already on the Malbec. Uh-oh. Don't pause the stream, Kev. Don't pause the stream like you did in Manchester. Enjoy your Malbec. I hope it's Argentinian.
So we got a limp in here from Richie on the button. Span going to follow suit and limp the ace-9. I should say complete. He was in the small blind, so he's going to complete the ace-9 in the small and comes in for a lead after flopping top pair with an ace kicker. Comes in for this lead for just to deny equity to some overcards. Don't want it to get checked through and potentially let an opponent realise their equity on the turn. So happy to take the pot down there. Yeah, there probably will be, Sabria. Is there going to be a high roller at the grand final? There usually is every time we're there. There's no schedule out for it at the moment. That will come out probably in a month or so.
Luton have been hopefully. Yep. The plan is to get the Blackpool schedule and the grand final schedule out by Luton. So hopefully when we get to Luton in 3 weeks' time, we'll have a good understanding of what we're going to be playing in Blackpool and in grand final in London.
What we do know is going on at the grand final though, we've got the Haymaker series, free to play over 40k to be won. 7 free rolls going on from next Wednesday for every Wednesday after that until we're there in London in a couple of months' time. Get your chance to play on our featured table. 8-man sit ago. David Hay, former world heavyweight champion, is going to be there playing against 7 of you guys.
Absolutely.
Good luck in the free rolls if you're playing, and it would be great to see some chat faces on our featured. Imagine that, a couple of people from the chat playing at the grand final and up against David Hay while we're streaming the coverage. It's going to be a great one. It's a great promotion there.
Always an ace.
All free to play.
Always an ace.
He's not got King's Hotel.
Queen's is bad enough. What if the main event for the grand final is normally round about 2.5, between 2 and 2.5. It's not been put down yet. So what would the high roller be, do you think? 4?
Probably 5k.
4.5?
5. I reckon. No, it'll be 5. If it's not during the main event, I might even flick in myself tower. Sell a little bit. Be nice to play. Been a while since I've played a bigger buy-in comp, so.
Is there an actual cash prize for the winner? Says Anne Westwood.
Yes.
Are we talking about this event?
I think we are.
If we're talking about this event, Anne, there'll be about £100,000 up for the winner.
Yeah, whoever wins this one, Anne's going to be getting a good payday, trust me.
Yeah.
We're obviously not tracking as well as Coventry, which was our last leg at the moment, which was £100,000 for the winner, but it's definitely going to be over 80k, I'd say. It'll be more than that, around that sort of remit, so plenty of money up top for
of the prize money collected, it's normally 25% for the winner. So yeah, what they normally do, very close to 10% of the field will get paid. When we get the official number tomorrow, around about 1 p.m, we will get the official number of runners. It's normally 10% of the field will get the money, so they'll split it down to evenly. Obviously, winning will get a lot more than finishing 9th, say. But usually, if it's a 750 buy-in, I would expect min cash to be round about 1,400 maybe 1,500, and hopefully that's still the case. So we'll just have to wait and see until tomorrow when we start at 12:30. By 1 o'clock we should have the prize pool.
So Guy shoving for what is 16, 17 big sit. And it's been called by the pocket eights, open from the eights, flat shove from Guy. Eights has called it off as Alex, and we're off to the races. Guy going to need to hit to stay alive, needs to find an ace or a queen, and remains the same. River to come, ace or queen needed, or we're going to lose one. It's
Lost
a 7 on the river, meaningless straight for the pocket eights, but Guy is out the door, and Alex adds to his stack.
Lucky
Alex
Guy.
Martin sinks 7. But I'm sure we'll see Guy back having another bullet, whether it be in this field or the turbo.
Indeed we will. Claire says, will it be the top 58 getting paid again, or does it vary? It varies, Claire.
Yeah.
Because it's normally roundabout or very, very close to 10% of the runners. So if there's 400 runners, you'll get 40 people getting the money. If it's 50 runners, you'll get 50 people. And like it was in Coventry, I think it was 600 in total, and they ended up paying 58. So it's very, very close to 10% of the total number of entries. Yeah, no worries, Claire. No worries at all. It's always nice to know. But GUKPT and the likes of like the 30-30s and the 25-25s that come along, the seasonal specials will start again next year. Obviously now all seems to be calmed down with the pandemic. We're getting back to normal. I'm guessing the seasonal specials may start with the Easter Beast around Easter time. So we will have to check that. But yeah, they do tend to go for the 10% payout structure, and hopefully a double the buy-in for minimum payout. That's what normally happens.
So blinds are now up. We are into the 300, 600 level, and this will be the 8th level of the day. After this one, we will head out on the final break, get a new feature table for everyone.
Yeah, Gav, I totally understand what you're saying. Gav says you talk about 10% of the players getting paid. Do you not think 25% up top is too top heavy, and that paying the top 15% keep the money in the system and keeps more recreational players interested? I can see both sides of it. I think what you do normally find is if you go to something like a Stars event where they've got an online client where you get paid by the online clients and stuff like that, the money does get thinned out a little bit. But I think the GUKPT have always gone for the 10% because they think it's pretty fair.
I much prefer it, Tara. I think I like the 10%. I like it being top heavy. You hear a lot of players saying there's too much up top, this, that, but I think it may favour say the pros on the circuit, the people that are coming to try and make a living out of this game, because they're going to make deeper runs more often than the recreationals. They're going to have more chance to close out a tournament than a recreational is. But it's also great from a recreational perspective. It's, say if you satellited into a tournament like this one for £50, let's say, for example, and then suddenly you're running very well, you make day 2, somehow you bag up for day 3, and you see that 100k up top in day 3, that just gives you such a buzz as a recreational player, that sort of money that you're going to be playing for. And I'm a really big fan of the GUKPT payout structure. They're paying just over 10% of the entries, and then having around 25% up top. Yes, from a player perspective, it is probably going to favour the better players, because as I mentioned, they're going to make more deep runs, they're going to have more opportunities to close out the tournament. But then that one time that recreational goes on an absolute heater and they have the chance of taking a life-changing sum of money, it's just great for them as well. Obviously pros and cons, as Tower said, but from my point of view, I've always been a big fan of the GUKPT payout structure.
Yeah. Anne Westwood says, who is Claire? I'm hoping that the person on Twitch as CLA1R is Claire32. So if you're on YouTube, you can't see what's happening on Twitch, but we can see all chat boxes that are happening together. So you guys watch on YouTube, you watch on Facebook, you watch on Twitch, which is why when a question is asked, we always repeat the question, because some people don't see the question being asked if they're watching on a different platform. Because we're on 4 separate platforms, that's all. Nice one, Claire. Yeah, if somebody's on Twitch and they don't see the question in YouTube, then it's just one of those things. So we do, whenever somebody asks a question, we always repeat the question, because if you're watching on Facebook, you might not see the question being asked. So just answering the question would sound silly. If I just come up with 38 and that was it, like, what are you on about? So yeah, that's what we try and do. That's why we ask, and that's why we. If you do write a question, and you think, why is he repeating the question? It's because on different platforms they don't see it.
So Riggy, Jack suited,
6th in the National Poker League.
Makes it 1.3. Ace 9 for Rainbow. And I'd like to see Riggy come in for a continue here, but opts to check behind. Really surprised that didn't come in for a continue. Okay, we're already on the turn. Might make a bit of sense. He might have bet flop Riggy, but even so, very good card to double barrel. But nonetheless, pot going straight to him.
Have we ever caught anyone cheating? No, I don't think we have. Not at the poker table, not in a tournament.
Yep.
Obviously, there used to be a lot of questions about using mobile devices at the tables, but this is not cash, and the cash is totally different to a tournament. A tournament, you move tables, or we on the live stream, you've only got 2 hours before we start again with some different players. Never seen cheating in your local games. Probably I have, and not really been savvy to it, but certainly not on a GUKPT. The turbo started with 26 and it's capped because of space. There is a waiting list of about 12 players, so that'll carry on for the rest of the night. The main event itself has over £250,000. In fact, it's got £260,000 in it now, the prize pool. 388 runners total so far.
Yeah, little graphic error, guys. This is Mividas opening. Johnny's not opening Jack 7 in the low jack for short, so there it is. Quick correction from the man behind the scenes. Makes it 1.6 with the ace 9 of diamonds in the hijack. And Danish going to defend the ace 10 on the board of 4, 5, 6. And on this turn, I wouldn't mind seeing a lead from Danish here with the ace 10, but it's been checked over to Mividas once more, and he's going to opt for a delayed c-bet. And Danish here with ace 10. Looks like he's going to call once, aware that he can have the best hand here. It's a hijack open. We're still ahead of hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack, 8-9 suited. Plenty of hands out there that we can beat, and this river's just going to be chopped up now. It's gone check, check. They've both got ace high, and they're going to chop this one up. Chip leader at our table, Mividas. Johnny is in the danger zone. 15 big blinds. He's going to need to find a spot to get that in at some point. He has got plenty of time. We are on an hour clock. Really good structure. One of the great things about a GUKPT main event. Main events are just one of the best structures you're likely to see, especially in this country, for live tournament poker. It gives everyone at the table plenty of time to choose their spots, make their decisions.
We don't have a chip count as such, but what we will do at the end of the night, and hopefully at the end of level number 8, starting level 9, get quite a few chip counts from around the room. We've not had any for a while, we do apologise. And we'll try and get you the top stacks going into the final session.
I'll tell you what, I'll see if I can get a pan for you just before we end this level. I'll see if PK or Andy are about.
We need some good chip counts because we've not had any for quite a while. We'll get you some. We'll get you some, guys. We do need to keep abreast of chip leaders around the room. End of the night when we do the roundup, we will have the top 20 chip counts for you. So if you have a certain player and a name, we can try and find him for you, or her, if they are in and still in the building. Colin Gillen's got about 50,000. Colin from Edinburgh. Colin McTaggart sat at the side of him with about 5,000? Yeah.
I'll tell you what I do notice about players wearing masks now, just having a little glance around the carpet, a few people with masks on at the table. One of the things that I'd usually look for in a difficult river spot against a recreational is the neck, see if there's any sort of pulsing going on in the neck. With the mask now, you can't see it. They hide their neck.
Bubba's using it to his advantage.
I know. Bubba, to be honest, Bubba's probably not going to get much adrenaline in too many pots. He's
Paul McTaggart's from Glasgow, so while they're still in Scotland, it's mandatory to wear them indoors, so he's just doing his thing.
I don't think there is thick arse or any of notable stars from any other professions playing. Footballers,
very
snooker,
rarely
golf.
at the moment. Very rarely now do we see ex-footballers or footballers, actors. We've had them all before, to be fair, but this month, since we've started again, we've not seen that many.
So ace-4 suited for Alex here. Like to see him open this one. As always mentioned, he's just opted to fold, but need some of these hands in there in your early position opening range. Don't open the ace-4 off or the ace-3 off, but the suited varieties, you need a few of them in there, especially against the better opponents who are going to range you better, and the wider your range is going to be more difficult to play against, especially going post flop. But in this scenario, Johnny moving all in for his 8.7k, not getting any action from anyone. Unknown to us was his holding.
Yeah, surprised most people are not wearing masks, I think. I think people are just starting to, especially in the, obviously, I'm very surprised that the United Kingdom as a whole are separate on rules and regulations regarding coming out of lockdown and coming out of restrictions. I don't understand why it's different for one place than the other, but it is. I don't know whose fault that is. But different rules are in Northern Ireland compared to Wales, different rules in Wales compared to Scotland, and totally different rules to England to anybody else. So it's hard to get that fine balance I will never ever laugh, joke, say to anybody what you're wearing that for, because if you feel comfortable with it and you feel comfortable in yourself with it, then just do it. So unless there's one set of rules for everybody, then it's going to be hard to monitor, isn't it? We've all got our own opinions on what's happened. It's just a shame that we're not all in it together on the same rules, but it is what it is, and we have to make the best of what we can. Yeah, Claire says it's because we have developed governments. I totally understand. I totally agree. We have developed governments and they should make their own rules up. But this was a worldwide pandemic. And maybe just, I hope, any ice creams about? How many ice creams has he got? Chocolate ice cream, anybody? Oh, yes, please. Riggy's never one to say no. Thank you very much. He'd probably want one for the other hand as well. The ice creams are out.
He said you was ages ago.
So Mividas blind on blind here, going to raise it up with the ace deuce, and Alex not going to get involved with the queen deuce.
Yeah, we've all got our own opinions. We've all got opinions that might not be right, they might not be wrong. You have to walk around, when we get to Edinburgh, you have to walk around the casino with a mask on, but you can sit at the bar drinking without one on. Like, what do you do with that? Not going to get into arguments with it, not going to get into politics with it. It just is what it is.
Alan's got two questions. What do you think about 30 seconds play? I'm assuming you mean a shot clock when you have 30 seconds to act. In certain tournaments, I think it's fine, but like the GUKPT, it's never really incorporated shot clocks, not once. You do see it in some tournaments nowadays. It does speed up the play, but I think everyone's like aware of it now. People don't like unnecessary tanking. Like when people just turn into Christoph Vogelstang like they're playing 100k every 10 minutes, it can get quite frustrating at the table when you like quick poker. Maybe sometimes just mention it to the player, say, can you speed things up a little bit? Why are you taking so long? And the second question, wherever it's gone, is how many chips do you need for day two? You could take
any
15k for if you wanted to,
exactly.
Less than starting stack.
Exactly.
As
correct.
long as you've still got them chips in front of you, you've still got your tournament life, you've still got a little bit of equity within the prize pool, and you've still got a chance of winning the tournament. There's no need to set a target coming into a day one. I want to get to this amount and bag up this amount. Just play your game and see where the chips fall at the end of the day.
We get asked every tournament, how many would you take through to day two? I would rather take one chip than no chip. What level are we on? I've lost all track of time.
We're on level 8. We have got 35 minutes to hour until the next break. A little bit more, actually. I lie. We've got about 40 minutes till the next break.
Yeah.
If you want to get pedantic. 38 and a half minutes. There we are.
Betsy says, do they allow cell phones on during play? Yes, they do. So Betsy, I'm guessing we're from the United States or Canada. Yes, we don't advocate using your mobile phone while you're in a hand, and a lot of players, 99% of the players, know exactly that. You're not allowed to watch the live stream on the feature table, but we don't mind using phones. A lot of players are texting their friends to say they're on the live stream. They've got backers that want to know how they're going on. They'll get questions about a play they've just seen. As long as they're not slowing down play or watching the live stream, a mobile device can be placed on the armrest and used accordingly. Oh, sweet. Betsy's from America. For me sins, I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. Straight after this hand, we might have a quick wander around the turbo.
See who's in the turbo field. As Nigel with the old big slick under the gun +1. And Andrew in the small blind with the queen 10. He gets out of the way. Danish gonna defend, and both players flopping trip aces here. Bit of a cold flop, and Nigel coming in for continue here. And there's definitely going to be some chips put in this pot, guys. The ace king wants to be double barreling now, as Nigel want to try and get value from a 10, not going to be folding, and obviously some worse ace X, as well as charge the spade draws. The front door spades is definitely a hand that our opponent can have in this particular situation. So Danish got nothing else but to just keep check calling here.
Yep.
We're aware that our opponent has all the bigger ace X. 3 of spades does come in on the end. It does complete the flush. And if we're Nigel here, oh, he's not checked it, has he? I still would have liked to see him go for value. I'm not sure if Danish calls that quickly on the turn with a flush draw, but with ace king there, just bet fold, come in for a round, third pot, try and get called by a 10 or worse ace X. If you get raising, you know your opponent's got the flush at least, and then you can let it go. But we just leave too much value on the table. A lot of players do that. When the front door flush completes, no matter what their hand, they just get scared no matter how high up their range are, and they just snap check it back because they're worried that the opponent can have a flush. Just because that hand completes, you can't just always give your opponent credit for it. Fine to just bet that river, and then if we get raised, then we can let it go. I just think we leave too much value on the table in the long term if we're just going to snap check that one back.
Metz is a Falcons fan. Kyle Pitts cost me $1,000 on Sunday by not scoring a touchdown. Got rid of Julio Jones as well. I think Julio Jones is awesome. But glad you're checking in on the poker, Betsy. We'll talk about the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday.
So no action for Richie with the ladies.
Gerv says, is there a chance the online stats can be looked at by the big bosses? Friday night, 9 PM, and the only stats that are running £5 and the sat for the 30-30 and the main event. Yeah.
Chip count.
Cheers, buddy. Yes, we'll have a word. I'll send that exact message straight over, Gerv. You want more satellites? I like it. Only satellites running the £5 and the satellites the 30-30. We shall have a look at what will be happening. So Riggy's going to come along in for the ride. $8.37 was the flop. Check call, 4 of hearts on the turn. Don't know what happened to the graphics there. Apologies, guys, regarding the graphics. Don't know what happened to that hand, unfortunately, but Rich Pearson has won it. Apologies on why nothing's been shown right there. So we'll quickly move over to the bounty. The bounty is on. Not the bounty, I do apologise, it's the turbo. Ludo's in the turbo. Ludo's chucked in the turbo, so has Rob. Paul Grummett in the turbo as well. There's only 4 tables in the turbo at this moment in time.
Is that Ellie I saw playing? There she is, Jamie's missus.
Yeah.
Jamie off the back of a 27k score. I'm sure he
Where's Don's that gone?
treated her to flick it in.
Unbelievable. 4 tables in the turbo at this moment in time. Raggy's there.
Yeah, speaking of mini main winners, there's Paul Fisher from Manchester won the mini main. Sat next to Carl Shaw. Raggy's there as well. Who we got over here? There is Wilco. Mr. Nixon on the table as well.
Jamie can't be playing. Oh yes, he can. Obviously Jamie can't be playing because he's made day 2, but he hasn't, has he? Chris also playing. Martin Frey. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. A quick rundown of the turbo that has just started with 4 tables. It'll have a waiting list of about 30 in about half an hour. And it looks like we're going 5 to the flop. Five, ace, 9.
Once you finish the hand, you will be on a short break. Please leave your chips on the table.
Not much for anyone here. The 10-9 of clubs is actually the best hand here with 3rd pair for Riggy. And Span going to take initiative here. Comes in for a bet with his Broadway draw. Picks it up on the turn. And Danish is going to call. He's picked up the same Broadway draw. This is pretty loose from Danish, unless he thinks he's got the best hand. But we've got 3 players behind us. And ping on the river for Span anyway. Rivers Broadway with the Jack 10. A little 10 of diamonds in there for a bit of insurance as well. Blocks some of the plausible flush combos that the niche is meant to have in this spot that would call our turn bet. So we've got a very comfortable value bet here as Span. It's just opting what size to actually go here. What's our opponent meant to have in this particular spot after he calls. And Span's gone fairly small, giving Danish 3-1 on his money here, but Danish with just 2nd pair, 3rd pair I should say. Span's probably not going to come in for a bet with a King X hand here. We expect Ace X to continue the flop 5 way.
Straight after this hand we're going live.
Oh no, not another one.
Straight after this hand we're going live, ladies and gentlemen, to the dice roll.
We're going. Players are on break live.
To the end of the night drink.
This is now.
for the end of the night drink from Stu Rutter. We've got a dice. We're going to see what Dinesh does in seat number 1.
He's folding, Tower.
Dinesh is definitely folding.
Well, that means he's raising.
Really?
I much prefer it than a call. We can't call here with third pair after this action. I'm guessing he's going to turn third pair into a bluff. We've got the Broadway blocker. Never seen anyone take the chips back. Like, okay,
Yeah,
the race.
Took the chip back. Was it that very angle shooting?
I don't
You
know.
think?
That was
that
weird.
very angle?
That was weird.
We'll lay him off just once. Stick it on.
Eventually does.
Stick it
fold.
on,
Right,
baby.
we're
And
on. There we are.
we have the dice. We have one of our GUKPT's former champions,
What are the
Mr. Stu
options? What are
Rutter.
the options, Stu?
Sorry?
What are the options?
So there's, well, 1 tap water.
Tap water in
Don't
one.
go 2 vodka tonic.
Two.
This is the alright zone.
Vodka tonic in
3
2.
cocktail.
3's a cocktail.
4 shot tequila.
Where's the
That's
beer?
Maybe not 4. 5 Jaeger bomb. Please don't roll a 6. That's a bottle of champagne.
I do not roll a 4 either because tequila will send me off.
Still got 2 left.
We are rolling the dice for the end of the night drink from former champion, Mr. Stu Rutter.
Do not want to see
It
a
is.
4. No
You
4.
won't be able to see it, unfortunately, but we'll shout it and show you. It is a 4.
Oh! Oh no, what was that?
Tequila. I can't do tequila. It'll make me sick. I'm not having it.
It's a 4.
Nice and cheap as well.
Do we get a second option? Can we do it again?
That's for now.
That's for now, and then we got
I
the.
mean, you guys have to do it now.
No, you can have the tequila. We'll roll for the end of the night. Last one before the end of the night. This is the end of the night roll.
That's going to kill me off, that is.
6!
6! We got some champagne coming!
We got the champagne, baby!
There was absolutely no doubt.
End of the night, Stu Rutter, champagne. Thank you very much.
Right, I'll get the tequila first.
Oh dear. What a lad. We have chip counts. Where will the chip counts be? We've done the pan. Apologies for that. We've done that. Where is the chip? Don't forget to follow us on Twitter. How many players have entered? Says Logs. Otaku Logan says how many have entered? There's been hundreds. I will tell you exactly now, right now on the app. There have been 236 live. 300. No. It won't start with a 3 ever again. There are 400 runners total. Wow. 400 runners at this moment in time.
What's that, 268 prize, Paul?
Yep. Well done, you. Amazing.
Wow, it's a great turnout. Going to get close to Cov. I said we wouldn't get near it, but could get close. Definitely going to have a couple of day 2 buy-ins tomorrow at some point.
Wowzers. Amazing number.
Oh, that's, go on, Tal.
No, PK put some chips in. Where would you think he's put them?
Chips, maybe? Oh, no.
No,
Oh.
thanks for tuning in.
We'll find out. We'll find out. We will get them up.
We'll have a flick.
find out. That's poor form, Katie. If I'm Jamie, I would have said to Ellie, you and my missus, I'm going to save you this seat, have it next leg, I'm going to buy you into this one. I won the mini.
Yeah.
Good on Ellie winning a seat, but I
That's
would have,
right.
if I was Ellie, if I was Jamie, I would have flicked her in.
Why don't you use it for Edinburgh? Because Edinburgh is next week, and that's the schedule. Starting next Wednesday, we'll be travelling up Wednesday.
I'm up Monday.
All right.
Huh?
And then the main event starts on the Thursday. There's another satellite. There's a bounty going on for that. Yep. So we're still going on there. Clicking all these buttons we are. No, that one. That one's off.
What are you up to?
Trying to find the chip counts. PK said there were some chip counts coming in. But I can't find them. What time are we on break? 10?
Yeah, we got tequila at 10, shampoos at 12,
Wowzers.
and floor at 1 in the morning.
Forget that. I shall save me drink till
Yeah,
the end of the night
I
and be
think I will.
professional.
I will be as well.
We will be professional and have a drink at the end of the night. I shall not be drinking none of that malarkey. We have a job to do. No. You're better than us, Katie, that's why. Good luck to everybody who's still in the mix. We are on 400 runners in the main event, which is amazing.
So Richie rivering the nut flush, backdooring into it with the A6 of diamonds after turn goes check, check, and Nigel sitting here with a 9 of diamonds. It makes a very good fold there, especially versus big blind range. We can have a whole host of hands in there, but very, very nice fold from that man. Oh no, he called. Nigel made the call. I thought he must have flicked it in, I didn't see, but graphics said he called, so he must have called. I was just about to say it's a very impressive fold if he did fold against big blind range. Can't fault him for calling there with the 9 of diamonds. Definitely a spot where I flick it in as well.
I did say at the end of the year, I did say at the end of the day it'd be 6-2 to the States for the Ryder Cup. I think they've gelled now. They've got rid of all the players that don't like playing for each other. They've not got Tiger Woods, who's never been a team player. I don't think Patrick Reed's there, unless he's not playing and he's just playing the singles. Even though he played the best match ever against Rory McIlroy 2 years ago, which was absolutely outstanding golf. You've got America have got a gel, the US have got a gel team this year. There's no individuals that don't want to play for a team, and I think they'll absolutely smash Europe this year. To be fair, it could be 10-11, 10-4 by the time the singles come, and it could end up something like 17-11, whatever the equation works out at.
So Nigel opening the
That's just my opinion.
Makes it 1.5 to go. Andrew going to defend in the big with the 10-8 off. Got 20 minutes left, everybody, and then we will head out on the final break of the day. It's another 15 minutes. We're back at 10:15 for the last session. It's been a really, really good day 1B here. Thanks to everyone tuning in throughout the day.
The blinds are now 100 to 200, with a big blind NCL 200.
So we have got, how long we got? Johnny Boy. Johnny Any2, as he's locally known.
Yeah, moving in here for 9.5. There's 16 big blinds just sub, and ace 9 of the sixes, sorry. Not making the call, Nigel there. Trying to preserve his stack. Would have been a call for half of his stack there with the sixes. A lot of the time would basically call in to hope for a flip situation.
like you, man. Jacks for Johnny, raises to 1.5 as he got no action last time. Richie on the ace jack, Andy with 10-9 suited. Going to come into three-way action on the flop.
Not much for anyone here other than Johnny. He's got an overpair to the board, so he's going to come in for continue. Richie does have wheel draw here, backdoor flush draw, but we cannot call versus Johnny's stack size. Wouldn't mind the float for him if Johnny was just as deep as us, but looks like he is going to call. But the thing is, against this particular stack size here, we're now working with what is 0.6 SPR here on the turn. So a lot of the time it's just going to be put in, and we're just going to have to fold without it coming a 3 or an ace or a jack. And he's asking for a count, but definitely a burn off of 3.5k here on the flop, I think, from Richie. It's fine to pill this certain hand against that size in certain situations, but needs to be aware of Johnny's stack size, and that he's going to be shoving almost all turn cards. He's not calling tower, is he?
No. Moving his chips forward, but he's not going to put the... See, the thing is, that is not an action line, but it's usually used as an action line. So, I don't think it is. Go on, you. There's one game over here.
Oh, he is calling. Wow. He's just called ace high. He must have thought it was the best hand. He can't
go with ace jack.
He can't be calling to hit his will. He's obviously calling because he thinks ace jack is the best hand.
Please, for Johnny, don't get very unlucky.
Yeah, don't be a 3 or an ace. That would be dirt. And there's a jack on the end, and set case jack.
Just a case jack.
Little gift there for Johnny. Shouldn't have got no more than the pre-flop action. Gift on the flop and turn. He's back up to 44 bigs. All he can do is play his hand right. Sometimes it happens, you get a little gift in poker. It is nice when it does though.
Johnny, be good. You're not wrong. People still buying in. People still registering for the mini, for the turbo. Not too many now registering for the main, but there has been some. 95 left in. The 95 left in the day 1B. So Johnny gets a double, back up to bang over starting stack 26,000.
Here comes Riggy. 3 bets the jack 8 off, continues the king high flop, and he's going to pick that one up.
Easy. Alright. A few counts from the outer tables as we have a wander around. Miss Colin Gillen on 60, Paul Taggart on 20. Richard Horn's playing. on 40,000. Justin Devonport from Manchester on 90. Stu McNally on 90. Kellett's on 32. Mike Allen on 50. Chris Johnson down to 11. And defending champion Brett Angel on 30,000. So chip counts going on across the bottom. Daytime Twitch, are we coming to Blackpool this year? Yes, we are.
Chris Cooper, where's he got them from?
No idea.
170k for
Wow.
a Coop dog.
The festival for Blackpool is the 27th of October until the 7th of November. We will be there for the main event from Thursday to Sunday, but the festival itself starts on Wednesday the 27th with satellite night. Then there's a 30:30. The full schedule will be released hopefully in Edinburgh time, maybe not Edinburgh, definitely Luton. So the dates are set the end of October, the beginning of November.
Always a fun leg, that one.
Yes. Yeah. Always a fun time.
Find me and Tower in Mark Kelly's Wednesday night.
You might just do that, you man. You might find us in there Monday night and Tuesday night. On the golf course on the Wednesday.
Well, if I'm in Mark Kelly's Tuesday night, I doubt I will be. Unless it's a twilight tee off. Richie Jack 10 suited, opening to 1.6k. And expecting Inverdas to defend this, and does Queen 8 suited in the big blind, heads up to the flop, won't want to see clubs, get himself in a lot of trouble. (10-6-6) rainbow. So Richie flopping 2 pair, comes in for the continuation, gets the job done. 10 minutes left on the clock for the session, and then there will be our last 15-minute break of the day, and then we will be back to close out the action. Thanks, Hassan. Great to be back as well.
What a win for Jamie Nixon in the mini main at Leeds. You're not wrong. Fabulous for him to get the trophy. He's in the turbo along with Ellie. Yeah, female players, I think there's about half a dozen.
Yeah, it's a fair amount of female players. It's like I say, the increase is getting definitely big up on a small scale, but it's good to see that there's more ladies coming through the door to take a shot at these events. As we see King Jack 3 roll-offs, top 2 for Alex, great flop for him out of the big blind. This one's checked the whole way round though. 6 of diamonds on the turn, so top 2 still the best hand. Inverdas does pick up a measly 8 high flush draw, but if we're Alex here, we want to be betting this one. But it looks like Minverdas is going to take initiative here. I actually don't mind this at all. Once Andy checks this flop back, we're going to have the king jacks, we're going to have the king queens, the king tens, few suited hands there in the small blind as well. It's not a bad board for our perceived range, and knowing that Span's a good player will definitely give us those hands in this particular spot. But the fact we're in with queen 8 off, definitely a loose pill. But once we are in with this hand, I'm a big fan of the lead on the turn. But this is going to be a clear check for us now on the river after we pick up some showdown with the 8. Oh, I say a clear check. Not clear for Minverdas. There's not really no merit in this bet with the 8. It's just got to be a check from him in that spot, and he's going to get the bad news. He's up against king jack. I don't mind the lead on the turn, but really not a big fan of that river bet there. We pick up a little bit of showdown. Our opponent's in the big blind. He can have some draws, some bare diamond hands that are a flush draw, some 6x, maybe 4 or 5 in there as well. Just check it over to Alex, see what he does. But in that scenario,
7 or 8 minutes to go until the end of the session. Another fantastic session. The prize pool is creeping up and creeping up to £300,000. We'll have a 15-minute break on the hour and then 2 levels of poker to be played. Finishing the live stream around about 15 to 20 past, 25 past 12. That's Twitch. That's Twitch looking, ladies and gentlemen, looking lovely. Yeah, can't wait to come back to Blackpool for the GUKPT. There's actually a satellite next Wednesday for the 30:30, and then the 30:30 starts on the Thursday live online leg as well. If you want to play it online and take your chips to Blackpool, you can.
a cut-off open from Johnny here with the ace-4 off, makes it 1.5, and Alex in the small blind here. Pocket 7's not going to be folding this one versus cut-off open. Can go either way here. Free bet it some of the time, but we're not folding, and he has opted for the sum of the time with the free bet and actually going to just take it down uncontested there. Johnny snap folds the ace-4, no unnecessary tanking, what I like to see. Eight-5 suited for Danish. Under the gun, getting loose here. Back end of the penultimate session. Raises it up. And looks like there's a decision for the man in seat 4. Michael with a Jack-10 off. Just makes the call, and Johnny here, is he going to punish them? He is. Punishes the looseness, comes in with a free bet with a king-queen suited. Very good from him, nice hand selection to do it. And then we know Danish is opening this wide early position. Once Michael flats in there, really big fan of this free bet from Johnny. And Alex, not sure what we're up to here. This is going to be a fold for us on the button. Ace-9 off, needs to be going into the muck. Unless we have some sort of spidey sense that we know Johnny's just a bit light here and we want a cold 4, but correct decision there from Alex just to get out of the way. And Danish and Michael both have to do the same thing. Nice pick up there from Johnny. Johnny in the low jack here. Fine to open this hand once folded to us. Wants to be coming in for a raise with the ace-9.
Cheers.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Slipped my mind.
237 played so far, 89 players left. I'll give you a rundown of quite a few of the players who have been eliminated at the start of the next level, because we're just about to go on and allow our final 15-minute break of the day. Yet again, chat box, been amazing. We're back in about 15 minutes for a little bit more, and 2 hours of 2 hours of poker left. Finishing the live stream around about 12:15.
Make it 2 minutes, 1 minute 45 on the clock. 1 or 2 hands left, and then it is time. Spot on, Claire, exactly that. That's what I'll be doing anyway. Time for a coffee.
Absolutely.
Get me through the last couple of hours.
Throw the water all over the laptop. Good job the lid was on.
Yeah.
Good job you didn't see me then.
Ace King for Johnny. Under the gun +2. Starting to get a few hands here. As we're about to head on break, makes it 1.5, and Span looks like he's going to be continuing on the button here. I know Span will think Johnny's been opening too much, he's been getting involved too much, but we can actually see that Johnny has had the goods most of the time, and Span free betting with the ace-10 here. Big fan against a player from his perspective. He hasn't been able to see the whole card like us, but from his standpoint, it's going to look like Johnny's been opening too many hands, and he's just trying to punish that here. And Johnny's going to double check the ace-king, and it's going to be coming back in for a 4-bet here. Tower almost always make it around 9, 10k. Actually, we're out of position, maybe a bit bigger. 10k, 11k could just potentially shove for what is 45 big blinds. So it's just going to rip 45 bigs and a snap fold from Span, and we are going to be on a wrong one. Oh well, there we are. We are going to be on a 15-minute break, guys. We will be back at 10:15. We will
final 2 levels.
Final 2 hours.
Take that break. And we'll go and grab a coffee. We'll go that way, because down there you won't be able to get out that way.
I'll try. I'll try. We'll see you then, everyone.
See you in.
Throw in there. I won 2 events on that day, so it was pretty cool. But yeah, 2 bracelets in one day, and then I had the chip lead in the main event when I completely fell apart, and that's on me. I mean, I was running good, I was playing great, and the next thing you know, I kind of threw it away. I think it was too much for someone.
So the news has just come through from Binions that they've just taken the poker tables out of the card room. It looks like it could be forever. Binions, it must be somewhere in there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, Binions is just such a classic poker, it's just, there's so much history there. And, we've faced this for many, many years, but it was a much more pronounced issue that we had to deal with as poker players for a long time. And it's simply this: slot machines make more money than poker tables.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've heard this hundreds of times starting in the 80s. And so it was really hard to get poker rooms established. There's nothing we could do. A casino would make a decision and they'd be like, all right, we'll have 4 or 5 poker tables. And they'd be like, I know the numbers in the late 90s. Each slot machine makes about $80,000 a day. And so they could put 5 slot machines,
Yeah.
4 or 5 slot machines in one area where you could have a poker table, and maybe 6. And so that's a lot to compete against. And so, when poker broke out and everybody demanded tables, and everybody, when it got really hot, I thought that we wouldn't be facing things like this in the future. But listen, I can't blame Binions because it's really hard to have a 9-handed game that you can actually rake right now. And so you've seen some of those contraptions they have for poker tables now, where they have plastic up and it's hard to play 4 or 5-handed. And people are flocking in for those to play, but I'm not sure that's a realistic fix. So post-COVID, I wouldn't be surprised if, Binions did have poker tables back in, but it's a very sad day for poker when Binions gets rid of their poker room.
Yeah. I think my first trip to Vegas was 2004, and it was the final time it was actually in Binions. And obviously, unbeknown to me, that was a little bit of history. I was stood there on the rail watching my first ever World Series event. I can't remember what it was, but not knowing that it wasn't going to be in Binions anymore. That's a little bit of history. Can you remember what's the big poker table that's on the wall where everybody's signed it? Is that still there?
I don't remember. I did go to Binions about 1.5 years ago. I was downtown for whatever reason, and I think I had my sister. Yeah, my sister Ann was with me, and Ann is a Special Olympian, has a bunch of gold medals from Special Olympics, and she and I walked through there, and we saw the pictures on the wall, and and it was kind of nice to see. It was kind of a step back into where I did a lot of business.
There's a lot of history in that room, and like you said, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it might have finished in Binions. Going yourself, the critics. Now, you answer the critics with result after result after result. Does it affect you and the way you play and think, do you know what? This is for one of you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that, I think a lot of people, if you're going to be great, or if you want to be the greatest of all time in your sport, people are going to chop you down at the knees and try to stand on your shoulders, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that's, there's some negativity there. And so, I've been a huge figure looming large in poker for a long time. And I think some people are like, hey, he's getting too much press. He doesn't deserve it. And, some of the younger generation is like, what's so special about Phil? And so, it's a natural progression to try to, and so, but some of them don't handle themselves very well. And the difference is when I came up in poker, I gave a lot of respect to all the people before me. Yeah. Always respected Doyle. Johnny's only 3-4 years in front of me, but always respected Chip Reese and all the great players that came before me. And there was always respect. I never went around, saying bad stuff about them. And, I kind of earned my stripes. So, it's interesting to me that you have this, a bunch of high rollers, and you have say 20 or 30 guys that consistently play in the high rollers, and they proclaim themselves the best players in the world. They aren't. And then the press is incentivized to claim them the best players in the world. And they play with, 10, 15 businessmen. And so they're not the best players in the world. You want to be the best in the world. You win bracelets. You win world poker tournaments, world WPTs, you win EPTs. Now, if you want to talk about, somebody like Adrian Mateos or Dominic Nietzsche, these guys are great. They proved it because by winning bracelets. Alex Foxen is a great player for sure, and he just won a WPT to back up, a big one in December. Nice job. And so, but I mean, if you want to be great, then you have to win bracelets, and it can't just be a bunch of high rollers. Because there's a lot of great players, a lot of the best players in the world don't play in those tournaments all the time. I think Negreanu is one of the best players in the world. You don't see him out there all the time in all the high rollers. You don't see Ivy out there in all the high rollers. You don't see me in all the high rollers. And, so you have to pick your poison. if you want to be great. And they all picked the poison of playing in World Series of Poker tournaments. And, and so I mean, yeah, there's always going to be critics, and that's just a natural. There's always going to be haters, and that's just that's a natural way of the world. I do get a little bit upset when they throw me under the bus, but you know what? It's also motivating. I called Negreanu and I said, "Man, you've been one of my biggest critics." I mean, he was telling me in 08 and 09 and 10 that I'll never win again unless I start playing like they play. And I said, "I think you're crazy." And he's like, "I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 blah." Well, that guy disappeared a long time ago. And then the next year he said, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 different name. That guy disappeared a year later. And, 2011 and 12, I think I was second in player of the year, both of those years at the World Series of Poker. I think I won 2 or 3 bracelets. I had a bunch of, I don't know how many final tables, but, and then, recently people are like, "Oh, well, Phil can't play in faster paced tournaments, the ones where the blinds go up every, Phil can't play in tournaments that go up every 20 minutes or half an hour." And then I won one of those, and then I final tabled one. And then I think I have 3 final tables in the $5,000 faster tournament. What do they call it? Turbo.
The turbo.
Said, that can't work because Phil doesn't understand the math. So it's always Phil doesn't understand this, Phil doesn't understand that. Now, the interesting thing is most of the people watching this interview say, "Oh, well, what is Phil talking about? We all know he's a great player." And that's true, because you're really talking about a select few people. Yeah, but it's a little aggravating, but they also motivate me. And so then they also fail to see what I'm doing every year. I mean, in 2019, World Series tournaments, what did I have? I had a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd, a 3rd, and I mean, like there's a handful of people that had those kind of results.
16 catches in 2019.
Yeah. And so, I mean, so whatever. I mean, I think, yes. Does it rub me the wrong way sometimes? Yes. But do I hear those voices every day? No. I mean, sometimes I don't hear somebody criticize me for 40 or 50 or 60 days because I'm not on all the forums. But I'm aware of it. And then when I see it, I'm always a little bit bummed out.
Yeah. If we had a Champions League triple crown of poker, you've won the World Series main event. You've won the World Series Europe main event. What would make up that triple crown? That would be like, those are the 3 that you need to win.
Okay, that would be the 3rd one. It's the Poker Players Championship, the PPC.
Yeah.
And I had a 2nd in that. And that one really hurt because I had Brian Rastall in 3 times. And to win one of those hands, I guess I was 84%, they said, to have that. And that would have been nice. That would have been an unassailable triple crown.
Yeah. We've got 15 braces. Do you need to be stranded on a desert island for people to catch you?
I mean, you've got Phil Ivey, who can win 2 or 3 bracelets in a year. You've got Daniel Negreanu, who's just like, how many final tables a year does he have? And he has so many seconds.
Yeah.
Like he and I were battling for, I think I have 12 seconds and he has 11 second places now or something. But he tied me for seconds for 1 minute there. And unfortunately, I had a second over in Europe that I really wanted to be a first. And he was at the final table with me. So there's some people that are just great. Who knows what the future holds for Dominic Nietzsche? Who knows what the future holds for Adrian Mateos? Who knows what the future holds for some of these guys that are there playing all these events? Now, a lot of the young guys don't play all the mixed games, but I think, what do I have? I have 2 bracelets in Raz, and all the rest are in Hold'em anyway. If you're great at Hold'em, you can get there more often because there's more skill.
Out of the 10, 11, 12 second place finishers, and I'm just gonna read. This tweet from yourself was just amazing. Hitting my number one live goal at 24 was amazing. By the time I was 28, I had 5 WSOP wins and a new life goal was to become the greatest poker player of all time. You figured you needed to win 24 bracelets as recognised as the greatest of all time. If all those second places would have been wins, would have got there. But why did you say 24?
24 is a number that kind of like I don't always have a perfect understanding of I'd almost say mystical things. You know what I mean? I know that our minds are very powerful, and some of that is kind of untapped and unknown. And my book Positivity talks about how I've kind of harnessed some of that potential, and how other people can harness that potential. And so for me, 24 was a number that I came up with at a young age. And I just thought, you know what, I can win 24 bracelets. And I came up with it in 1993-94.
We unmuted at the right time. We've done everything correct. We're on it.
We're getting there. We're
not tired. Last level. Well, last session. We've got 2 levels of poker to play. And the numbers are insane.
What are we up to now, Tara?
A lot.
Good answer.
The actual number is the lot. I just use these. The only thing that got worse during coronavirus and lockdown was my eyesight. True. Really? Yeah. The only thing that got worse is my eyesight. It's gone. I'm thinking of laser treatment. That's what I'm thinking of. Thinking of laser eye treatment. That's what I'm thinking of. We are up to £274,030 in the prize pool. We have 86 players left, and we have 237 entries in total today. 409 total for the competition.
There we are.
There we go.
Everyone just taking their seats. Stu's on the featured, I see. The man is getting us drinks at the end of the night with the old dice roll.
Yes. Number 6. What was it?
Champagne.
Whether it comes out or not, I'm not sure. Won't mind if I stop rather.
Yeah, that's all right. I'd be happy with a pint and bed, and that would be it. But I'm going to run you through. We've got everyone for the last session of the day.
We got, lad.
In seat 1 is Adam Bromley.
In 1.
Is that Boss? Is Boss in 2?
Yes.
Didn't even know he was here.
The Boss man.
Jamie O'Connor. Boss making an appearance here in Leeds. And 3 is Stu Rutter. 4 Tan Lee. 6 Edgarjus. 7 is George. 8 is Gary Fisher. And in 9 is Elliot Catterson.
Sweet. Get us off. Ugly muggers. We're off. Let's do it.
Good evening, Bernie on Twitch. Welcome back, Claire, as well.
Hey, Bernie. Welcome back. Final 2 levels. Where is this, guys? Are we in London? No, we're in Leeds. We are in Leeds. And as they always say, marching on together. Well, we're gonna sing and win. Na 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 na. Eliminations in the last hour. Let's quickly run through a few of the eliminations, shall we? Last 20, shall we go? Cully Sidhu, Rob Morley, Adam Wilkinson, Guy Leithley, Armanpreet Singh, Lee Harling, Graham Peckover, Ludo we saw, Mitch Hynam, Lee French. Oh, did he win 30-30 on a mini?
He won the 30-30 in Coventry last leg. Done a deal, but took the lion's share and the trophy.
Yeah. Nuno Duarte, Carl Shaw, bracelet winner, out. King Zotto, Jonathan Lemon, George Wyatt, who we saw on our feature table, Mark Evans, Dan Carter, all these eliminated. Will McMurray, gone. Guy Leithley again. Rich Kellett, gone. Michaelis Michael. Sanjay Patel. Andy Christophero's made it up to Leeds. Chip Shop Andy. Stephen Smith. Craig Dawson. And the last person to be eliminated, Alan Vinicum. Let's do it again. 2 levels. Let's go.
So lots of bust outs there.
Yep.
So field is shortening down. Last. I usually have it blue, Andy, but I'm not sure here. Yeah, I usually have it blue in like nice restaurants. I usually have it blue.
So the final 2 levels, the blinds are 4.8 for this level and 500 1,000 for the next level. Good to have everybody on board. It's been a great day. And the boss in the building, side of Stu Rutter.
Boss opening the hijack here with the Queen 9 off and instant punishment on his left. Stu 3-betting the pocket jacks. I think Boz is one of the chip leaders at this table as well as Adam Bromley, so I think we're going to see him opening a lot of pots from late position. Nice pick up there for Stu. Yes, Claire, if any of them bust outs that we just mentioned want to have another bullet, they can play another £750, get another 20,000 chips and try and reach the end of today. But day 2 will start tomorrow. As soon as day 2 starts at midday tomorrow, there will be no more buy-ins. You need to buy in before 12 PM tomorrow, otherwise that is it. No more chance for you at GUKPT Leeds. Adam opening early position with the pocket 3s. Boss just flattened the 7-8 suited in position. These players very deep, and this isn't going to be a fold here from Ididjus. He'll make the call, and that's going to bring Gary along in the big blind. 4-way action here. More often than not, someone's going to flop a flush draw.
That's what comes to like 10 jack. King 4-5. I thought it was going to be all high. We've gone clubbing in Leeds, and Eddie has just flopped the absolute lot.
Yeah,
the
just
lot.
Smashed.
How much would you like to flop? Can I flop the lot, please?
And Boz going to come in for a bet, showing some aggression here on King 4-5 2 clubs. Obviously, if another club does roll off, we may have to be worried about a bear, jack of clubs, queen or ace of clubs, but our hand just so powerful here as Ididjus. So just going to flat in position, like it a lot, get to dictate action on turns and rivers. And obviously we want to keep Boz in with some bluffs. He can have hands like ace jack with the ace of clubs, ace 10 with the ace of clubs, 7 of clubs on the turn. And this one goes a check, check. 6 on the river. And it goes check, check once more, and Eddie just gonna take this one down with a flop flush and a little facial expression from Boz. A sigh of relief that it come a club in the turn, that he didn't start unloading the clip into a flop flush.
So we'll keep you abreast of what's happening on the outer tables. If you get eliminations, we will tell you. Get the top 20 chip counts at the end of the evening for the roundup. King Jack for George. Raising it up. Ace King 8, 2 hots, so George flopping the best of it. Definitely incorporate a check back in with this one. I'm a big fan of it, simply because of how equities are going to work against the big blind range. It's one of them situations where you've either got your opponent drawing fairly dead or we're drawing to 5 outs and we need to hit a king or a jack, so I'm really big advocate for checking those spots with middle pair, button versus big blind, especially when it's ace king and you've got a king. There's no real bad turn card on the turn for our hand that changes it. Always going to stay as second pair, but in this scenario did just opt for the C bet and ended up taking it down. So the final 2 levels are upon us. It's been another great day. The numbers have been incredible yet again. It's such a fantastic turnout. So we've got Tan opening the Queen 9 of diamonds, and George just going to call the Jack 10 suited here in the cutoff. Does have position on the opener. Adam's got a very easy hand to defend here in the big blind. Should be making the call, and he does, and it's 3-way to the flop. Queen 6 deuce, 2 diamonds. Talk about a flop and a half, a Tan, flopping top pair and a flush draw. And George, nothing for him, but we're definitely going to keep Adam involved. Adam actually with the best hand here. Obviously has Tan out kick, but Tan with heaps of equity has a flush draw to go with his top pair. But Adam should just be check calling here. No need to raise, just want to call, take some turns. And does just call. And here is the turn. 6 of spades paired in the board.
And I'd like to see Tan check this one back tower. It's just one of them situations where Adam has peeled out the big blind. He can possibly have some 6x in there, and also he can have some worse flush draws. So we want to keep them dominated flush draws in, and we don't want to put ourselves in a tricky scenario where we come in for a bet here and we get raised by like a 6-7 or hearts hand, but looks like he is coming in for the bet. It's just one of them situations. It's very difficult for us now coming into this second barrel. Adam's not going to call the deuce, so we're basically targeting just worse queen X here once we come in with this double barrel, and Adam's still with top pair here. I still expect him to call once, getting this price just over 3.5 to 1 on his money. And there is the call. But very hard to get called by worse here as Tan. The only thing we're probably getting called by are like the combo draws, maybe some diamonds as well. With this 4 on the river,
4 of clubs hits the river.
I'd be very shocked if this didn't go check now.
Yeah,
it would be way too thin for Tan to go bet here with Queen 9, especially against big blind range, which can be 6x heavy. So a check from Adam and Tan. Really would like to see the check behind now, and there is the check behind. Queen 9 of diamonds and
check
Queen 10 for Adam. So well played, Adam there. Nice little pot for him.
Where are we going next week, Jay?
I think
where are we going next week, Jay?
We are off to Edinburgh.
We're going to Edinburgh.
There it
Can't
is.
wait.
There it is. £750 buy-in as well, same as this event. If you want to get in for the fraction, there are satellites running online, and there are some live satellites, as you can see there, on the Wednesday.
Online day one.
Online
First
day
time
one
ever.
as well.
First time ever in a GUKPT main event. Online day one, because it's just a short festival because of COVID restrictions in Scotland. And down in the bottom right corner, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. Make sure you follow us and give us a subscribe and a tick and a like and a kiss and a hug and some tea cakes and tonics and
everything
Welsh
else.
Cakes and champagne,
Iron brew.
champagne and all that. So yes, Edinburgh next week, and we cannot wait.
So King Queen suited for George. Definitely want to be opening this one. Looks like he's made it 1200. Sorry, 1600. 1200, not a race at this level. And Boz gonna flick in the defend, getting that price on this money. Queen 3 off, obviously not the best playability, but getting an attractive price. Equity's running close pre-flop, heads up. And Boz obviously fairly confident he's not going to make too many mistakes post-flop, even being out of position. But we have actually got a bit of an action flop here, and big fan of George's decision to check this one behind. Just aware that this is going to favour Boz a lot more than it's going to favour us in this particular scenario, and Boz just going for it. That's what I love about this man. When it's better for his range, he just starts putting the foot on the gas. And right here you see him firing with Queen high, but it's not just a random barrel with like a Queen 10 off. He knows that if he does get called, he's got equity in there as well. He's up and down with the 3 in his hand. And it's the 5 on the river. And interesting how Boz proceeds. He shows the Queen 3, and George is going to take it with the King Queen of diamonds.
Final 2 hours, final session of GUKPT Leeds. Hope everybody's good. If you fancy a side event tomorrow, it's the Bounty that starts at 6 PM if you can't play the main event.
10 opening to 1.7 under the gun, and folded all the way around to Stu in the big blind, who's going to defend with the ace 5 off. And heads up action. Jack 9-6, 2 spades. Like to see Tam be continuing this more often than not. 2 overs, equity to the nuts in terms of a 10, and backdoor spades in there as well. And there is the continue from Tan, and Stu, no option here but to let this one go, and there's the pass. A little pick up there from Tan with the worst of it, but did have a good equity on that board versus Stu's particular holding. ace jack for George, +2. Going to open this one. And a tan 7-3 off in the big blind. Near the bottom end. Not hands we want to be defending, but is comfortable enough to flick and defend with this hand. Just heads up again, same reason as Boz, getting a good price, comfortable that he's going to be making good decisions post. And on this board, we're going to have the easiest decision ever, because George probably going to start betting his 2-pair. And we'll have a quick fold from Tan. Them cards will be in them up as soon as you know it. As we've mentioned a few times already today, running across the bottom of your screen there, Haymaker Series.
I'm playing it.
We've got 7 free rolls running every Wednesday, starting next Wednesday. If you manage to take down that free roll, you're going to get an invite to the Vic, the grand final, back end of November.
How much does it cost to get in?
It's free.
Free! Oh,
absolutely free.
Free!
And if you are one of the lucky people, lucky enough to take down one of them free rolls, you will be sat at the same table as David Hay and 6 other opponents that win their free roll, and you'll be playing for a decent sum of money, and it is going to be live streamed as well, so you will be on the featured table. Me and Tower have the pleasure of commentating on you, and we are really looking forward to that event. And get yourself on the Grosvenor client. If you haven't got the Grosvenor client, get it downloaded. It doesn't take that long. It's free money, guys. It's a free chance of playing a great little sit and go with the ex-world heavyweight champion of the world. It's a great.
It's about 40,000 in total.
That's what they reckon.
And like 20,000 added value as well. It's amazing.
It's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to that one.
Yep.
Big flop here for Tan. Blind on blind, and gets Leslie to fold the best of it. Did have heaps of equity there though, with the pair and the flush draw. Good evening to everyone. If you are tuned in or have just tuned in, this is the back end of day 1B here in Leeds. We have got 2 more levels left to play today before we close up and players bag up, but there's plenty of coverage coming over the weekend. We've got day 2 and 3 as well, Saturday and Sunday, and playing down to a win-up. We'll be crowning an eventual champion. All coverage will be live on the live stream.
Absolutely, all the way down to the very last hand.
You'll find us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch.
Ireland is tuned. Awesome. It has been a great day. There's been plenty watching from all around the world. How's Twitch going on?
Yeah, good. Very good numbers on Twitch.
Awesome.
Especially for a day 1.
Yep.
Plenty in the chat. Chat's been quite quiet. I'm guessing Brad's gone to bed.
So it looks like 4-way action again. Plenty of family pots on this last couple of levels. What's he bought me? Oh, nothing. That's all right. You go and enjoy your supper, young man.
I'll be 5-10.
Okay, go and enjoy. Savour that.
Yeah, I will.
Is it a medium rare fillet?
No, it's a rare rum.
A rare rum.
Yeah, a rare rum.
Rare rum. Some red wine jus. Don't know why you got lettuce with it, but there you go.
Didn't know it come with lettuce.
chips and onion rings. Tell you what, that's the dinner for kings. Jay is off for 10 to enjoy, and he's going to come back with drinks for the team. So you've just got me for the next 10 minutes because Jay is just about to have his supper. That looks lovely, by the way. So we go, heads up to the turn. Tan flopping, flush draw, instant service on the turn. Well, he goes, pairs the board after a check on the turn. Now Adam will check, probably check fold. I'm surprised if Adam comes in for a lead. But he is the only way he's going to win the pot, so he sticks in 10. And the nut flush for Tan. A stack of 26,000 behind. Moves it all in and a snap fold. Are we going to go? Are you going to the Bonington next Mull Tower for the IPO, Harvey Norris? Yes, we are. We are. The team will be there. We're going over on ferry, taking all the equipment with us, live streaming the IPO from the Bonington. Super hotel, the Bonington. And we will be there, live streaming 4 full days. I think we're live streaming Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Where's this towering tights come from? I have no idea, Penny. I don't think I'd look very good in tights. Yeah, Mr. Shannon Knight, you're right. It should have the old grilled tomato, shouldn't it? The old grilled tomato, that would finish it off nicely. But yes, we'll be in the IPO for working with Nick O'Hara and the team at the end of October, straight after Luton. Oh, Chili Pops has finished a little bit earlier. Good to have you on board, Chili. I hope things are well. Earlier, you got just short of 2 hours to watch, just shy of 2 levels. Yeah, we're doing good. Jason's just having 10 minutes as he's just ordered a little bit of... looks absolutely beautiful, to be fair. Compliments to the chef by the looks of it. Ordered his supper. He'll be back in 10, will Jay. And we're here for the final 2 levels, finishing the stream round about 20 past 12. We've got Boz, Stew Rutter on the table. Tan Lee in seat 4. Elliot Catterson. Apparently he's from Blackpool, is Elliot. Not seen much of him, to be fair. Interesting question coming in. What happens if the same player wins 2 free rolls? Interesting. I'd like to run deep in one of them. I'd like to play. I'm going to play a couple of times before we go up to Edinburgh, and we might even. Yeah, regarding the free roll, then we'll just have to hope that there's no dual winner, because that'd be interesting. We'll find out if it happens, what happens. Uh-oh. Band in the background on the outer table. Eliminated in the last 20 minutes or so. Alex Montgomery, Ken Ottey, Ross Atkinson, Stuart McNally and Natalie Bromley. They have all been eliminated in the last 20 minutes or so as George flops top set. Up and down for Boz. Yes, Pineapple Chris is still in. Pineapple Chris. I love it.
The blinds are now 500, 1,000. For the big blind anti-off, 1,000. Players in flight 1 in the main event, you have a uniform 1,000, 1,000.
So halfway through the level number 9. Halfway through level 9. So the best card in the deck comes for Boz as he raises to 60,000 after an initial bet on the river. That is an amazing. George flops top set. He bets the flop, he bets the turn, he gets called from Boz. who picks up an up and down straight draw on the river. Boom shakalaka. Thanks for coming, Boz. Spikes to 6. And he's had to make the set of 7s get out of the way. He was going to make him pay. And he bet like that big just in case the 8 was there. The pocket 8s. Penny Smith, if Pineapple Crisco has a big loss, will he go on lilt? Oh, that's good. Yes. He is a star, is Chris. Playing well because he's still in. Heads up to the next flop. Boz involved as he's up to 86,000. 3, 4, 6. Elliot in seat number 9. So Boz increases. Bets 2.8. Elliot raises it up. And that will do nicely. Well played, Elliot. 80,000 just shy. Elliot Catterson from Blackpool. Ten, 10, 3 was a flop. Nut flush draw for Edidius. Stu Rutter in seat number 3. Misses everything. And the 6 for a bit of showdown value for Eddie in seat number 6. Trying to nick a bit of value. Not getting called by Stu Rutter with King Eye. He'll think about it. Very good mixed game specialist is Stu Rutter in seat 3. But it does make the call. Makes a small call to see, probably see what he's got. The ace 6 Stu on 50, just over 50,000. Last two levels of the night. Finish in about 90 minutes time. Next flop, King 5 deuce, 2 spades. After a raise from Elliot in C9. And Boz calling. Making it up. Out of the big. Oi, oi. So if you lose 3 bullets at day 1B, you can shoot into day 1C, I guess.
Yeah, of course you can. Of course you can. You have 9 total if you want to. You don't miss much. Just saw Span flicking the turbo as well.
Uh-oh.
So he's obviously busted in the main and he's just flicking in the turbo.
Oh. You're giving us the spoilers, are you? So he's back. How was the steak?
It's alright.
Yeah? Good.
The onion rings are nice. I'm back all the way through till midnight now, probably a bit before. Locked in for the remainder of the session for everyone. I hope the chat's been behaving while I've been away.
Ish.
Ish.
Keeping his eye on it. Keeping his eye on it. We've had a good day so far. We're keeping his eye on it. That's Gully Math, by the way. Gully Math.
Yeah, I was talking to him over a steak dinner a minute ago.
Candlelit, was it?
Yeah, exactly.
Candlelit dinner with Gully Math. How nice is that? The Irish twin off to bed. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2 with a full prize pool, which stands at £277,000 as it is right now. 79 players left in. 237 playing day 1B. Total entries 422. The line of 454 was a decent effort
It's a
from
great
Kev.
line, whatever
It was a decent
happens.
effort from Kev this time. He did his homework.
Yeah. I think if he gets it on the nose, I'll have to give him more than 20 quid, I'll tell you that. If he hits it on the nose, it could be close. There's Leslie opening under the gun, the ace-5 suited. Adam's going to come along in the cut-off with the 10-7 of the same suit. That brings Boz in on the button. And Tan defending the suited gapper in the big blind for way to this one. Ace, King, 3, 2 diamonds. So top pair for Leslie, middle pair for Boz, and Tan with a flush draw. This one checks through. Really big fan of Leslie's check here with the ace-5. Got a lot of time for that on this particular board texture. We've opened the ace-5 suited under the gun, and once it checks through, this is when we're going to start thinning the field down and going for our value. But Boz not going to be going anywhere with a second pair. He's checked it back on the flop to call. And Tan getting an attractive price to potentially catch a diamond 8 or 6 on the river. It's the 4 of spades, so the ace-5 gets the check mark, and this one checks through, and Leslie going to take this one.
Final 2 levels of the day, 277,000. It keeps going up. Every time you click it, there's another buying. After Natalie Bromley got eliminated, Mark Poole, Chris Johnson, Matt Erdley and Colin Myatt were all eliminated, bringing the number down to 79.
Once you finish the hand, you will be on a short break. Please leave your chips on the table and vacate the room. Players in 5-1C, once you finish the hand, you have a 15-minute break. That's all players waiting by the and the progress, you have a 15-minute
Gary opening the pocket freeze, makes it 1.8. That's raise and take for him.
Is Tim Chung still in? He was.
Yes, I believe.
He was. He's in the turbo.
I did see him
There
playing.
you go.
but he
He's
must
in
be
the
playing
turbo. He's in the turbo.
Ace-9 suited for George. Under the gun here, playing a total of 35 bigs. So wants to be coming in for an open, try and potentially take it down with the ace-9 suited free, and obviously try and get some value from the big blind defend range. But Elliot, with a very nice looking hand, comes in for the snap 3-bet. And it makes it 5.4k. Very nice hand selection to do it with. And George now, the ace-9 suited, just going to have to get out of the way quickly. So nice play from Elliot there. Stuff I like to see at above the table. People free betting these type of hands at a certain frequency. No fear either, just going for it versus the under the gun opener. Nice play from Elliot. So folds round to Tan in the cutoff. Jack 10. Looks like he's made it 1600, 1700. They're just in the small blind here. Definitely a possible 3-bet candidate. But it looks like he's just going to opt to flat this one and take a flop. And George with a 10-6 off in the big blind is getting 5.5 to 1 on his money. It looks like he's reaching for chips and going to be coming in for the call, and it looks like 3 players to this flop. Nine, 6, 3, 2 diamonds. So complete whiff for all players here, other than George, who has flop middle pair. This one's a check through. Tan not elected to continue. Ace of spades on the turn does bring in an up and down, a straight draw for Tan, and a gut shot for the pair of George. And Edijus is picked up second pair and actually hopped out into the lead here. Tan once again not opting to bet and just rivers the nuts with the Queen of Hearts on the end. And although he didn't bet flop or turn, I can assure you he's going to be betting this river. Moonwalks into the nuts. Bet 4.5k. Good fold there from Edijus. Some players may opt to get sticky there, but gets away with the 8 and makes the quick laydown.
You're the one with the money, obviously, you've got to choose when you want that. That's the only way, like, oh, that's quite on top.
So we're heading towards the final level of the day. Another amazing day, another amazing turnout in Leeds. The numbers have been amazing. 78 players left in day 1B. Don't forget the turbos going on as well. We'll give you the numbers for that tomorrow. 424 players total.
Elliot opening under the gun with the pocket 7s. Stuart with 9s in the low jack, just chooses to call. No need to 3-bet under the gun open. We've got ourselves in a dicey spot. We do 4-bet. Keep our range fairly wide here. And Gary should be defending this one. Suited queen. 6.5 to 1 on a call. Booyaka shot. How many days does this tournament last? This is a 3-day tournament. Well, 4-day if you include the day one we played yesterday, but there's 2-day ones, day 2 tomorrow and day 3 on Sunday.
Final day Sunday. You'll see the final hand being dealt at some point Sunday night. Them chairs are not for using like that, boss. They don't work like that. Maybe wait.
He could sit on it like that, he just wouldn't be able to see his cards on the table. Just be a black chair head in front of him.
Sometimes you just can't have what you want. Oh, Welsh cakes, I'm telling you what. They're my new favourite. Thanks to Ian Bosley for bringing them from Cardiff this morning. 3 full packets of Welsh cakes.
They won't be full by the end of the day, put it that way.
They will not.
Yes, we will. We will stream in all the way through till Sunday. Tomorrow, day 2, we're here on stream from 12:30, and Sunday will be the same time for the final day as well.
Here's it says, who is this Rory McIlroy? Lost 5 and 3 this morning and 4 down after 14 today. By the looks of that, he shouldn't be playing tomorrow. He's playing with Lowry tonight, isn't he? And 4 down. That's not good. Do you pay for a massage by the minute? Yes, you do. Minimum 10, is it?
I don't even know. I think, yeah, minimum 10 minutes. £1 a minute.
If you pay for a massage and bust the next stand, is it wrong to stay for the rest of your massage? No, they'll just move you to another table with an empty chair on it. You won't be able to sit at the table.
Ace A6 is the flop, and Elliot, there is an ace out there, but the fact there's 2 out there going to make it a lot less likely that Gary has got one. So expecting a continuation bet, and there it is. And Gary got no option but to let this one go. Bad flop for his hand.
Your attention please, players ready in flight 1B, the main event. You have just a 3 minutes break. Players, starting taking seats. Players in flight 1B, main event, 3 minutes long.
That's what Tan making at 1.7.
Would you like a Welsh cake? Have we not eaten yet? Have we not eaten yet? Why was it in a plastic dish? Why did they put it in a plastic dish? The lettuce went limp. The food yesterday was excellent.
So after flop goes check, check. Tan now comes in for a little bit of value with his jack. And expect the same again on the river here. Really try and eke out of a call from some potential ace highs, I guess. I've just seen Adam actually didn't elect to 3-bet the ace king here pre-flop from the big. Wow, now raises to 10k. He obviously can have a 4 or an 8 the way this hand's played. He'd play an 80 the exact same way, and would Tan expect him to raise bluff this river spot? Probably not. I think this is going to work. It's a nice move from Adam. It's rare in live poker you see too many bluff raises on the river. Someone that has that in their arsenal can be a very difficult player to play against. There's just a lot of people you can just overfold rivers with because they're never going to bluff raise them. But Adam here making it 10k and puts Tan in a bit of a spot here. Basically trying to tell him I've got an 8. You play an 8 the exact same way, so story does check out. Just flattening the big blind here. Tan is going to make the call with the king jack. And he's going to get the good news. And Adam, credit for trying. A non-believer from the man in seat 4. Oops. Andrew Bridger asks, is Ryan Mandara still in? Well, I always think.
Yeah, I've not seen him wandering out. I'm not seeing his name on the exit list either for a long time. Ryan Mandara got eliminated earlier,
He's still in.
I think
He's
he's
still in.
back in.
He's
Yeah.
still in. He is still in. So Boss checks his option in the big after Adam completes the small with the 4-3. Might be one of these boys.
It could well be. Yeah, it could well be.
Oh, that's Dave's. It's Dave's.
Is it Dave's? Thank you very much.
Back to the action. Boss firing and Adam just getting out of the way with 4 high. Can't do much in that spot. And blinds are now up. So we have moved into the final level of the day. It is level 10. And we're playing 500, 1,000 now. We've got about an hour left here with everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It's been an eventful day, to say the least.
It has been. It has. Yeah. Hopefully, we'll not go mad with the chat box. I don't want to start banning people. There has been no swearing, which I'm really pleased about because I have got the power to ban people.
Alex asks, can you explain what is playing a balanced range? So all I'm basically saying in that, you see a lot of players that will just 3-bet their ace kings, their ace queens, their queens, their kings or aces, their jacks, all their premium holdings. So a player with a bit of competency about them will understand this and they can just start overfolding hands that are strong but not that strong to compete against these. So the way to counteract that, you need to start 3-betting some other hands as well, some suited connectors, hands like 9-8 suited, some ace-5 suited in there as well. King-queen can go in there as well, all these other type of hands, just to make it more difficult for your opponents to play against you, because if they're aware that when you get raised by them, or 3-bet or 4-bet, whatever it is, they can sort of condense your range down to a few hands and then they'll be able to play perfectly against you because they know where you're at. But whereas if you've got all these other hands in there, then it's just going to make it more difficult to play against. And it's not just talking about pre-flop, it's also talking about c-betting. You can't just bet when you've got top pair, you need to incorporate some other bets in as well. Your check raises, exactly the same thing. You can't just check raise your strong hands, you need to incorporate some draws in there. It's all about choosing these right hands for your bluffs as well as your value, and it's good because the better players who will pick up on things, they'll be watching the game, they'll be guessing how you're playing, they'll understand who are the tighter players, who are the looser players, and they'll be able to exploit that further on down the line. So it's all about keeping everyone guessing, having a wide variety of hands in each particular spot, and those are the opponents that are most difficult to play against. Obviously you can't just start re-raising hands like 9-3 off and stuff like that. You've got to understand which hands actually work well to 3-bet bluff against the perceived opening range and why they actually work well. And that's basically it in a nutshell, just about being balanced. But it's not just to do with 3-bets, it's to do with all of poker. Like the spot we just saw on the river there, it's good to see from Adam that he's not just raising 8x there on the river, he's also going to incorporate some bluffs in there, so it means players may be inclined to pay him lighter. Whereas if Tam was up against an opponent in that spot with King Jack and he was raised, he could just exploitively fold King Jack all the time because he knows his opponent's always going to have a full house in that spot. And that's basically what it all comes down to, just being balanced in every spot. And live poker, especially when you go down the buy-ins, it's a bit different. There's no need to be balanced against an opponent who's only thinking about their whole cards. Then you can come into the exploit realm of things. You don't have to always 3-bet ace-5 suited. You can just flat it in position because you know when they're opening, if they're never folding to a 3-bet, you can just, there's no need to do it. So hopefully that answers your question.
And if you want to rewind it and watch it back slowly, I would advise you to do that because that was a great clip. And yet, a little bit too much to absorb if you're watching the stream at the same time. Watch it back, listen to what Jay's just said because that is perfect advice. And that's why we stick it on social and YouTube and we can rewatch it at our leisure. You can rewind it whenever you want to at your place. Whenever you do.
But you can go into all this theory and stuff like that, but in a live poker setting anyway, it's great to have the fundamentals, understanding opening ranges, what hands are good to open from what position, but then you want to go the next step. You want to go looking how we can exploit our opponents, see things that they do, little leaks in their game, how can we exploit that? This guy's opening 3.5x, how are we going to start exploiting that? We're going to start only playing
that's all about concentrating on the table all the time, isn't it? Rather than being on your phone, looking at the football scores, doing stuff like that, you know, listening to music.
But you need a good fundamental base, like a theory base at first, and then that's when you can deviate away from that in certain situations. And they're the best poker players that obviously have a mix of theory and exploitation, and especially in a little £750 buy-in, it's going to be a lot of that going on in the fields. Like that's what the good players will be trying to do. Always about mixing it up, keep your opponents guessing.
Last couple of eliminations. Andy Back, Marcin Chawalko, Andy Christoforou. £279,000 in the prize pool.
Yeah, I think it's right. Chili Pops. It's not James, but corrected yourself. But I don't do any coaching or anything like that. I obviously have a lot of chats every day with certain friends of mine that are also involved in poker about hands. People ask me how to play this certain spot. Always talking about the game and whatnot. But I just think in these live poker settings, it's the best place to play. It takes like so many elements out of the game that you can play online. The actual fact that you have to turn up and be here, that's obviously a factor in itself. Like for example, right now, you're only going to get UK players coming to play this tournament. You've actually got to travel to be here. It's only going to attract people within this country. So right away, you've got people out of the tournament like the beasts from over in Europe. Yeah, they may not come and play a 750, but for especially the grand final, which is going to be the 2K at the end of the year, there's not going to be any Europeans travelling over to play that, obviously, at the moment because of everything going on. So live poker, just at the moment, I think, is at a peak. Just after the pandemic, everything that happened, we had a mad year and a half, but I think this is just the beginning of what's going to be a big boom. And there's going to be plenty of money out there to be made for lots of people, I can assure you that. But it's all about understanding the fundamentals and then deviating away from that when need be. Yes, whole boy, Ryan Mandara is still in. And Mr. Kellett. I'm not seeing Rich. Not seeing Rich Kellett. Not seeing his name on the exit list, to be fair. Oh no, Kellett's out. Kellett's out,
Gone.
Gone.
Done one. Long time ago, by the looks of this.
I spoke to him. I said to him, "You going back in?" He said, "I'm probably not. I've got a friend's 30th tomorrow. I'm just going to have the day off, go and enjoy that." But I'm pretty sure Kellett's out of town.
Yeah, no problem. We were talking before, didn't we?
He told me himself.
Yeah.
Unless he was just major trolling me, but that was the case.
No.
King, Queen, 8, 2 hearts. Got Jack 10 of clubs in the cut-off. And Stu opting not to continue here. Obviously, part of Tan's range is going to include some King Jacks, King 10s, King Queens in there. Some of these hands may free bet some of the time. Obviously, he's going to have all ace-X of hearts as well that will peel for the same reason before, not going to free bet either. Pocket 8's definitely a candidate. Not too sure if he's ever going to have kings or queens. They're just going to be free betting quite a lot of the time. 6 of spades on the turn. Action over to Tan. One thing we can maybe rule out here as Stuart is a hand like Queen Jack or Queen 10. You expect Tan to check those quite often on this particular flop, and Tan opting to check this one back. And interesting to see how Stu proceeds on rivers. Well, this is a clear check now for us as Stuart. I would like to see a brick come, see if we come in for a bluff as a lead here, but once Tan bets flop, he's going to have ace-X of hearts as part of his range. He's going to have a lot of other hands as well who have some Jack 10s like us. They'll have some gut shots, ace Jacks in there, ace 10s in there. Like I said, Queen X probably not going to bet this flop, but looks like he's counting out a bomb here on the river. It looks like 20 plus K. So repping a big hand here. King 10 is a value hand he's going to have in this spot. He's going to have the flushes as well. Hands like 7, 8 of hearts, 8, 9 of hearts. All the ace-X of hearts as well. But from Stu's perspective here, what hands he meant to have as a bluff here? Like as Tan, he's bet flop, check turn, and then bomb river. It does look a lot like a flush, but let's try and come up with some bluffs that Tan can potentially have here as Stu. So maybe a hand like ace 10, which we don't even beat actually, that he might be turning into a bluff. Our range from Tan's perspective looks a lot like a Queen X hand, and Tan could be targeting that, but that is a bomb river bet just under pot. 22 into 25, and unaware of Tan's holding there, but as Stu, I'm glad to see him fold that one. Bit too far down our range there. It'd be better to call with a hand like Queen Jack with a Jack of hearts if we did want a hero in that particular spot.
Final level of the day. Around about 45 minutes to go until the end of the sesh. And then players will be bagging and tagging for the start of day 2. Final hour here in Leeds for day 1B. We'll give you a full rundown of the chip count. We'll probably get the top 20 chips from day 1B. The turbo won't finish until we've finished, so that'll still be going on while the lads have done. And we'll give you a full collection of chip counts overnight with however many players are left. A 7-6 of a rainbow. Both players catching bottom pair. Gary has George out kicked. We are blind on blind, so Gary's just going to call this in position here. No need to do anything else. Just want to be cool in. We've got position, see what George opts to do on the turn. A 10 on the turn, and George turning 2 pair here. And bad card for our perspective as Gary. You've got to think about the hands that George is going to bluff here that we're actually in front of on the flop. A lot of them now go ahead. Hands like 10-8, 10-9, 8-9 all now improve against us. Once facing this double barrel from a perspective of hands that George is supposed to have, we're now only really ahead of hands like 4-5, 5-3, stuff like that. 3-4 maybe for the dummy and gutter. No showdown that he might barrel. And there's a whole host of hands he can have. Being in the small blind completed, he's going to have all the 2 pairs. He's going to complete with some raggy aces, ace 5 through ace deuce. He may be playing a complete limp strategy, so he can have some strong aces in there as well. It's just not going to ever be a call here with the 6. If it was like a deuce on the turn here, you might see Gary call once more, because then the bluffs that George has on the flop are still going to be there on the turn. But on this 10, some of them bluffs now take the lead against us, so it just gets out of the way, and correctly so as well. Good fold from him. What a great day. The number's incredible, 423 total. And ill-timed free bet here from Tan, but we only say that because we can see Boz has got kings. But this is what I was talking about 10-15 minutes ago, incorporating some of these hands into your free bet range. They've got good playability, a lot of good things can happen. Take it down here pre-flop, and obviously the times we go post we can flop a lot of good hands with this particular holding. And Boz coming in for what looks like a flat, and it is. Mixing
So
it up, the
getting
buzzer.
tricky.
Mixing it up. Flop ace, king 5. And now he checks it, knowing that Tan will probably come in for a c-bet after he initially 3-bet the flop, the pre-flop action.
Yep, spot on tower. That's exactly what I want to see. We don't need to go big either. So third part and Boz going to continue setting the trap. Just going to call, keep his range wide in terms of what his opponent thinks he's had.
So Tan just about gave up. Absolutely gave up. I didn't like the river, that is for sure, but Boz bets and Tan had already packed up with the action.
Attention players and dealers in Tier 1B, a plan progress. Please build 6 more hands and then spread that 6 more hands at the end of the flight.
The blinds are now 300. With a big blind anti-air, 600.
Sean Mitchell's watching the live stream. I'd like to shout out Sean Mitchell, because I think he's got the biggest telly I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, well, is he watching that in his cinema?
I think he owns the Odeon in Sheffield. Look at the size of that thing.
So boovy that.
Mate, he showed it me. Huh? That's amazing. Evening, Sean. Sean Mitchell watching. Wowzers. What a telly that is. Great. Good to see you watching. Amazing. Nice TV to be watching the live stream on. Hope you enjoy the information, Sean, and hope you see you over the weekend for day 2 tomorrow, starting at 12:30 on the live stream. We'll be in place from 12 and ready for action for day 2. We'll give you the full numbers, give you probably around about 20 chip counts from tonight. Of all the chip counts from tonight, we'll give you a load of action and what is happening on the roundup at the end of this transmission.
Sure, under the gun, ace-5 suited. Good to see him open this one.
Anyone coming to Dublin for the IPO? What about the team to live stream it? Yes, we are. We'll be in Dublin. We're swimming over with the stuff on us back. Yes, we'll be there. We'll be there. When we're going Thursday? Thursday morning. No, 3 weeks yet. Yeah, we'll be over. Thursday it was streaming, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday in Dublin at the Bonington.
So 4-weight, Stu's opened under the gun, been called in 3 spots. Flops the nut flush draw on 10, 10, 8, 2 spades. Not much for anyone else. And Stu probably going to fire here, coming in for a 1 bet. Start trying to thin the field down. Start trying to put our opponents on certain range of hands, but in this situation just gets 3 quick folds. He'll be happy with that 4-weight with just ace high.
What time is Towers Treble tomorrow, says Mark Adair? 2 o'clock. 2 p.m. Towers Treble will be out. The winner tomorrow. Oh yeah. Not seen TJ this week. Where's TJ been?
So folds round to Adam on the button, suited 5 deuce. Happy to see him open this one once folded to him. And Boz, Jack 10 of diamonds, not going to be going anywhere. Oh, imagine a diamond flop, this would be hand of the year. All players with diamonds, button versus small.
It's never
versus
coming
big blind.
ace, 4, 9, 8 of diamonds,
Oh,
is it?
there's
No,
only one
it's
there.
only one there. King, Queen, 6. Up down straight draw for Boz.
Yeah, Adam wants to be continuing here once. There's no need to, unless we get a good turn card for us like the 4 of diamonds, but no need to double barrel this spot. But Boz going to make the call here with his up and down. No need to raise.
Still
Adam's
good out of the way.
Yeah, Adam still has strong hands here on the King High Rainbow board.
Not sure why we're a street behind, but we are.
Yeah, it's obviously just a brick.
Check, check. And the 5 and then the 10 on the river.
Boz takes it down with the Jack 10.
And the 10 on the river give him showdown value as well.
Yeah, we're asking very mathematically improbable for that to have been a diamond flop with only 7 diamonds left in the deck.
Yep. And the chip shop has had both re-entries in the space of 20 minutes in the turbo.
So Elliot with the Kings. This is to 2K, and Tan going to come in with the defend. Unknown holding at the moment in the big. What's he working with here? Jack 7, defended the Jack 7 flop of 10-7 for all diamonds. So Elliot over pair with a flush draw, and it's going to go bet call. Middle pair for Tan.
10 of spades on the turn.
If we got the kings here of Elliot, I'm probably more inclined to check this back on the turn. Tan, if he has got a 10 here, don't really want to be faced with a raise with this particular holding. So
He does check it.
Yeah, it's a good check from Elliot there, just understanding that if the big blind with all the 10x does come in for a raise here, we're going to be in a gross spot with the pocket kings, and Tan now going to come in for a small lead of 3,000. He's going to get looked up pretty quickly. Looking for value here actually, Tan, I think, from an ace high call, and he's going to see that Elliot has got the kings and is the best hand. Went for thin value but took himself to value, Tan. Return saver.
So around about last half an hour, 35 minutes till the end of play today. Another great day on the felt.
Yeah, it's been good.
Prize pool currently standing at 278,424 runners in total. The line is 30 short.
I think I might be safe, Tower. I think I could just be safe.
I said unders as well. Andy went overs by about 600. Andy and Jim and PKL went overs.
Overs on what?
The number?
Yeah, what was the number?
454.
I think I'm still going to win.
Yeah?
Yeah. Or a friendly tenner with you. What we on now? 424. Need 30 more. Direct buyers.
Yeah.
You reckon we're going to get 30? Yeah.
35 minutes on this one and another hour and a half in the turbo. Well, he said we know that. That's like, you know that fence that you sit on? That's just it.
What's the line?
454.
What are we on now?
424.
Need 30 entries in 10 minutes in the main, hour and a half in the turbo, and day 2 buy-ins.
It is. Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on the chat box, and if it carries on tomorrow, there'll be blockages starting straight from 12:30. Hopefully it calms down tomorrow, and there's not been any swearing, which has been good, but we will start looking at blockages tomorrow if it does carry on, because we're here for poker. Thanks for joining us wherever you've been all around the world, but it has been a great day. And we're back again tomorrow from 12:30 GMT. Or is it G&T?
G&T, yeah. We've got a bottle of champagne to get through before we go home after we finish today. Courtesy of the man in seat 3, Stu Rutter. He was the one coming over. I know you didn't see the person giving us the dice, but it is Stu in seat 3.
Yeah, it is.
Tower rolled a lucky number 6.
Woo woo! Do you think he'd like the demotion from Champagne to just star problem?
I think he'd be delighted, Tower. I think he'd be over the moon.
We'll have to ask him as he bags up. Yeah, you're looking at over 100,000. Ryan Bandara's looks like he's bagged up, because a lot of players are now bagging up live. As you know, we are on a 30-minute delay. Ireland signing out. Nice one, Irish Twin. We'll chat tomorrow, and we'll see you for the IPO at the Bonington. Cannot wait to get back over the sea to the Bonington.
No Tezza. They're waiting for us at the end of the day, apparently.
What's that?
The tequila, because you rolled a 4 first.
Oh
didn't
no!
You?
Oh no! Can I change that to water? Hey Johnny, the bounty hunter tomorrow is at 6 p.m.
Yeah, we still got about 35 minutes left of the day, Sabria, but if you are having an early night, thank you for joining us, and we will catch you tomorrow. Adams 3 of 5 in the side, 3 seats for the 30-30 squeaky bum time. Good luck, man. Boz opening 9-8 suited. Leslie going to flat the King 10 in the cut-off. King, Queen, 10, 2 clubs. Check, check. Jack of clubs on the turn. Check, check. 4th club on the river. Check, check, I'm going to guess. And Boz will take it. Yeah. With a 9-8 of hearts. I mean, 9 players. Les in 5 didn't bet. Yeah, if he bet flop Les, it would have been over. Over. Stu opening King Queen makes it 2.2. Six do 6-2 King. Top pair Stu. Not just about all of it. One bet will win. Yes, it will.